meeting at 9:16 a.m. Thank you for your attendance. Do we have anyone to do confirmation of the minutes of the 11th of November? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 11 November 2020 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Do we have someone to confirm the special meeting of the 18th of November 2020? Councillor Taylor.
I move that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 18th of November 2020 be confirmed. And we have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Any other minutes, councillors, that you're aware of? If not, we could go on to declarations of conflict of interest.
We just thought, Mr Mayor, that we'll do those as they happen upon introduction.
Do we have to move that every time, or have we done it forever, sort of thing?
We will update the standing orders because that was part of the resolution. However, it's not in conflict. The minutes secretary's checked that, so
Because we don't have, we don't have to move on it. Okay, then I'd like to move a change of business and bring forward L6 to the next agenda item. Yes, correct. L6. Yeah, L6, organisational structure. Notice of repeal or amendment or resolution. Do we have a seconder for that change in the...
Why are we needing to change it, Mr Mayor?
we have a councillor that will be away today, and I believe it is an important motion of council, and I believe it should be dealt with next.
So
L6. Agenda. Has everyone got their late agenda? We have a seconder for that motion.
Well, in the same resolution, do you want to include the other changes that we just spoke about? The removal of 5.4 from the agenda, the removal of 6.1, they're all matters pertaining to the agenda.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
So, councillors, we've got two notices of motion. So
Decision. Do you want to do them both together?
if
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
the priority is so that all councillors are here.
Yep, righto. Well, that's L, and then I think, is it L3 or something, or is it? Or is it 3?
L3 and L6.
Yeah, L3 and L6. Change the order to deal with L6 first, L3 second, as well as...
Removing 5.4.
Yep, and what was the other one? Was there another one?
Yeah.
C1, the other one.
C1.
C1.
And 5.4.
And we probably then need to do an apology for part of the meeting if the councillor's not here as well.
Okay.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Councillor Ladbrook it is. Well, we'll deal with this motion first, or can you put the apology in there as well, can you, in the motion?
No.
Separate, yeah. Okay, so we'll deal with that motion. Is the seconder happy with those extra amendments, Councillor Edwards? Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, and I'd like to move a leave of absence for Councillor Ladbrook for part of the meeting today. Do you know the time?
About 2:30.
Yeah. What time are you going? But
2:15.
right.
2:15.
And yeah, and you're unsure of how long the appointment will take. Yeah. Okay. Well, approximately an hour. It could be longer. Do we have a seconder for that leave of absence? Councillor McMullen, any opposition?
I've got no opposition, but it's unorthodox to move a leave of absence for an hour. If a councillor is removing themselves for a meeting, it's noted in the minutes that they've left at a particular time and they come back at another time. I can't recall a time ever where a leave of absence has been moved or in fact
It sounded like that there was the reason for moving it forward was so that we had all councillors, but it was only for an hour.
Yeah, but it could be flexible because of doctors and that. Anyway, so do you want to do we need to move a motion or?
Well, not if it's only for that short.
Righto.
period
Okay,
of
well-
time. Thought it was half the meeting or something.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw the motion. The second, happy to withdraw that?
Jeff?
Deputy Mayor, are you happy to withdraw
Oh, sorry.
that? Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
It sort of looked like it's not needed,
No,
so,
that's right, not a problem.
to be officially noted. Okay, so moving on, we've got some papers going around.
I'll just put them with this pile over here, shall I?
Maybe your laptop doesn't sit long enough for highlighter. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. This is how we were, I mean, we came. Yeah, this is it.
Thank you. That's a whole one, yeah.
Yes.
Daniel sent this one to Teams yesterday.
Okay, yes, last night I passed my actually. In Teams.
So is there a few of them? Is there? Have you got one?
I know them.
You know them? Okay. No, I just didn't want to take your copy. Okay, so L6, organisational structure. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I move that council repeal and rescind resolution number OM/09.2020/41 and replace as follows. From that the proposal presented by the Mayor proceed to consultation. Reason for that decision provided by the Mayor was efficient running of the local government, creating competitive local business, improvement of services delivered on the ground locally. 2, the recommendation for replacement motion that council release the 3 proposed draft organisation structures to the staff for consultation in response to the staff consultation meetings held on Thursday the 12th of November 2020.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor, any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, we did go out to staff consultation on Thursday the 12th of November, and it was clear from the responses of staff that they felt that they would like to see the 3 draft organisational structures that council had been working on for many weeks prior. The reason for that is it is good to have something to compare with so that you can make a really informed decision. I also sat there and listened to every single councillor around this table tell the staff that they genuinely would take on their feedback. So therefore I believe that by releasing the 3 proposed draft organisation structure would provide a clear indication to the staff that our feedback sessions for the staff is not merely a tick and flick for councillors, that we do genuinely want to listen to their feedback, we genuinely take their feedback on board, and that this is a genuine step to include the staff in the process of developing the new organisational structure, and it is on that basis that I have put this forward.
Okay, would someone like to wish to speak against the motion? I'll speak against the motion. Certainly don't agree with the motion. I believe that the decision that council is consulting the staff on is the most important strategic decision for council since amalgamation. And this consultation period I believe has gone really well with all staff available to come to a meeting in council time to be able to ask as many questions. We've even had boxes available which were confidential in their nature, where people can put questions or comments in there. We will be collating the information from that and answering that. And I believe that this process has been very transparent, has been going on for quite some time. I don't believe there needs to be any extra steps. I believe it's in the interest of the council organisation that council consider all the feedback as part of the consultation and then make a decision. And I don't believe that this is in the local government's interest or the staff's interest. I also have had feedback that from staff members that when other changes have happened in the past, they have not been consulted like they have been now, and they believe that this process was much better, and the words of one council employee is at least we were consulted. So I believe that this is a very positive thing that is positive for the staff and also for the region, and I definitely will be considering all of the consultation feedback before I make a decision, and obviously the same for the 8 councils. I'm sure I've got confidence that everyone will do the same in their own way. Okay, would someone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Taylor.
I'm with Councillor Hancock on this. I believe that I heard from the staff that they wanted to hear all 3 options. I don't see why we can't. I believe this is a long process. It should be dealt with very, very carefully and very slowly. I don't see any problem in letting them have a look at the others. They might have some feedback on that as well. I just feel that one of the comments that I took up from the other day was the fact that we don't know anything about the organisational structure, as in how it works and how it's working now or what's wrong with it now. So I believe that we should at least put it out there for them to have a look at the other 2, and get some feedback on those as well.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Against the motion? Councillor McMullen.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say I listened to everyone's ideas on the day. I believe everyone's entitled to their opinion. There was a minimal amount of, small number amount of people asking for that request. The silent ones are the ones that I believe are the ones that are voting in the opposite, in approval of what we're doing. And as you've already said, I got the same feedback from one person that they never got any consultation before. And when I spoke with one person, one council staff, I asked opinion because it raised it with me, and this person said it can't happen quick enough.
Okay, would anyone wish to speak against, for the motion?
No,
For the motion?
She must want to speak for the motion.
No,
Sorry, I was going to go against.
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak for the motion? Okay, does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, I would like to thank Councillor Hancock for raising this for consideration today. Since our election back earlier on in the year, we have spent a lot of time going through many proposals and endorsed and deliberated and discussed no differently to this particular proposal. We endorsed it on the 9th of September after many, many months of looking at information where there were 3 structures that were presented, one of which was presented from the Mayor and 2 from the strategic leadership team. I think we looked at and analysed and reflected on and made a decision based on Local Government Act, which says that the councillors make the decision, that we endorse any structural or organisational restructures, which is what we did. I have gone back now and looked at all of the information that's been presented, and I've also looked at the video of the community consultation with employees a week ago. I think it's very telling that there was a handful of people who actually asked for the 3 drafts to be shown. There was, when I looked at, a lot of people who actually are open to the idea of the restructure and simply ask for more information. So that's something that I think we need to and can be doing, and I think we need to be part of and continuing the consultation that's been undertaken in the last 2 months. I think it's very, very valuable, and I think it's a step that needs to be done with sincerity and with transparency. My concern was more about, should this get up today and we then decide in our wisdom to allow the 3 different structural overviews to be presented, what then? Do we then give them to the people who have requested? Do we give them to all of those who had attended the consultation meetings? Do we go wider and give one to every employee? Do we give one to every resident in the region? Because we're talking about consultation, true consultation. I think we need to proceed with what we've said we were doing, which we endorsed a resolution. It's become one that we voted on. It was received a majority. It's now out at a consultation level. I think we need to now be proceeding forward, not backward. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm going to debate the issue at hand, which is what we should be doing, which is a resolution is before us, and I too applaud Councillor Hancock for bringing this to the table today. Only a week ago, or a little over a week ago, we met with a majority of the staff, and I was overwhelmed with how forthright their questions were, both in written form and the people that had the confidence to grab a microphone and address the councillors. I heard there are people that want to see what the other 2 options are. They know that there were 2 other proposals put forward to council for consideration. They may not like them. They might like them. And we should be brave enough and have the intestinal fortitude to put faith in our staff to provide us with the feedback that we will ultimately make a decision on. I hear the Mayor say that this process now is open, transparent. Well, when there's 2 options that have been discussed amongst this room and have input from the executive, for those not to go out to consultation, that's not open and transparent, because there'll be staff that will never see those 2 other options. They will never be able to provide input, whether it's good, bad or ugly, for us to consider. So that's not open and transparent. There's 2 that are hidden, that they, if this resolution doesn't get up today, they will never see. I do think it's in the staff interest to see it. I think it's in our interest that they do see it, so they provide us feedback, the advice from the people that will ultimately implement whatever the majority view of council is in terms of an organisational structure. They are the ones that are going to have to deliver the services under whatever structure this council determines is appropriate for them to do it under. If they don't own it, have input in it, I question whether it's going to be too successful. So I implore councillors today to look at what is before us. It's simple. There were 3 proposals put. Yes, the Mayor put forward one that's ultimately what was endorsed by a majority. There were 2 others that we had a very clear input on. Yes, the executive team drafted it, but it was off the back of the input of the councillors here today and the feedback that we provided over weeks and weeks and weeks. So I implore councillors to do the right thing, to show respect for the staff, show respect for the staff that asked to have a look at the other couple of proposals, to provide input, so we are getting wholesome advice back to council, and that we will make the right decision based on all the advice that we can. And there are no better experts in the delivery of council than the staff that are employed each and every day to deliver the services on behalf of our community. So, Councillor Hancock, thank you for bringing this back to the table. Thank you for listening to the staff, in which you were one of, not that long ago. I implore all councillors to do the right thing, to listen to the staff and to release the other 2 plans for their feedback to us when we make a decision.
Does anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Edwards.
I'd just like to advise council I won't be supporting this motion. Through the consultation process that we obviously had, that we were told to do, I don't believe there's any outcomes of that change my mind. At the same time, I'd like to thank the staff and councillors for that meeting. It was great to hear their feedback. In that meeting, I said that the council, in that meeting that the council are strategic, or the councillors are strategic, and the staff are operational. I look at things fairly simply. That is the process. When you follow the due processes of this whole thing, basically you get a report brought to council, it is voted on, and it is implemented by the operational side. I personally referred to this in the staff meeting and stated that I supported the original motion. I'd just like to say that when change occurs in these sort of situations, it is adopted by relationships that sort of mould together between strategic and operations working together. Also, I feel that the community, and this was this sort of came through the election. I think the community, as far as I can see, wants change, and with this business of chopping and changing and coming back with 3 options, I think that sort of thing can just go on, and I personally would just like to proceed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to speak against the motion. I also applaud Councillor Hancock for bringing it to attention. A small percentage of staff attended that meeting on the 12th, so I don't believe it was an accurate indication of what the majority of staff really thought, because it's the unknown. I think going to regional areas was suggested would have been better for all concerned, as we wouldn't have caused so much disruption to the workforce. However, the decision was to bring employees together was to one forum. I know it's a shock to some employees, but I think it's a positive step forward for the individual communities, and there is still some tweaking to go, obviously. That's why the staff feedback is essential. I think that sending out the 2 structures to staff that weren't supported by council through a democratic process will put us back months. I noticed that one of the comments that they couldn't improve any more. I think that everyone in an organisation can be better and could strive to be better. I know I need to be better in my business as a councillor, as a coach, as a father, and definitely as a husband. So I think everyone should be striving to be that better person. Public feedback was supportive of this structure. I think to be a director in each area, otherwise there has to be a director in each area, otherwise nothing will change. Dealing with a director in each area locally will address problems quickly and efficiently. The little 1% issues that will be dealt with in a better time frame than going through existing channels. Also, it'll spread the workload and take some load off the executive staff. Also, better budget control, having it controlled locally. Issues can be sorted out in a timely manner. As for the names of the local areas, people still hold on to the old names. It's what these towns were built on, and so they identify with it. Like I said in the meeting in Mitchell, we have at least 5 organisations that still have the bringer in their title, so it does mean something to those communities.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Okay, does the mover wish to sum up?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I think today was not about debating the feedback, because that is yet to come, because the feedback process is still happening. Today was about showing a genuine attempt to the staff that we would, as councillors around this table, genuinely listen to their feedback, and not only listen to their feedback, but actually implement it, because actions do speak louder than words. And councillors, I do want to also remind us that yes, we did have a consultation with staff members. Staff members are actually community members as well. They're part of our community, they're residents, they're ratepayers. So it is actually not just about our staff, it is about the community. I too was listening to the quiet ones, the ones who didn't speak up, the ones who were a little bit nervous to be able to voice their opinion. So whilst there may very well be people who didn't speak up who were in favour, there probably were some who didn't speak up that still would like to have seen the 3 drafts. The question is I really don't care personally how many people. It's not a numbers game to me. Every staff member counts to me. So every staff member who asks the question, can we please see the 3 proposed draft organisational structure so we can make an informed decision, every single one of those people counted to me. I didn't just put them in a percentage or a number of who matters and who doesn't. Every single one matters. Councillors, I guess at the end of the day, this resolution is an opportunity for us to show the staff that we listened and that we will take action. And the reason I brought it to the table now is because I think it would not set us back months. It's actually just part of the feedback process so that they can give us the informed decision, the impartial informed decision that they legally have to give as staff members under the Act. That's why I raised it now, so that it could be part of that process and it wouldn't set us back. But at the end of the day, councillors, we all have a right to sit around this table and vote as we see fit and in the best interest that we believe is for the staff and the community. Bearing in mind, the staff will be the ones who'll have the final say in their own heart whether they genuinely were listened to by their council representatives.
Okay, well, on that note, everyone's had an opportunity to speak if they wish to. And on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the rescission motion? All those against? Lost 3-6 if I can call for a division. CO, can I move a different rescission or a different motion while this is still open?
No.
You can't?
5 clear days.
5 days, because it's a rescission rather than a normal motion. Okay, moving on to L3. L3 Cafe on second, page 8 of the late. L3 Cafe on second lease.
And your little 8 one that
My little 8 one.
Maybe a councillor might have one there.
It was 3 reports earlier to the one you were just looking at.
Yeah, I've got a few in front of me is the problem. I'll just borrow Jeff's, might be the easiest. I'd like to move, with regard to the cafe on second lease, that the council rescind or repeal resolution number OM 10.2020/121 stating that council, 1, acknowledge the request from Keltone Proprietary Limited to operate reduced hours and renew their current lease. Number 2, approve the operating hours of Monday to Saturday 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. until the 2nd of December 2020, with operating hours to revert to those included in the lease after this date. Number 3, advise the leasee that if they would like to take up the option of a new lease, it would have to be the same amount of hours as the current lease agreement. And 4, advise the leasee of the council's intention to re-tender if this option is not accepted as per the current lease agreement, and replace with the recommendation that council, 1, acknowledge the request from Keltone Proprietary Limited to operate reduced hours and renew their current lease. 2, approve the operating hours of Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. until the 1st of February 2020. 3, advise the leasee if they would like to take up the option of the new lease, it would have to be the same amount of hours as the current lease agreement. And 4, advise the leasee of the council's intention to re-tender if this option is not accepted as per the current lease agreement.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition to that rescind, or repeal, or amendment, or of a resolution?
Just got a question, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
Did they take up the lease?
Well, the lease is still, the lease option is still available until
The
into
2nd
December.
So have they told us
They
yet?
have not. They're still making a final decision. The reason why I raised, is it possible to speak to this, Mr Mayor?
Well, just answer a question and then
Okay.
we'll go into debate.
Yeah, no, the lease is still open to be renewed in December.
So they haven't let us know yet
No.
whether they're going to or not?
That'd be a question for the CEO. To my understanding, no.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Probably councillors, obviously from that last meeting, I'd have to go and get some legal advice there and in terms of contracts in general. Can we actually change conditions in the contract? Yes, we can. If both parties agree, we can change certain conditions being the hours. If we come to agreement on the set hours, we can change those and we can progress with the option of take up the option. If we can't agree on what the hours would be, then yes, you'd have to go for a re-tender. That's what we thought. But the only thing, that additional thing they did say was that before you do that, there is a process to go through where you're supposed to issue them a what's called a breach notice to say, well, you're in breach. So an additional point to me was that before we go to the tender, we need to probably, there's a document, a letter we're supposed to send to say that you're in breach, either remedy it or we go re-tender.
What about if both parties are happy to re-tender? Can it happen then? Without a breach?
It just means that they notify us they're not taking up the actual option.
Yeah.
In this case, we just re-tender.
Yeah,
Sorry,
councillor.
Mr Mayor, if I could ask Director Rob, the breach, you just referred if we can issue, the council could issue a breach notice, would that, the fact they're not honouring the hours in the contract, could that trigger a breach notice? Yeah, okay, yeah.
But obviously, I'm happy to have a discussion with them, saying, look, these are the options available. But as I said, there was some suggestion of alternate hours that council might consider. That may or may not be suitable then, but I'm happy to ask that question. If not, they say they don't want to take up the option, then the re-tender is probably the next step.
Mr Mayor, another question if I could too. With the 2nd of December, Director Rob, as we put in the original motion, now 2nd of December is coming into holiday period, hot months. What's any ramifications against the actual original contract like that? I think it's due in December, is it, for the option? Would there be any ramifications if we let it go till February as suggested to get through the holiday period and lack of, travellers and lack of people around?
So probably two parts to it, Mr Mayor. In terms of both parties agree to those hours, that's okay. How we stand in terms of whether we can delay the actual the option of taking it up, we might have to put that. I'll probably have to go back to Tim and check how we do that, because the option for renewal is in December. What we're proposing there is actually delaying it back to February, and I think both parties will agree on that. But I just have to go back and say to Tim, can we actually push back the opportunity to take up the option for February as well? So,
Mr Mayor, just one more question. Oh, I got.
sorry, I just gave my take something else.
Yeah, go for your life.
Possibly, I guess another option there through you, Mr Mayor, is we could ask Tim if it's possible to trial hours that council are comfortable with and they agree to for a period until a date, and then we could go back to the original hours, or we could revisit the contract there. I could also ask that question.
So it's taking up the option for a 2-month period rather than a 12-month period.
Yeah.
So that could be a way of doing it, yeah.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
And I'm just worried, Councillor Guthrie, on what, how did this come about? I guess, is this from feedback from the operators to you as a councillor, or is this feedback from the Injune community to you? Like, because we were at
Okay.
a meeting and there was feedback, so I'm just wondering
Well,
how
we,
this
we
come
all
about.
received a letter. So this was a resolution that was made. The council officers then made contact with the lessees, to which last week we all received an email as councillors that was forwarded to us. I believe, I have not been speaking to the lessees with regard to this. To answer your question, I believe the Committee of Injune, I've been to 2 of the Advance Injune meetings in the last short period of time. At both times this was an agenda item. I'd like to say that both the Injune community see the Cafe on Second as a great asset, as well as for the travellers going through. I believe that regardless of who is the lessee of the cafe, I think we need to acknowledge 2 things that Councillor McMullen has just said. One is that we're going now into we're going into holiday period. We're going into the hotter period of the time of the year when travellers are not in caravans. The trade will be reduced, and regardless of whether or not the lessees actually take up the lease, or all of the comments that have just been made about reviewing times, reviewing operations, reviewing contracts, the ideal would be to have somebody in the cafe on Second. I think this is just an interim step to say, look, recognising that there's a period that there will be reduced trade, let's be getting through the holiday period and then seeing where to. So to answer your question, we all got the letter from the lessees last Wednesday. This is just acknowledging the letter that was received and trying to be reasonable, I would think.
So at the two Advance Injune meetings that you went to, what was their feedback? You said it was on the agenda, both meetings. What was the event?
Well, you were at one of the meetings,
Yeah,
so
what was
you're
the
well
second
aware.
one? I'm
The
just
second one was
wondering
just
what
raised
changed,
again.
That's all, that's what I'm asking.
Well, they just said, where are we at? Because it's still a continuing concern.
That they would like the trade to be...
That they would like
And
to have the
only
cafe
reason
open.
I'm asking this is so that I can make an informed
Yep.
decision, because we sat around this table when we made this decision and we spoke about the feedback from the Injune community, and then I couldn't go to the next meeting, so I just wondered if the Advance Injune had changed their opinion on what hours that they should be working.
They didn't refer to the actual hours, they just said, where are we at with that? And I said, well, it's still a work in progress at the council, we're still there. So I didn't give any specifics, and they didn't give any additional specifics as to their concerns. This effort to repeal or suggestion to repeal is merely to acknowledge that, as I said, we're going into holiday period, hottest time of the year, trade will be down, and we need to be, I believe, looking at whatever will be next year or whatever we decide next year. This is just acknowledging that in the next 6 weeks or so will be a time of limited trade.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Mayor, through you, Mr Mayor, can I ask the question? If we, Director Rob, or if we were to, how long would it take to check with the legal? Are you doing that? Okay. Well, Mr Mayor, can I move we lay this on the table to later in the meeting to wait for legal advice?
Yeah,
So I
councillor.
don't know
That-
the question right that I'm asking. So basically, our intention is happy to go to reduced hours up until February because it's quiet and it's hotter. So our question to Tim would be is how do we go about that, Tim? Can we actually delay the actual take up option to February, or do we actually do we take up the option but let it run for 2 months at that time and then revisit it in February? So is that basically the question I'm asking?
So I've also got a question as well, if we're doing that, before we vote on the motion, and that is that obviously if the process, is it still able, if that both parties agree to go to tender to solve it, whether there's anyone else that can do more hours, whether they can do that over the holidays? Like if council does approve this and reduced hours, if they say, yeah, we're both happy to councillors and that to go to put expressions of interest or a tender out, can it happen now or can it happen in February? Because, and is there, my other question, is there any other way to do it so it's not a breach notice? Because getting a breach notice is not a pleasant thing. So how, by dual agreement, can they say, yeah, we're happy to go out to tender because we know we can't do those big hours you're asking of us, but we're happy to.
I hear this, Mayor. That's what I was saying before. Breach notice is what you would normally do. As I said, I'd be happy to go in a meeting with them before and say, and if I did that, I just need to get something in writing back from them to say we're not progressing it, and that negates having to send a breach notice because they've basically sent us a letter to say, okay, we can use. So
Yeah.
I might have a conversation. So So maybe with that, just thinking through, when we talk to Tim, maybe it is that we allow them to take up the option, but the new term is that these are the hours up until February, and after that date, it goes back to the hours that were actually in the actual agreement. And at that point, if he gets to February and says, I can't comply with that condition, well, then we're basically in the situation where we are now, which is then we say, right, well, then you're in breach. You can withdraw or you can retender.
I think, through you, Mr Mayor, I think, but Rob, if I'm hearing it right, the Mayor's asked, can we still go out, will you check if we see we can still go out to tender now? You know,
We'll check it.
yeah, thanks.
Because just councillors' benefit, I spoke to the owner when he got our last correspondence, and I explained for him to write to council, but the feedback I got was they just can't, with the COVID situation, do the new hours. And he understood that it would have to go out to be probably tested, but obviously we've got to get that in writing and speak to them and all the rest of it. So I'd be happy to get that advice.
We'd have to, I mean, we could only go to tender if he notifies us that he's not taking up the option. So we really can't go to tender.
Oh, okay.
Until he's notified us. Because if we go put out a tender, so hang on, I've got still an option here.
Yeah, if he was happy for it to go to tender and he'd have another go at it, sort of thing,
I'll
like
ask
everyone
the
else.
question is, what will we need from the actual tenant if we were to progress to go to a new tender? What will we need for him to waive that period?
Because if you're doing it in February, we'll need longer then, because we've only gone to the 1st of February, which is basically our first meeting, so, not far after it. Okay, but council.
I'll move we lay it on the table, Mr Mayor, later in this meeting.
Sorry, just before you do that, can we just point out that point 2, it should be February 2021, not 2020.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, only a good time back time, mate.
Come back in time.
Thanks, Councillor McMullen, over to you.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yeah,
90.
Yeah.
so move we lay it on the table to later in this meeting, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Can we deal with it last?
Oh,
Is that all right?
as long as, what,
Because then Councillor Ladbrook will be back.
I need the offer.
Later in the meeting is the last
Yeah,
thing in the
that's
meeting.
fine.
Righto. All those in favour? 9-0.
What was the other one?
The others were just removing. We're back to the beginning.
5-4.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Good. I don't know, I'm trying to pose to it.
Find yours?
Find it? Gotta be there. White.
Item 5.1, Roma and In June Visitor Information Centre Christmas and New Year operating hours. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council close the Roma Visitor Information Centre, In June Visitor Information Centre and the Big Rig on the gazetted public holidays on Friday, the 25th of December, Saturday the 26th of December and Friday the 1st of January. 2, open the Roma Visitor Information Centre, the In June Visitor Information Centre, dependent on volunteer availability, and the Big Rig from Wednesday the 23rd of December through to the Sunday the 3rd of January, excluding the above-mentioned public holidays between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m, and 3, not operate the Big Rig Night Show Sunset Experience Friday the 25th of December to Friday the 1st of January 2021, recommencing the tour on Monday the 4th of January 2021.
Carl, can you also, yeah, you've added, thank you.
Can I ask to the staff, is there been any consultation with the Big Rig Night Show operator that organises it, whether there's any, is the employee in favour of that stopping till the 4th of January?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. All staff have been involved in this report. And generally, this is the practice each year with the council for the same considerations. You have no fear about that.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on. 5.2, development application fee refund. Do we have a mover? Councillor Edwards.
I'll move that council refund the development application fee paid for a material change of use for a car wash at 92 Burren Street, Roma. Council reference 2020s / 2145.
We have a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 49. Item 5.3, Australia Day 2021. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
Ms Mayor, I would like to move it, but I just have a question. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Officer Ed, I just note in the report that the Surat and District Australia Day is commencing at 12 noon to 3 p.m. It's 41-degree day, and so yeah, previously it started at 8 o'clock, which is community feedback has been paid for.
Mr Mayor, this report was laid on the table from the last meeting, which was held in Surat, and subsequent to that meeting, we met with SDDA the next day, and this was discussed, and the report rescinded back to Surat's normal operating hours for Surat Australia Day, around 9ish, and I think we usually finish about 11. It's lately, so yeah, this report is out of date, so that's new information.
Normally it was an 8 a.m. breakfast.
I've got a question too.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Chair, to Manager Ed. In the past where we've engaged the ambassadors, which I've always supported, and I was bitterly disappointed when we didn't have it for a couple of years in the previous term. We structured the Australia Day ceremonies so that there were 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And I can remember in June starting at 4 in the afternoon at the pool, and that allowed that ambassador that had been somewhere else, because we're only having 3 of them come here, to be able to participate in the other Australia Day celebrations. Has that been considered?
Yes, in fact, that was why Surat was proposed in order to fit in the 3 ambassadors we have this year.
Yes.
To get them around the region. However, all of communities were pushed back against the later start because of heat considerations. Yeah, definitely. The reason why that program was set that way was to accommodate the ambassadors.
And just to follow up, Chair, late start. I mean, in June, from memory, started at 4 o'clock at the pool, and there's been no appetite to look at that. Yeah, last year, for example, in Roma, we didn't do a morning one. We did a 4, 5, 6, whatever. I can't remember now, but it was late, and that was obviously to accommodate what we were doing at the sale yard as well. So if we're bringing back the ambassadors, it'd be nice to try and structure it.
The difficulty is we've got 3 ambassadors. In previous years we've had.
Have we?
Yes, we have, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, 4 mostly.
4, right.
So, yeah, that's the issue, and that's still being worked through as we speak.
Okay.
Councillor McMullen.
Just through you, Mr Mayor, and light of what you said, Manager Ed, the Surat is going to be early. That's right, just different. That's fine, yeah, I'm happy with that.
So,
Right.
sorry, through you, Mr Mayor, Diane was at the last meeting, we didn't get to it.
Yeah, sure.
So, whilst this report is laid on the table, it is a moving feast at the moment, pending the final arrangements with ambassadors.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and Manager Ed, do we have any more information? I know we've spoken about this before, just with what the fencing is going to look like. I suppose I'm just a little bit concerned about we're having 2 outdoor events from what I can see, one in Roma and one in Surat, and then we're gonna like fence it in. I'm just wondering if we have had any more updates about what that fencing might look like, and if, I guess if it's too hard, should be looking at another, venue. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr Mayor, you have raised this before at the previous briefings. No, I don't have any information for you, but I'm quite happy to get a preliminary look at it and maybe circulate it by email for council consideration, just on the samples that we're considering.
Yeah, that'd be.
I think it's worth councillors just tidying up that if arrangements as presented in here are moving, council receive and note the information as presented, recognising that arrangements are evolving or
Evolving and
just so that a community member doesn't pick up the report and think this is what's going to happen.
They have. We got an
We
email.
just got an email a while ago from Wendy Newman raising this situation, so.
Oh, and that was my question to
Yeah.
you. Do we need to say, because in the report it does say 12 to 3.
Yeah,
Do we
that's what
actually
I'm
need to put
thinking.
in, so I've sort of rewritten a recommendation to actually
Oh,
say
okay,
about
thanks.
Yeah.
Surat, but maybe it should be a little bit broader, like do we actually need to be that detailed in this recommendation?
That arrangements are evolving and will be published for the community once finalised. Something like that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, can I just, my thoughts were just noting the change to Surat's time or something in the resolution, that noting the change in time. or where-
Further that, council endorsed the earlier time
Yeah.
for Surat. And then just once finalised, full stop, and then capital F. Thanks, Cal.
Righto, so we've got all the questions done. Do we have someone to move? Councillor Hancock.
I move that council receive and note the information as presented, recognising that arrangements are evolving and will be published for the community once finalised. Further, that council endorse the earlier starting time for the Surat Australia Day event.
Do we have a seconder?
Just
Yeah.
add the word starting there.
Councillor McMullen.
Mayor, I think Manager Edison.
Yep.
Did you want to put the earlier time of 0800?
Earlier starting time.
I just said earlier starting time.
So it sounds like the manager would like the time in there, 8 o'clock if you'd like it.
Just suggesting it for
Yeah.
clarity for
Yeah.
the community, there's maybe a few eyes on it.
Good idea.
Earlier starting time of 8 AM. For the Surat Australia Day event.
Okay.
McMullen's happy with
I'm
that.
happy with that as a second.
Mover's happy with that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 53.
We've done that one.
Done that one.
81.
On to
57.
57. Item 8.1, tender 210009, purchase and removal of 2 disused cottages at 97 Ann Street, Mitchell. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, just through you, can I ask what happened here?
Yes, that particular tender, that was not his intent.
Oh, he got it, oh, okay.
So, yeah, because, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, it looked like he was going to pay money just to pull something down.
That's right.
Might have been a Monday morning contract.
Mr Mayor, I'll move if you're,
Yep.
I'll move
No
that.
other questions? Yep.
I'll move the council rescind resolution number 0M-10.2020-52 stating that council accept the offer from Burke Industries for the purchase of both cottages, noting the tender value of $18,000 plus GST for a total value per cottage of $19,800. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into a contract for the sale and removal of the cottages with Burke Industries. The recommendation, the Council, 1, accept the offer from Forest Country Building for the purchase and removal of both cottages, noting the tendered value of $1,800 per cottage for a total value of $3,600. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into a contract for the sale and removal of the cottages with Forest Country Builders. Mr Mayor, if I could just ask a question, the figures of $1,800 and total of $3,600, do we have to mention GST, or is GST non-existent or not applicable?
It'd be plus GST.
Pretty cheap house.
The 18,000 was plus GST, so you would assume it's plus
I'm
GST.
assuming it's
Yeah,
plus
just
GST.
the resolution needs to be clear, that's all.
That's a good point, councillor Towler.
Yeah.
Director Sharon, the previous one did have plus GST.
The 18,000 had plus GST, so you'd think the 1,800 would have GST. Unless they stipulated including.
Maybe we need to lay it on the table.
Can we lay it on the,
See what's actually tendered.
lay it on the table till later in the meeting, Mr Mayor?
All those in favour? 9-0.
Mayor, can I just address one issue with the agenda here? Those other 2 rescission motions, they should have been included, I know, in number 8, and I know that this agenda had come out earlier as per, needing it 10 days in advance, but rescission motions should be dealt with up front in the agenda. That's why they're considerations and notice of motion. So I just wonder in the future when we do have rescission motions that they aren't bedded in, because inevitably they're going to be within a 5-day period, or they could be right up to that 5 days. So
Fair comment, councillor.
Okay, moving on.
64.
64. $84 or 64? 64. Thank you.
morning, Dana.
Morning, Dana.
Item 11.1, amendment to rates and charges rebate and concession policy. I've got a question on this one. So one of the issues is if someone is in a distress state and gets on to council and says, I haven't got any paperwork, but basically, will this policy have provision that we can, for instance, if they write to us, we can give them an interim reduction in rates, or could they do it with a stat dec or something like that? Till they, 12 months later, people trying to get on top of things and can go and find all the paperwork.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Usually we find though that there is always something happening with the estate when someone's deceased. So in this case, there was, we had one case recently where the solicitor was already involved, so we were able to get a letter from the solicitor. We're just trying to have council still do their due diligence to do the right thing to make sure the property is going to transfer to the intended person. So that's why we haven't just got statutory declaration or an affidavit in there as a proof. We need to have some sort of written evidence that it is going to actually transfer to the person. By will, like if we have a copy of a will, copy of a letter from the solicitor, court order, something of that sort.
So if council wished just to have a stat dec for the first 6 months or something, could council decide to do that if they wish to, have in their policy?
For the, I guess council can do what they like with for just the council concession.
Yeah.
It's
You know.
just, it's one of those things, if it doesn't transfer to the intended person,
Then they wouldn't,
that money.
yeah, but then they wouldn't get it next time because we'd give them a time frame to,
They would get it in the meantime.
yeah, in the one time, yeah, the one rates
So
notice.
that's, I guess, that council's discretion.
Yeah, well, I'd like to move that council consider the proposed amendments to the rates and charges rebate and concessions policy with the extra that for a 6-month period after a ratepayer's passing, that a stat dec from a loved one be accepted as evidence of a council concession to be applied. So basically, yeah, councillors, that would be, and obviously we would get a final, something final back as a policy, I would hope. So, and what that would mean, that if someone lost, you know, a partner, a relative, or someone where they're living in a house today, that they could ask for that for a 6-month period to give them grace to find. I understand the advice that we're receiving, but that's that would give some time for people to recover from the shock. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I agree with what you're trying to say there. From a loved one, I think could be a problem, but I might be wrong here, but some of these issues could arise, or probably more likely to arise, from Mr X or Mrs X has left their property to, they don't have any family, they've left it to, you know, somebody, the person of their, or of their choice, so they don't have any, just been involved in a bit of an estate recently as an executor, the loved ones hopped in and paid the bills until we got everything sorted. But so I think, you know.
So how would we, what's a better word then?
From an executor?
Well, we're probably from an executor or a legal.
Well, for instance, one case was there was a husband and wife, and the husband had passed away, and because it, in this case, is even worse because of COVID, because the courts are really slow. But the wife didn't have all the information. You know, like if you said to anyone, "Where's your will?" you have to go and find where the will is and all the rest of it. So it's a period of time. So it could be an executive, it could be a partner, someone that, in this case, the person was living in the house and couldn't afford paying the full rates. So this concession would have applied. Now, it was sorted out by the staff, but this is something I believe we need in the policy. So I'm happy to get some suggestions on executive or a partner.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just, and what I'm probably not very good at saying it, but if you just leave it for a loved one and you've got somebody that's got no family, no one else can do anything for him, because he's not, he mightn't have anyone that loves him.
It's a legal resolution.
Yeah.
Can I just ask the director to provide some advice?
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, could I just ask a question first, please?
Sure.
What happens if it's a pensioner? She lives alone because husband's already died, so she has a concession because she's a pensioner, and she dies and leaves her house to me. What happens then? Like, I'm not entitled to it.
If you're not a pensioner,
Yeah.
well, then you're not entitled.
No, that's right.
No.
That's right, that's right.
So what are we trying to do here?
Yeah, I'm confused what we're trying to do too.
Well, Councillor Taylor, for a start, you're not a pensioner, for instance, so it wouldn't apply to you, so you won't get anything.
No, so...
Number one, if you did try and apply for a pensioner discount, you would have to write a statutory declaration to say that you're a pensioner. And this is why a statutory declaration is a simple form someone can write out till they get their affairs sorted. So, and really it's all council would be doing if they pass this is giving grace of 6 months for them to get their affairs in order, right? Because, so it would be of no use to you if you ended up with the house, because you know, you wouldn't send a stat dec in to say you're a pensioner when you're not, if you know what I mean. So it really applies to, if you take it back to husband and wife, or two people in a relationship, and one dies and the other person doesn't have the funds to pay the rates outwards, like in full, that they could do a stat dec and say,
But they already get a concession, don't they? Because they're pensioners.
No, but once the person that has applied for the concession dies, then it stops.
But if the rates are in both names,
No, sometimes they're not, see.
Sometimes they're not.
okay.
But in those situations, the surviving
Partner.
provides their pensioner details,
Hmm.
and it gets, and we've outlined, we've recommended that the report, sorry, the policy be updated as what will be accepted as evidence that the property is transferring to them. We would apply that pensioner concession immediately.
Okay.
And that is the standard practice. I don't know of any issue with anyone ever not being able to supply it. The matter that Mayor Gold was referring to before, we contacted that person. She was able to provide information pretty much straight away, and it was resolved within a day, and that the pension concession, the council pension concession, was applied straight away. So it's a simple process. Actually, I think having to complete a statutory declaration and having it witnessed by a GP is an extra hoop that they would have to go through, when it's a simple process as providing their pensioner concession and the other documentation.
And that was why I was asking the director to comment, because from my observations of that, what was proposed is actually harder than what is embedded as the change in the item. That's what was causing the confusion.
So respectfully, we probably don't need anything except what the officer's recommendation is.
Which is easier than what is offered up there.
Well, actually, I disagree with that, and what we're talking about is an extra.
Can you just have a look at the
Is-
highlighted bit?
Yeah, is an extra point that if they feel more comfortable and the extra information about that situation, I received an upset phone call from the customer because they rang council, got the information, and it was sorted out in the end, but it wasn't sorted out in the beginning. And I believe this step is very important. So just to make it clear with the motion that I've moved is everything in the report will still be in there, or they have an option of filling out a stat deck if they can't comply with what's asked of them. So they have an extra step that it is a one-page stat deck if they're happy to. And when I spoke to the customer, because I'm familiar with stat decks that we use in council, the person involved was happy to do that. So I know that this would work, but if they have a solicit, if they have a will, if they have the other things, of course they won't need it. So it's not all or nothing. Councillor Hancock?
Mr Mayor, I'm just still a little bit confused about what we're doing. Is it a pensioner can prove they're a pensioner by a pension card? They have a pension card. So for me, what I'm hearing with this policy, it's actually not about proving that they're a pensioner, because that's easily done with the pension card. It's actually proving that the estate has been left to them. Am I correct with this? Is that what it is? Yeah, because it's about that proving about the estate that's going to be left to them, and then therefore then they provide their pensioner details to be able to get that. It's not just proving they're a pensioner.
No, it's both.
Yeah, right.
Councillor O'Neill.
So just,
You're right.
the addition that you've included in the resolution, in practice, if the house was in my wife's name and we were both pensioners, she died, I have two options based on what you're proposing. I either come down to council with, and the house was in her name, I come down to council with the rate notice and my pensioner card and show that I'm a pensioner too, or I get a stat deck and then say that I'm a pensioner and get a JP to sign it and then come to council and present that. So I've got two options based on what you're putting
Yeah,
forward.
this is an extra option. It's not taking any of what the officers are requesting to do.
Is that right? Like,
There's one point being missed, but.
what is it?
Through you, Mr. No, I think this is about the transfer more than, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Ownership,
thinking.
you've got to get, like, you can't, if the name is in your wife's name, councillor O'Neill, you wouldn't be able to do anything until the will went through.
Yeah, 6 months, probate 6 months. So should we throw this back to the staff? They've got a sense of what the discussion is and come back with another.
Well, that's what the staff.
If you have a look on page 66, down the bottom, we've recommended that the policy be updated to clarify that the following documentation will be accepted as evidence of the criteria. So, a
So-
copy of the will evidencing the beneficiary of the property, a copy of the land transfer documents, a court order, or written advice from the solicitor.
So, councillors, just to refresh, the mayor requested that we go away, do something and come back with a solution. That's what this has done to make it as simple as possible for the person. And that's how we've arrived at this point.
Yeah, true. And so what I've actually moved is an extra step, either all of those things, so if you can do any of them, or a statutory declaration, and I do know that sometimes, well, we'll do the debate when the debate's on. Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, can I just make a suggestion that you have included on page 66 the updating of the policy? Maybe there needs to be one more dot point that says attestation that is signed by a JP and provided. So it could be added into the bottom of page 66 as one of the
So
conditions.
what are they declaring at that? What are they signing for the JP?
Well, a JP simply
No,
endorses.
what
Well, they could be attesting to the fact that they are in a relationship, or they're the wife of, or a statutory declaration can be anything that a person wishes to put pen to paper.
No, but we need to be clear as to what is it that council wants the person to confirm. Is it that they are that they are of the belief that the property will transfer to them and that they are a pensioner? Is that what?
And yes.
Because it could be a statutory declaration that they confirm that the property is going to pass to someone else, but they're entitled to the remission in the interim. So we just need to understand what it is that statutory declaration is trying to achieve.
Okay, so for instance, in one situation that I'm aware of, it would have been that my partner has passed away.
Yep.
He paid the rates and got the concession. It is going through the courts. I cannot get any answers of when, but I expect that I will have it transferred and then I can claim my own blah,
Okay.
blah.
Yes. So it is that they are a pensioner that's confirmed with the card, and that they believe that the estate will pass to them in due course.
And I'm suggesting for a period of 6 months or something, because generally, and I've experienced this, that people are much coping better after, well, probably 12 months really, but definitely 6 months to be able to, I think if you ask most people, they wouldn't even know where the will would be, you know. So it would be an extra point, not taking away from those points, and that's what I'm wanting to move there.
So can we just reshape where it
Yep.
started, because it's a bit misleading
Just
at the
say
minute.
something for you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, sure.
So someone turns up with this form and says that they're entitled to this ongoing concession. That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, for a period of 6 months, so short term, Councillor Edwards.
So wouldn't a copy of the will have to be connected with that actual declaration?
Not when they, this is the whole point why I brought this also to council, is they're in a very distraught state and someone is giving them more grief in a way by asking them for all this paperwork. There's a lot of people don't even have solicitors. So what I'm saying, this is like a fuse, you know, till they get their issues in order.
But we don't, you know, we don't know, like no one knows who the beneficiaries are. No one knows who they are unless you see the will. So you've got to see the will to be able to you know, basically confirm that those people are entitled to give you a declaration anyway. So you can't have one without the other, that's what I'm saying.
And that, I guess, is where I'm trying to come from, councillor
You can't
Edwards.
have one without the other.
Yeah,
so-
but what do you do when, councillor Edwards, when they can't pay their rates and they're in a situation like that lady was, where she didn't believe she had any information?
Well,
So
there's got to be some sort of a reasonable, or some sort of reasonable reason. Like you've almost got to make a decision on it yourself as to whether they're legitimately going to become a beneficiary or they're going to actually receive the house. Like for example, you know, if it's a tenants in common, it goes through the will. If it's a joint tenancy, it goes to the surviving spouse automatically anyway. You're with me? There's different, you know, you can prove that it's going to go to this person purely by the way it's held. So you've got all those sort of situations as well.
councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, just following on from the comment made by councillor Edwards, if somebody is seeking this particular option that you're proposing, and then there's an appeal to the will or something, if you're seeking the 6 month basically grace of not having to pay the additional higher charge rate because of the inability to meet the concession criteria, I would think that you could give that grace in favour of 6 months. And then if the person is not eligible, they've done a stat dec saying that they believe that they're eligible and that they believe when the will gets located, or you know they're able to present it for probate, it will substantiate their claim. If it's not, wouldn't it be a simple matter of just then having unpaid rates or unpaid the difference between the concession and the normal payment, and they would just be billed in 6 months, or not them personally, it would just be the estate or the winding up of the will. So it's really just giving 6 months grace and favour until everything is sorted out.
Yeah, rather than getting involved in all this other business, is basically what
Councillor Hancock.
Guthrie said.
So I have a question. So take away the pensioner side of it. If it's my husband and I, and we're not pensioners, if we're going to look at this, we need to look at it for everyone. Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like to know what happens now. If the rate notice, we're not pensioners, take the pensioner out of it. The pensioner is easy to prove. If something, Lord forbid, happened to my husband and it was in his name, and yet I'm like, what do I do there? Like, why are we just giving grace to the pensioners when which means no disrespect, I understand there, but there could be people who are not in a financial position to still, like, how do we prove, what do we do there with council? Do I just pay the rates when they come in, or someone else just pays the rates? Is that what happens?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
But you've probably got
It's about the pension concession that we're talking about, though, see.
Yeah, but it's also about
Having the money.
but it's also about the actual proof that the house is going to be left to the spouse and not the daughter. Like, it's also about that, and I'm not being uncompassionate, Mr Mayor. I'm very compassionate, but we are a legal entity and we have to have this right legally.
Yeah, but this is to do with people that cannot afford to pay the bill. So generally, hopefully the husband and wife, they both have access to the same bank accounts, and in some way someone can pay the bill. These people, for instance, that I'm concerned about, don't have any capacity to pay. So if they don't get their pensioner concession, they don't get it. So all I'm saying is the stat dec we use on rates, we use it all the time for things. So stat dec would explain the reasons why, what the situation is, and as Councillor Edwards says, then obviously our staff would look at that and go, oh, they're probably going to get it anyway, so therefore we can give them the
Wouldn't that
concession.
come under our financial hardship part of the policy?
Well, if we put it in the policy, then the staff should be able to access it if they believe.
True, Mr Mayor, I understand what Councillor Hancock's saying, but if you're deceased, you can't make a application for hardship.
No, but
the remaining person is
but the
what
remaining
councillor
person-
Hancock's point is.
If that person's got some
Legal
legal entity to
Other
the
than that,
house,
they can't.
yeah. If
it's the same difference, whether they're pensioners or not.
Yeah, well, that's for anyone, but I mean.
Councillor O'Neill.
Just another question, so through the chair to you. The example that you're using that's triggered this, were they unable to provide their pensioner card to show that they were entitled to a pensioner discount on the rates?
Well, the trouble is, it was in someone else's name, so they had no rights
So
to...
their pensioner card wouldn't have been.
No, but the rates were in someone else's name, their husband's name.
I think in this particular
Right.
case, it was just that we weren't provided with all information up front to understand what the issue was.
That is correct.
Yeah. So had we known all of the information, it wouldn't have been a problem.
I suppose the thing that's confusing to me, like, the rate notice comes to home, right? For me, well, I'll share with everyone, it's in my name, right? Lainey opens the mail,
Yeah.
Pays the bill.
she pays the bill.
No, but you've lost...
I don't
But
understand.
you've lost your concession.
Mr Mayor, I can answer that because I had the same problem with Telstra. My Telstra bill, the bill that I pay every quarter is in my husband's name. When I ring to query, they say, "Are you?" And they say, "I'm sorry, we can't talk to you." So it's about legal.
It's not querying, it's about, I could take that bill into, let's say flip it, it's in...
Oh, yeah.
I take it into the post office or wherever,
Yeah.
and I go, can I pay this? Yep, here's my card, I pay it. I don't
No,
understand.
no, because you've lost your concession because you died.
But how does council know that if the will hasn't been...
They know, so...
We do checks. We apply, because we have an agreement with the Department of Concessions.
Right.
We have to do a check before every rating period just to see who is entitled to concession and who's not. So it comes up on our...
So who notifies them that someone has passed? Is that a family member that has to tell?
I'm not sure.
I think
It
it's
comes up as just a
through the death certificate, I think.
Death certificate,
I think
okay,
my
right.
understanding, yeah, from the...
Councillor
I
Edwards.
just see the difference here as being the stat deck, right? So the
Yeah,
stat
that's
deck is
good,
what
yeah.
you're trying to do. But wouldn't you just say with an extra 6-month period after taxpayers passing the stat deck, subject to, just subject to the appropriate, whatever checks and balances, or, that'd be left up to the council to do. Can we just put that in there and say subject to the council staff, looking into it or something?
Well,
But
it'd
just
be
make
on
it just make
page
it an option.
66, it's all these options, and I'm putting a stat deck as one as
Yeah,
well.
but without getting into the whys and wherefores of, beneficiaries and trusts and goodness knows what else and estates, wouldn't you just put subject to an appropriate search being done or something, or an appropriate?
Mr Mayor, a stat deck is a legal document that can be upheld. I'm a JP. When you stamp it, you're not stamping to attest to the accuracy of what you've actually... You're stamping to attest to the signature and that it's been done in a due process. And you can get onto the website. There are JPs in every town that are listed.
Sorry, and not debate, because one of our officers is also...
But I'm just saying...
But we're just wanting to understand as officers what declaration do you need? Is the declaration that the person believes that they are both entitled to
Yes.
a pensioner
Yep.
and that
A certified declaration of entitlement.
and that they believe that the property
Belief of
will pass
entitlement.
to them in due
And
course.
the council do.
And then if we've got that,
So, okay, so then we do a due diligence
Yep.
checks to see if they do have a pension card.
But
So they don't have to provide it, but
No.
then they don't have to provide it.
They don't have to provide it at that particular point. If they're putting a statutory declaration in, and you've got this period of time, it will be then forwarded in the fullness of time.
But isn't the stat deck to say that they're going to get the property,
Yeah,
whereas
They
they
believe
need
that
that,
they believe they're
but
going
they
to get
still
it.
have to produce their
No, but
pension
they-
card to say they get the
No, that they
concession.
believe that they're entitled
They
to a
believe they're
pension, a
entitled.
discount, that's the thing.
through you, Mr Mayor, I still believe, I don't know anything about this particular case that's been raised, but I'm thinking that it's more because when hubby died, he had control of the chequebook. Mrs hasn't got anything, I might be wrong, so until it's all cleared up, she can't get his money, she's lost, and the pension's, no, I'm just, that's what,
No, it's...
That
no,
can
they-
happen.
that
what
can
you're
happen,
saying.
that's what I'm thinking.
Councillor McMullen, no, some people rely on the pensioner concession
Yeah,
from council to afford the rates. So when he had the concession, he passed away. So then
Yeah.
this is a way, of course, they might say, oh, get on to, we've got one of these or whatever, do it. But all I'm saying, in this case, that would have been enormously advantageous, and maybe then the officers, I understand they didn't get all the information, But this would just, and I'm concerned for the well-being of the pensioners involved, losing someone right at that time. And this would be a very caring thing if council, but anyway, let's get on with it. So,
One more
Yeah.
question. So it's not reflected up there now, but what I'm hearing from you, it's a stat deck from the individual.
yes,
It's not a stat deck from a loved one, an executor, or a partner. It's from the individual who's seeking to the concession. That's
Yeah.
right. So then that just sort of,
Yeah, I think we just need to update what's there, which is 5.2. Councillor O'Neill, can I make that suggestion?
5.2.
An addition.
5.2.
oh, in the actual policy.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Add one other thing.
So this is as simple as just adding
A dot point.
a dot point under those 4 different options on page 66, that they provide a stacked deck.
Keep going.
To the,
Yeah.
in relation to,
A statutory declaration confirming their belief that they are both a pensioner, they're eligible for the pensioner.
That's
No,
it.
no, that they, one, are a pensioner and that they will be entitled to a concession in due course.
Well,
What
I
about
think
the
they're
state?
already a
We need to do
pensioner,
the
but
state.
it's actually about that they believe that the transfer, the house will
Well, so
come
that-
to me.
So, okay, Kel, confirming their belief that the property will be transferred to them once the estate is finalised.
And they will be entitled then obviously to their pensioner discount because they've got a pensioner card if.
I believe.
so the way we're suggesting it reads is they provide their pensioner details,
Yep.
and there'll be one of 5 options, either a copy of the will, a copy of the land transfer documents, a court order, written advice from the solicitor, or a stat deck.
Yeah, that's correct.
Um,
And
so
that's the proof that you're after about the estate.
provided that, so he or she is an approved and eligible pensioner at the time of his or her death. See, that it's already got it there. The title has or will be recorded with the surviving spouse as the registered owner, and council is satisfied that the transmission of title occurs within a reasonable period of time. So
What we're suggesting is that we include the following criteria.
Yeah, I'm happy with the report with that one piece added to it.
Should be confirming their belief or declaring stat declaration.
Well, it is a declaration.
So I just wonder if it should be declaring.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
No, you didn't.
statutory declaration of their belief that the property.
So councillor Edwards seconded that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Oh, I just have a question, Mr Mayor, I'm sorry. Sorry, it's not a question, it's a statement. Oh no, go to the vote. We'll have to do a statement of reason because it is actually against the officer's recommendation.
Sure, no problem. Well, I might actually, now thinking about it, I might speak to it. Councillors, if this is supported, I believe this is a wonderful thing. Sometimes the smaller issues in council can be the most rewarding for the people of the Maranoa. And I'm extremely concerned about people that have lost a loved one and their health and their outlook, and having to deal with extra paperwork or organise things that may normally be quite reasonable is a really, really tough time in people's lives. So if this amendment and changes have been put in place, I believe it makes Maranoa Regional Council easier to deal with in a time of loss and supports the well-being of the surviving people in relationships in our community. No one else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, so, yeah, I'm happy to give a,
The vote was what?
sorry, 9-0. There was no one against, was there? No. So, 9-0. That's the way I saw it. Yeah, I'm happy to give reasons that this enhances the ability to give compassion to people struggling in the community, including in times of COVID as well. Not limited to, but in times of COVID. As there is large delays in the courts at the moment. Okay, anybody else want to say anything? If not, we'll move on.
Mayor, I think it's,
Yeah, please go ahead.
no, I think
Tucker time.
Oh, tucker time, yep. Okay, we'll break at 10:47, back in half an hour. So what's the next,
I'm sitting down here, right?
what's the
84?
next page? 84, is it? Thank you.
Sophie's council news.
Item 11.2, we'll keep going, I should say. Item 11.2, Council News, December edition. Any questions on this one, councillors?
Councillors,
Please. Go ahead, Councillor Hancock.
yes, it does look good, thanks, Sophie. But I'm just wondering, on page 3, will we say, we wish you a Merry Christmas and New Year? Because happy seems very American. Like we normally.
Or Happy Christmas.
I always thought it was, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
That we do.
I'll change that.
They're right there, brother, in the
Oh, that
green.
thing.
Councillors, I just suggested to Soph as well that we had the item earlier in the meeting about the visitor information centres. So we've got some space there that it would be good to include.
Oh, add it into this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Australia Day
Yeah.
things, Australia Day changes.
I'd rather Merry Christmas too.
They're still evolving.
They're still moving
Oh, no.
east.
Yeah, they won't go on this one.
But Australia Day will, they will do their flyers for that as well.
I just wonder, and so if this is great, and it, you know, all the things are newsworthy. We do have a story coming up today that's about the Christmas hampers that we're doing something on.
Yes.
So wouldn't that story be ideal to be in the Christmas month edition of the Council News?
Yes, the only thing is that it's still underway. We don't have a final tally or anything like that. And this has to go to print tomorrow. Again, if you just want to put the photo in somewhere, I can find room and just a little.
I just think it's important to promote
something
that's relevant to Christmas in December, and we've got something coming up and we're going to miss it otherwise.
Just through Mr. Mayor, what Soph's saying, it doesn't,
Already up there when I drove.
the hamper donation, but it finishes Friday, does it? Was it Friday?
It finished Monday.
Oh, it did finish Monday, okay.
But equally, it's that plus the My Maranoa Christmas initiative that I won't talk about because people have got conflicts in here, that is also a really big thing.
Maybe that could be shrunk.
Oh, I like that page.
But it is prime real estate, and then it might be nice to promote the hamper.
And I don't want to, because I know people have got conflict, but we need to include that initiative that we've signed off on.
Probably all Christmas activities.
In the council news.
Because you could easily get a photo of them packing a hamper or something, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Like, it wouldn't be hard.
And I know just talking on our trip yesterday over the hub, Janae was saying that I think it's St John's are the people that are helping this year put the hampers to, I mean, that's a good news story that the community should know about.
When you say numbers, do you mean how many hampers are being done, or?
Yes.
They did mention 210 yesterday.
Yeah, I think,
Oh, they had.
Yeah.
because
You
it's
just want a
closed now.
large number of hampers, you don't have to put a number, do you?
Record them in.
Yep.
Because if you didn't have the number, that's it. Righto, so does anyone want to move on this one? Okay, councillor Taylor, 11.2, Council News, December edition.
I move that council note and approve the Council News December 2020 edition for print, subject to final proofing. Do you want to mention the other things?
No, I think that's going to come back now, isn't it? Or do we need to include it in here to capture?
Oh, if we just put noting the inclusion of those dot points,
Noting the inclusion of the dot points.
those three, which
Or the
is
giving suggestions or something. Yep.
the updating.
As in page 3? Do you want me to?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
update.
page 3, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Information centres included as per earlier resolution, and include something surrounding the Christmas hampers and My Maranoa Christmas initiative.
Yep.
So is the seconder happy with that?
Very happy, thank you.
Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 87. (11.3) Request to use Roma Salyard's Canteen Dining Area, Australian Camp Draft Association Incorporated. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I have some questions. There's no fees and charges. Is this in the fees and charges? Because it says they are asked, inquired about hiring the meeting room. So, in light of some fairly discussions in the last term, it was made pretty clear that council didn't intend to compete against, this facility wasn't to compete against local businesses, so I believe to offer it for free, we are, if that's the intention, we are actually competing against local business. Well, competing is the word, maybe not the right word.
It's in competition with them.
In competition, yeah, well,
I think you'd find it hard for any business to be open those hours that would be competing.
So, I have a question. With Cafe 54 having the lease there,
Yeah, no, it's
It's confirmed that they
Well, sorry, I didn't hear his question.
you know, like with Cafe 54, do they mind? Because they'll have to, get all their gear and
They're doing
in the
it.
kitchen.
They're doing the catering.
they're doing the
Oh,
catering.
they're doing the catering.
In the report, it
okay.
says that
They've
they're doing
agreed
the
to
catering.
do that.
They're doing them.
Okay.
Sri, did you want to speak, Mr.
No,
Chair?
not yet.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to point out that there are plenty of places in town that would cater for this.
Righto. Do you have any questions for the officers? Yeah.
Mr Mayor, the meeting room at the Salyards is similar to the community hub, the community can book it. This request is to use that dining area and Cafe 54 are going to cater.
But once again, through Mr totally against what we were told last term, that we would not be putting this facility up for anyone to compete in competition with any other private business.
Councillor.
Salyard stuff only, sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, from what I read in the report, Director Sharon, It's that they would have normally wanted to use the boardroom, but because of, so that is horrible normally. Yeah, so they normally want to use the boardroom and have Cafe 54 cater. And this request is because of COVID restrictions, they actually can't fit in the boardroom, and so that's why they might be needing to use the other space.
Through you, Mayor, they wouldn't have fitted in there anyway. Because they, you know, from what I understand, it's for 30 people. You're not going to fit comfortably 30 people around the board table that's in that meeting room now anyway.
Not in a boardroom setting.
But I thought, if you're allowing a bit of a discussion here, Mayor, to Councillor McMullen, yeah, I do remember discussions that we had here, but it was, if anyone approached council to use any aspect of that facility, it was to come back to council for us to make the decision. So that's what we're doing today.
And this is a not-for-profit, like it wouldn't be a commercial entity, would it?
It is a not-for-profit,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
It's a community, probably not-for-profit is the wrong thing, but a community organisation. It's not that someone's hiring it for a wedding or something to that
It's
effect.
through you, Mr. Mayor. Madam CEO, yeah, it's an INC, so this is the Camp Drafting Association Incorporated, so they're non-for-profit, absolutely.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, and to Councillor McMullen's comment, I remember that too, and I think that was probably, I sort of took it more about when we're going to have extended hours out there operating the facility.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can distinctly remember being told by the officers that this would not be used for anything other than sale yards related functions. The intention was not to, was to use it for only sale yards and related functions or sale, anyway.
Okay, well, yeah. But of course, this council's got an opportunity to work out what it wants to do as well by this. So item 11.3, I don't know whether I've mentioned it. Request to use Roma Sayers Canteen Dining Area, Australian Camp Draft Association Incorporated. Well, I'll move that council endorse Australian Camp Drafting Association Incorporated the use of the Roma Sayers Canteen dining area for the following days and times. 1, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday 16th of January 2021 and 7 a.m. To 5 p.m. Sunday 17th of January 2021. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Edwards, any opposition?
Just sorry, Mr. Mayor, it does say in their letter they mightn't use Cafe 54 in their letters. That's since been changed. They might get stuff dropped off.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Berger, Cafe 54 have the...
Yeah, I understand that, but this is their letter.
Just on page 88, Councillor Berger.
Yeah, no, I understand all that. Oh, you mean they've got it there? Yeah, they confirmed it, so that's since the letter, obviously. After speaking, yeah.
Yes, correct. They confirmed that. They sent the letter and then they inquired about using other caterers and we prompted them towards Cafe 54.
Thank you.
I wonder, Mayor, in light of that, would you include in your resolution and council note that Cafe 54 will be engaged as the caterers for this, I don't want to say event, function?
Event. I think.
I'm happy
meeting,
to...
actually.
It's their meeting, it's a board meeting.
Yeah,
It's a meeting,
That'd probably be better, yeah.
Meeting, yeah.
Is the seconder happy with that?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're just noting in there that rather than a council looking like this council saying that Cafe 54, or noting that the Australian Camp Draft Association
Have engaged.
have indicated the use of Cafe 54 as caterers.
Well,
Yeah.
they confirm that Cafe 54, who has the exclusive rights to cater for the facility, because it's not even council for this particular matter imposing a particular business. It's they've got that right already. It's not a new thing.
We're not favoured, yes.
Yeah, so it just doesn't appear that we're.
Yeah, I suppose that's,
Not for this meeting, Cal, it's just to cater at this facility.
I don't think that's correct.
No, that's not true, you can't say that.
Kitchen, that's what I was just gonna
That's-
raise, yeah, I mean, you can take a bucket of Kentucky out there and sit there and eat it if you want. Well,
Yeah, well, you could,
Rights to the kitchen
Good
and then take out.
advertising,
And it's really not us noting because we already know that, but if we
Further,
just
the
say
council acknowledged the Cafe 50, well, we need,
that it be, further that it be noted that, the Australian Camp Draft Association will be using, Cafe 54 as they have exclusive rights to the kitchen at the facility. Exclusive rights to the kitchen at this facility. We'll be using Cafe 54 to cater. Or for catering, maybe.
Catering, noting that they have exclusive rights.
Yeah, we've already got the noting, yeah. For catering as they have, yeah, perfect.
Right, as a seconder, happy with that?
Thanks. Ken?
Yeah, I was just, Mr Mayor, I was just wondering sort of why, so we've got to say it's okay because they're going to be using every other part of the sale yards as well, is that correct?
the
Well,
dining.
just the buildings and
And
You
the
know.
buildings, et cetera?
well, it's obviously
Yeah,
the table, like the restaurant area, if you know what I mean. It sounds like they're going to be using that, and that's separate to the actual kitchen, even though it's really the same, but it's sort of
Like a
separate
hall
area.
agreement.
so they probably could have gone to Cafe 54 and asked them for entry to the place anyway, couldn't they? Because they've got
No.
exclusive
No.
rights.
It's a separate, the
Okay.
eating area is sort of a separate thing, but it's really
You hire a
one.
hall, you hire the kitchen or the.
That's-
Right.
It's pretty, in the resolution, the previous resolution clearly stated that they had exclusive rights to the kitchen, and that,
What's in their agreement?
yeah, and that's
That
why,
was what we tended for.
why the shutter was put up so that it could be isolated for no one else to jump the fence and jump the
Okay,
counter.
yeah, so they still got to ask, they still have to ask council, yep, so I'm happy with that.
Okay, does anyone want to speak? Councillor Ladbrokes?
Yes. I just think, that could start a precedent because, every time that a
Well,
non-profit.
Councillor Ladbrokes, we should just wait to the debate, and
Okay.
then we'll talk to it and you can give your
Okay.
views. Okay, does anyone against the motion? Okay, well, I'll start the debate. Council, why I'm going to be supporting this motion is I do believe that whether we had the old canteen or whether we have the new canteen, that people sometimes want to be around the largest sale yards in Australia. And it's an interesting venue to have an event at. And as we had one there yesterday, and there's been ones at other times, and we even now have a tourist facility out there, there is opportunities where people want to be. And I don't think this would be any different if it was asked from the old canteen, whether they wanted to have their 30 people in there. They could have been accommodated, but obviously that's been removed and we've got the new canteen. So I believe that this is common sense. There doesn't seem to be any angst from anyone about use, and they're using the canteen operator, so I don't see that there's any problems anywhere. And if we didn't vote for this, it meant we wouldn't allow anybody to be out there unless it was a sale yards actual auction day. So that's why I'll be supporting the motion. Now, Councillor Ladbroke, would you like to speak against the motion?
Speak against it. I just think if we're starting a precedent, because we let a non-for-profit organisation go out there. You could say Lions, Rotary, all them can go out there and get a free area because we've given it to the campdraft. You know, and you're going to take a lot of money from businesses in town. So all these non-profit organisations could go out there and we can't charge them anything. That's just the way I look at it. And there's a lot of businesses and a lot of function rooms in Rome. That's the way I look at it. Thank you. Okay,
would anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
I'm supportive of this because there have already been other meetings of other organisations that have been held at the sale yards in the boardroom. It's just that this particular organisation have too many people to fit in that particular boardroom and have still sought to use the sale yards facility. So for argument's sake, if they were able to fit in the other room, it wouldn't have come here. They would have engaged, I assume, Cafe 54 potentially to cater for them, and we'd be none the wiser. I think this is a good fit. It is supporting a local business because Cafe 54 are getting the business of catering this particular meeting, and they could have, if they chose, to hire the Ernest Brock room and then sought a fee waiver from council on the hire of the Ernest Brock room, or in fact, if they are a not-for-profit, if they do have not-for-profit status, they in fact would have had it for free. So I think this is important that we've got an organisation that is supporting a lessee of council, being Cafe 54, and they're using what has been a fantastic investment into our town.
Would anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I believe whether they be a non-for-profit organisation or a normal business, we should not be supporting the use of the sale yards for anything other than sale yards facilities, other than anything to do with the sale yards, anything to do with the sales of sale yards.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Guthrie.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say that on a Saturday and a Sunday in early January, that it will have no, I believe, effect on the operations of the sale yards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So to me, to have a organisation that's a local organisation make use of council facilities is actually a positive thing.
Okay, would anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Does anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Or speak at all? Okay, well, I'll sum up then. Yeah, I understand the points, and I understand all councillors' point of view on this and respect that. But I also look at the big rig situation where we have a facility there that people can book for functions that are not necessarily connected to tourism. And that is able to be used by anyone and booked. And generally that may go to the local cafe licensee or person for that area. So in that area, that could be of benefit instead of other areas. So I believe sometimes people are looking for locations. I do believe we will control the amount of this that happens because it comes to the council table. But we do have to realise we do have the largest sale yards in Australia, and it is a place that sometimes people want to hold things at, which has its own notoriety, so that's why I'll be supporting the motion. Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 7-2 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on. Page 92, thank you. Investment register as at 31st of October 2020. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that the investment report as at 31st October 2020 be received and noted.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.5, Roma Yards approval to cease store and prime sales 2020. Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that council approve the last sale of 2020 be the store sale scheduled for Tuesday the 15th of December 2020, with sales recommencing with a store sale on Tuesday the 12th of January 2021.
Okay, and do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to this? Does anyone wish to speak to this? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 11.6, policy review, rate recovery. Okay, Councillor Hancock.
Mr Mayor, I would like to declare a conflict of interest.
Sure.
I, Councillor Joanne Hancock, inform the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest on item 11.6, policy review, rate review, due to the postage aspect of the report and my relationship with Surat Post and News Proprietary Limited. My relationship with the entity is my husband Graham Hancock and my parents Paul and Rachel Paravicini own the entity. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will now leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted on.
Okay. Okay, good morning, how are we going? With this, what's changed compared to this policy, compared to what we've had in the past, please?
I brought this one back just to ask you to approve it so that we can get moving forward with the first reminders and second reminder letters, if you approve for the second reminders to go ahead. Just while I still am working on the extra additions that you wanted for the sale of land processes, there is a bit of work involved once we get the legal advice back, so it's just, I'm still working on that and everything else that with rates happening at the moment. So I've just asked that we bring this back so we can approve just that small change of the second reminder, so I can move forward with that part before we get to sale of land.
So can you just explain just roughly what, well, just simply what the procedure would be if this is approved?
So the procedure will be between 2 to 3 weeks after the rates are due, we send out our first reminder letter, just a nice friendly reminder saying the rates were due on such and such a date, please contact council and so forth, giving them 14 days to contact us. So once that 14 days is up, within the next week, we will then go to that second reminder. That second reminder, the first reminder letter is anyone over $100 still owing. The second reminder will be, we're looking at going to that $750 mark. So anyone that's still over that $750, and it will be the domestic tract letter, so that we have record that it has been delivered to their address. And then the next process after that would be the external debt recovery process, which goes to our recoveries agents, and then that's when they would issue a demand letter. So that again will be, it will be 14 days after the second reminder. So another week after that, by the time we get the data to them and they post that. That's the only change, yes.
So, councillors, on page 128, the paragraph at the top of the page, that is what has been included or updated in the policy. And that talks about the second reminder letter and the domestic tracking. So that's what's been changed or added. Yes.
Resolve to extend that paragraph where it,
At the top.
oh, up the top.
After
Okay.
after
Issue
14
a
days.
second
Yeah.
reminder notice.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move that council adopt the rate recovery policy as presented. Recommence external debt recovery in line with council's rate recovery policy. And 3, bring a report with amendments to the sale of land section to the rate recovery policy to a later meeting. The only change that I'd like to make is instead of it being 14 days after the domestic tract letter, or whatever it's called, that it would be 30 days. To allow 30 days, which is a standard time on which them, to, I believe, to get it and then deal with it if they've never seen it before. And can I ask, in that letter, would we be advising them of the amount of money if it's not being paid? You know, the $600 and something or whatever that they end up with. Are we telling them that the next step is that amount of money?
So that amount goes on the demand letter from our recoveries agents.
Yeah.
So that is the letter from them before it gets to that stage. So basically you've got your first reminder, your second reminder, the demand letter.
And there's no charge if they
No
pay.
charges for any of those 3 letters. And then the next stage after that, which will be another report will be brought back to council for you to advise that we can go forward. So that one will be at the January meeting. To go forward in February into the legal side of the debt recovery.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so Katie, that's a lot of time, isn't it, before that 14 days?
I think 30 days is too much. I think what's in here is quite sufficient, personally.
Well, when they're going to end up, like, yeah, anyway, let's test it and see if it's got support.
Just asking a question, sorry.
Yeah.
You go, Madam Chair.
Sorry if I missed this, but with that second reminder, that there was not a cost to that,
Sorry, the cost will only be the cost of the domestic tracking letter.
how much would it be?
Sorry, I haven't got this one. It was about $2.95 per letter.
Is it worth just sending a second reminder to everyone, because then it'll just pick up anyone who might have missed it the first time? Maybe that we set that $750 limit for the next stage, but not that reminder phase, because if we can do that relatively inexpensively, and it also is beneficial to the ratepayer too, because they have the ability to get on top of it while the debt is small.
Yes.
And then so it's another opportunity for them to say, oh, I missed the first one, I'll sort it the second one.
That is another reason why we recommend 14 days after the second reminder, because if we leave it till 30, by then we're getting into the time when the next lot of rates are coming out. And that's when it starts, everything's going on top of each other. So if it's really succinct, the sooner they come to us and get on a payment plan or something like that, the better. The earlier the better. The longer it goes on, the more it runs into the next rating period, and then it becomes more and more difficult.
Yeah, the half year, it goes really quickly.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Neill.
So through you, Chair. We've discussed all of this previously, have we not already made a decision on the timeframes?
No.
Not in this term?
It's been hanging.
It's been hanging
Made,
because
through, I think we made the suggestion, but it's never been ratified, is that correct? Well, there was a lot of things thrown
well,
about.
we brought it back to council and then we were asked to lay it on the table to look into the sale of land process.
Oh, okay.
And that's going to take a little while to work through. So that's why we brought it back, because we want to start doing the second reminder letters. But we can't do it until the policy's changed. Yes.
It's, it's hanging in midair at the moment.
Like that cat, coming back.
Councillor Guthrie.
So through you, Mr Mayor, can I just check with you, Katie? So really, by the time the actual rates are due, until you get to the letter of demand, it's well, maybe 2 months or so. By the time you've got 14 days and then you've got your processing time to get the letter generated and add another 14 days from the receipt, so well after 2 months.
So before we even get to that demand letter with recoveries, it's going to be at least 6 weeks after rates are due. So obviously at this time of year too, we look at not sending things out too close to Christmas as well, so that pushes it through. So with the time frame of what I'm looking at, if this gets approved today, is first reminders will go out tomorrow, hoping the second reminders to go out in the middle of December, and then we would then go in the middle of, so from anywhere from the 11th of January, that first week, for that week, sorry, we will send out the demand letters from recoveries and reconciliation, and then after that, it's another 14 days before I then go through the process. I also have to get council to approve for me to go through to the statement of liquidated claims. So I'm hoping to have a report to you for that first meeting in January to move forward to do those statement of claims early February.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So, councillors, could I offer the suggestion about with the second reminder letter that have, in respect of assessments that have an outstanding balance, and then just take out the words above the recovery action trigger. And then that way everyone gets the benefit of that reminder.
Do you want to put a minimum button in case it's $10 and someone says council sending out stuff, or do you?
Mr Mayor, I think, through you, Mr Mayor, I think $100 is the limit, Mr Mayor.
Well,
Minimum is a minimum. Send out. So anything under 100, we don't usually send a letter out.
Recovery trigger.
for the first reminder.
okay, it's up.
Unless we add of $100.
Yeah.
Balance above the recovery action is
$100, yeah.
So, Kel, number 4, what actually I want to move, if it's supported, is instead of 14 days to allow people to deal with the domestic track, so it's not changing its issue date, it's before that goes to recoveries. So it's actually pushing back the recoveries 2 weeks to allow them 30 days to get the domestic tracking letter and deal with it if they
Yeah, I think
wish.
that's probably getting a bit muddy now, because what that actually means.
So basically, the domestic tracking timeframe as per the report wouldn't change. It's when it goes to recoveries for the first letter. So probably need to change that from domestic tracking to rates and recoveries, is it? Or what's their names?
Just the debt recovery.
Debt recovery.
Contracted debt recovery.
Yeah, debt recovery contractor first letter. So that means that the domestic tracking letter would go out 30 days. If there has been no payment, it goes to the debt recovery contractor for the first letter to be issued.
I think, Mr Mayor, rather than adding extra words, that's the flow chart. So we need to actually update the policy, not.
Or it's just you've got to put in point form for the resolution, don't we?
But the whole policy will be what council is adopting, so that's why we need to show what we're actually changing in the.
So what's wrong
So-
with that?
so-
Instead
so-
of 14 days,
Reminder letter, council, 30 days. That's what essentially.
yeah.
Yeah, so this one here, Mr Mayor. So we've got on page 135, we've got 1, 2, 3 boxes after the third box.
Yeah, after that, that one's 30 days, which is an extra 14 days.
Do you need to elaborate on that, or is there an issue with that? That's effectively what we're saying, isn't it?
Correct.
Is that the 1, 2, third box down, underneath the third box is 30 days instead of 14 days?
Correct. I was just going to suggest point 4 is,
So-
diagram 1, second reminder letter, council,
Sorry, Cal,
30 days.
we can't have point 1 being adopt the rates recovery policy as presented, because we're not adopting it as presented. So we have to amend the policy so that it's clear what council is resolving with the following amendment. Yeah. Diagram 1. To allow.
So can I make a suggestion?
Yep.
Mayor, 1, whatever it is that you want, right? Test that first. If that fails, then go to the others.
Yep, happy with that. So we got the wording.
So through Mr Mayor, Katie, so before when the Mayor first said it was going to be an extra 30 days, now it's just 14 days extra. Does that make a big difference, or?
Well, 16 days.
It won't this period, because with Christmas, we've extended it out longer anyway, because really, if I send second reminder letters on the 15th of December, we'd be looking at between the 29th and start of January, so we've pushed it out that couple of weeks.
So they're getting it anyway.
So when I'm looking at sort of rough dates for next period, it will push out, depending on the exact dates, but roughly we will be sending those demand letters from recoveries at the end of June. So we're then going to push over into
Next
the legal
financial.
side
I'm
of
worried
things.
about varying. If this is the policy, we need to reflect that in the policy if there is some latitude. Because once council adopts these dates, this is what we have to comply with. There is no discretion. So if council is happy for some discretion either way, or that these are minimum dates, maybe is probably a better way of doing it. That if something happens, like a Christmas or New Year period, and we do have to provide a bit extra, that's fine. But I would be very uncomfortable council adopting one thing and then us doing another.
That's true, Mr. Effectively, what you're saying, Madam CEO, that as it stands is already adopted, and that should go out on the 15th, whatever the date was.
Exactly
without
right.
leaving it, just don't
Yeah.
leave it till.
Yeah, so day 15, hail, rain, snow or shine, it would have to go out that day. So
Sorry, just so I'm clear, this is already adopted.
That's correct.
Well, that's what I asked before. I thought we had been through all of the time
But see, it
frames.
says
Rate
council
recovery.
resolution down
No,
there.
no,
under
no.
that required.
Please go ahead.
The debt recovery policy that is currently adopted doesn't have the second reminder.
Oh, the second
Oh,
one.
That's
Oh,
the
I
first
see.
reminder.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So in actual fact, that's not in yet anyway.
no, that's what we're trying to resolve it.
Yeah, I realise that, but so whether we change it now if we're going to change it,
Now's the time.
time to do it. That's right, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if council is happy for it to be a bit longer in some cases, we'll use the word minimum those days. And then if it happens to be more, then that's fine, long as the team can manage within their workload demands.
And just, if I can comment, what would be cleaner, Mayor, is if you saw a mover and a seconder for the original resolution, and then you moved an amendment. And now it's too late now, I think we've got, but when these things come up and people want something changed, there may be people in the room that want what's there. If you move the amendment, then that's tested on the side, and if it gets up, great, it becomes the resolution, off we go, and if it doesn't, then we keep going.
Yeah, this one's just particularly difficult to get some wording.
Well, it's difficult when you move it from where you are, if you want to, because you want to change the substantive resolution.
Oh, well, not just really extra time, but anyway, so we've got a wording that's legal CEO that we've got for that.
See, it is compounded a little bit, Councillor O'Neill, because I think from the discussion, we'll actually change what we're proposing for council to consider.
Exactly what you've said, because, sorry.
Yeah. I think if we focus on diagram 1 for the moment, that we add the words minimum.
I've just asked, can we change it to 28 days rather than 30?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, yep.
So again, it's a minimum of 28 days.
I'm hoping, councillors, that this will be a major step forward, having the domestic tracking letter, that for the genuine people that do want to pay their rates. So giving them 30 days, I believe is...
Well, with all due respect, Mayor, we need a resolution, you need a seconder, and then we need to debate that.
Sure.
Yeah, and maybe we actually don't look at the policy at the moment in its entirety, because it's probably going to be valuable if the team goes away and then just updates the policy before we come back, and it can happen during the meeting, but it's just one of those things that I think a little bit, half an hour time to think about it, make sure we get everything right. So could we just test that we have in principle support? I think this is what you're trying to achieve, Mr. Mayor, that in respect of diagram 1, is that in principle support be provided for the day references to be minimum timeframes, and that after the second reminder letter, that it be a minimum of 28 days in lieu of the 14 days. And then you're just giving us some guidance, in principle support one way or the other,
Yep, sure.
to enable the team to go back and update the document. So it's not even amendments, Cal, at the moment. It's just that council provide, for the purposes of the next draft of for the policy, that council provide its in principle support to add the words, and then what you've got there, minimum in front of each days, and that it be a minimum of 28, as you've got there, Cal, the rest bit.
Right, well, I'm happy to move that.
Wait, can we just, Mr. Mayor, wait till Kel's finished?
Sure.
I think, wait till she's still working on it. My question is, CEO, I think you are suggesting the minimums in every.
Yeah, I think
not
that
just the 28-day one, in everything.
Yeah, so for the purpose of the next draft of diagram 1, the purpose of next draft of diagram 1, that council provide its in principle support to the inclusion of the words minimum
This might not necessarily happen either.
in front of each reference to days.
I think in the policy you've got to be.
And also change the time frame after the second reminder letter to a minimum of 28 days. Now, that's certainly not our recommendation. Our recommendation would be to stick with the 14 days. However, this is, I think, what the Mayor's intent is to test. And then we can, whether that gets up, then we'll have some guidance to do that or not.
Councillor Burkett was first and then Councillor Guthrie.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. So before, if you went minimum 14 days, what would be the maximum? What would you stretch that out? I'm just with this minimum max.
So usually it's within the next week after that 14 days has expired.
So potentially another 7 days on.
Yeah. But
So it's
by the
nearly a
time
happy
we-
medium.
It's nearly 21.
It's
No, no,
pretty close, isn't it?
14 to
Through,
21.
through you, Mr Mayor, though, and no disrespect to anyone, if you make it 28 days, there'll still, whether it be 14, 28 or 56, there'll always be an extra few days to get everything done.
Discretion.
So
Yeah.
that's discretion, yeah.
Yeah.
Over and above the whether, as I said, it could be 56 days, but.
Yeah, we
still-
don't want to get to day 14 and go, we've not complied with the
Yeah.
policy
No.
because we didn't get it out after 14 days.
Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, my question was going to be to Katie, just, or to clarify, who is the discretionary agent? I'm assuming it would, Katie, it would be your group, your team, who then goes, oh, there's a public holiday on Monday, which means it doesn't get out for that. So it's really just giving you the opportunity to use common sense.
Correct.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify something? These 14 days, isn't that the amount of time that got that's specified in the letter?
Correct.
Then there's always the processing time, a little overlap.
Well, that's what I.
This,
No, because what we're saying here, the rates are due and then within 14 days, that's when they get the first reminder notice. And then
It is, that is what is in the policy.
Yeah.
And stuff, and it's usually more between 14 to 21, depending on.
yeah, and that's
So,
why I'm thinking
minimum.
it's not how long they've got to pay it, it's when do the team
Okay, I think we need
initiate.
to clarify that.
Yes.
Because I was getting, I just don't think it's clear.
Yeah.
There's two distinctly different things happening here.
Because,
Because sorry.
sorry, in the letters, it is, you've got 14 days,
Days,
or we can
yeah.
amend it to 28 days if that's what gets up.
Big-
But you need processing time.
Correct.
Yes, and the important point is, at this stage, the rates are already due. They're not due in 14 days, as in the reason that they're getting the reminder is because they're outstanding and they actually need to pay then and there. So it's not an extra payment terms, it's a flag that this might have got missed and, please make sure
Good.
payment is done as ASAP.
For you, Mr Mayor, in reality, the fee, the interest fee's already kicked in by the time.
Yeah, so the sooner people pay, the better it is for them.
Yeah, except when they haven't got the bill, and this is what this is hoping to achieve.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, that 28 days, councillors, is after the second reminder letter before the letter of demand. So not all of the process, just one.
Yeah, that's how
One
we've done.
space.
They changed the time frame after the second reminder letter
Yep.
to a minimum of 28 days,
Have to pay them,
which is that.
Yeah, just that one. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? As, I'll read again. For the purposes of the next draft of diagram 1, the council provide its in-principle support for the inclusion of the words minimum in front of each reference to days and also change the time frame after the second reminder letter to a minimum of 28 days. Making the point that I'm not changing all of the time frames, just the one for the domestic tracking letter, so they've got 28 days.
Time frame, one word, Cal.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does the mover wish to speak to it? I certainly do. Councillors, I've been mayor for 4 years and not quite a year in the second term, and I believe this is crucial for us to have good relations with people that don't receive their bill, don't get it. Almost weekly I get hear reports of Australia Post being unreliable with certain deliveries. We do rely on this, and I think part of this improvement in the policy will address that, we hope. But this is an opportunity because in my first term of council I have had ratepayers that are frustrated at not receiving things and just wanted to know. So I believe having a bill turn up in the mail as a reminder that you have a debt and then they've got 28 days to pay that debt would reduce their anxiety. Of course, anybody that's not interested in paying their debts, it won't have any effect, but they seem to be long-term issues rather than short-term issues. Okay, would anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Through the Mayor, I am against the motion that's before us on the basis that we've got to support the ratepayers that pay on time. Rates are issued. You generally have, subject to Australia Post, 30 days. In the first instance to pay your rates so that you get the discount. We then have a first reminder letter. We're going to introduce a second reminder letter and then you end up with a letter of demand. There are 42 days in addition to the 30 days in which you get now as a ratepayer to pay within the period in which you can take up the discount. I think 42 days in addition to that is enough. And we need to be, of course, ensuring that all rate notices are paid, but we need to be illustrating to the people that do pay on time that we're taking it seriously. I've been part of 2 councils before this one where there were rate notices that were in arrears for years and years and years. We're finally getting on top of it, and I can tell you the ratepayers, when they knew how much was owing to council, they were very supportive in the previous term that we went out and made sure that the people that in our community that owe the rate base, the other ratepayers, their dues to support the services in which we provide as a council, they were very supportive that council took the initiative to address those overhanging issues over a number of terms. So I don't support stretching this out any further, and I am supportive of the introduction of the second reminder letter, which adds 14 days in itself, and I think an additional 42 days on top of the 30 days already given when the rates are issued is more than enough. So I urge councillors to vote down this resolution.
Does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? Councillor Guthrie.
I'd just like to hope that the bringing of the tracking letter will be actually a positive step forward, and I think that it will make a big difference, I hope.
If no one else wishes to speak, I'll sum up. I totally disagree with Councillor O'Neill's issue about wanting people to pay on time, because I don't believe that people can if they don't get a bill. And that had happened numerous times. I remember seeing the reports of people that haven't paid their rates and have never been on a list before. And talking to not those people, but other people have said, I never even got my bill, and then all of a sudden I've got demand letters. So to give people, so I think councillors need to expect that when they get this domestic tracking letter, they may never have got a council rates bill, because I've heard that so many times it's not funny. So this is an opportunity to try it a different way and then give them 28 days to pay. They will not be getting the discount generally as a matter of course, but at least they've got an opportunity that if they have to pay that, and they could be in a circumstance with having to go away, that they still could pay that. The other issue is when you head to debt recovery and you have large costs incurred, this is an opportunity to remind people before we get to that step. So I certainly support giving the extra 14 days for them after they get their domestic tracking letter. Okay, on that note, all those in favour? All those against? Lost 3, 5. If I can call for a division. Do we need any other motions on this?
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
okay.
No.
Please go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that, 1, council adopt the rate recovery policy as presented. 2, recommence external debt recovery in line with council's rate recovery policy. And 3, bring a report with amendments to the sale of land section of the rate recovery policy to a later meeting.
So, Councillor O'Neill, though, are you, it's as presented without that word minimum, though?
Oh, no, I'm happy to include the word minimum.
The minimum, and the other thing that we did talk about was clarification in for the second reminder, the recovery trigger of 100. Are you happy with that?
Yep. As per we discussed earlier, yep.
For the second letter. Yes. Yeah, because what goes to legal is a different trigger, isn't it? Now,
Picking up 7 days each time, as it is.
yeah, now that exactly the same issue arises here as well, is that we need to amend the policy, because yeah.
But, I don't know what percentage that is.
Councillor O'Neill, do you mind if do a similar concept, is that council give in principle support to the policy as amended, allowing the girls to go through and make those changes throughout?
And that'll be brought back at the same time as the...
No, as in later in the meeting.
Oh, right, yeah, no worries.
Yeah, and then that way we're just adopting the whole lot, and we've got time to just make sure that everything's covered. That council give in principle support to the addition of... No, sorry, Cal, where we're at. So point 1, it says that council adopt that for the next draft of the rate recovery policy, include policy, and then just pick up what you've got there, include the addition of the word minimum days and inclusion of recovery trigger of 100. The point 1 down below, just pick that up. No, down. Yep, there, thank you, yep. rates after rate include the addition of the word. Can you bring it all up into one sentence, please? Yeah. And bring the updated policy back to later in the meeting. The only reason I say that, Councillor O'Neill, is because the diagram is not the only place that those references appear. They will be in the words as well as the diagram. Yeah, so if
that's fine. That essentially changes point one, but in terms of the recommence external debt recovery in line with Council's rate recovery policy, that can be done now.
Yes.
Equally, bring a report with amendments to the sale of the land section of the rate recovery policy for a later meeting. That can be done now. So all that's coming back is to adopt the rate recovery policy.
So when we say recommence in line with rates recovery policy, which one is that? I'm assuming it'll be the new one. So let's leave two out.
I see. Righto.
I think just let the team go sort it, be happy with it, bring it back.
Bring it back later.
Yeah, and can you highlight what's been amended throughout? Yeah. Oh, so we'll put. If it wasn't such a big policy, Councillor O'Neill, I wouldn't request it. But
No, I'm right.
We have a second for that motion?
Yes. What was the motion, sorry?
What's there now?
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Councillor Taylor seconds the motion. Any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
I think there's been enough debate.
Okay, I'll speak against the motion. Certainly don't agree that this is the best that we can be as far as understanding with our ratepayers. I believe that there is lots of opportunities for us to give a reasonable time. One thing is, if people aren't interested in paying their bills, there's plenty of ways that they end up on a much longer list than this. But this initiative, I don't believe gives enough time when they get their domestic tracking letter to be able to have enough time to find ways to be able to pay that rates debt, which is in benefit of council. And I believe that as we are a business that deals with ratepayers, and I believe doing what we can is in council's best interest. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, we're going to go to the vote then.
I'll sum up.
Oh, please go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I think the 42 days for anyone to pay in addition to what they're already given, I think is ample. As I said earlier, there are the ratepayers in our community that pay on time every time. And they were perplexed as to how council had previously got to a point where we had so many rate notices in arrears. And so we need to have appropriate processes in place to help facilitate payment. And I think this is enough time for people to do that. Let's not forget, we have payment plans that ratepayers can go on. We have opportunities for people to prepay their rates so they would never incur these letters. I think the community will support council for taking a firmer position, albeit increasing it somewhat, that has been done in the past by having an additional letter to remind people that they owe, their rates are outstanding. So I wholeheartedly support this resolution.
Okay, on that note, does anyone else wish to speak?
No, I'm sorry, I summed up.
Oh, that's right, you did sum up. Okay, so we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 5-3 if I can call for a division. Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
Wendy, you seconded that one, didn't you?
Yep.
What was it, 5-3?
5-3.
Because Joe's not here.
Well, you can't count
Well,
it.
you can come back.
No, but the vote was 5-3.
Yeah.
Who was the three? I didn't look.
The
Oh,
Mayor,
sorry.
Councillor Ladbroke and Councillor Edwards.
Oh, thank you, yeah.
Okay, page 140, 11.7, monthly financial reports for the period ending 31st of October 2020. Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I move that the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of October 2020 be received and noted.
Seconder, Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to page 149. (12.1) Delegated authority for the Chief Executive Officer to sign the DTMR deed of indemnity for renewal of the water main in Hawthorn Street, Roma. Do we have a mover? Councillor Edwards.
I authorise that I recommend that the council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign the deed of indemnity to Department of Transport Main Roads for the renewal of the water main on Hawthorn Street, Roma.
Righto, Councillor McMullen.
But I've got a question first, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Manager, is this crossing Bowen Street, or is it just going along?
Through you, Mr Mayor. We replacing the water main from McDowell to Main Street, so it's crossing the highway. That's why we need this indemnity.
Yeah, going across the highway, you know.
It's going to be drilled under the highway.
I'm happy to second that, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we've got a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 154, item 12.2, Bigger Big Rig Interpretive Design Development Project Working Group. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I move that Council 1 endorse the Bigger Big Rig Interpretive Design Development Project Working Group terms of reference and confirm the membership of the Temporary Advisory Committee as follows.
Righto, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, on my run-through of the representatives here, we've got a cross-section of our community and more broadly in respect to oil and gas, and I look forward to seeing the reports come from the advisory committee in relation to decking out the interpretive aspects of the investment we're making at the big rig.
Okay, and I'll speak in opposition. I certainly don't agree that we don't. I believe in a different mix that brings our oil and gas companies involved with this. As last we talked about it, so I certainly won't be supporting the motion. And also did believe that we should have a non-councillor chair for this group, and that's why I won't be supporting this endorsement of the Bigger Big Rig Interpretive Design Development Project Working Group terms of reference. Would anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against the motion? If no one wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote.
And to sum up.
Oh, Sorry, councillor O'Neill, would you like to sum up?
I wasn't going to, but given that you've honed in on a particular individual again, I want to put my support behind the resolution that was moved a fortnight ago. The councillor Joanne Hancock, who has substantial experience in the tourism space, is leading this on behalf of council. I think it's imperative that we've got buy-in to this particular group, and I think there is no better person than having a councillor, and in this case, councillor Hancock, but a councillor nonetheless, chairing the advisory group.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3, if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on. Page 166. Item 13.1, application for 2021-2022 State Emergency Service Support Grant Replacement Vehicle for SES Roma. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council, one, apply for funding for the replacement of the SES Roma vehicle under the 2021-2022 SES Support Grant. 2, authorise the CEO or delegate to sign the sub-agreement if the application is successful. 3, commit to ongoing maintenance of the vehicle as required, including the commitment of monies not provided by the grant to purchase vehicle and custom tray. And 4, if the funding application is successful, consider the if the application is unsuccessful, consider the purchase of SES vehicle in Council's 2021-2022 budget considerations.
We have a seconder, Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition?
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
Through the chair. Just on page 167, it makes reference to the MOU between council and SES, saying council is obligated to provide or grant access to vehicles appropriate for the agreed functions of the SES groups. So do we provide vehicles to the other SES groups other than Roma? And a follow-up, we've purchased those vehicles in the past.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
We've also gone through funding in the past as well. We've applied for this one previously and been unsuccessful.
Okay.
But then it's our asset as well. Whilst we get this one funded, it becomes our asset at the end as well. So when we sell the trip carrier for is what we will.
And my last question, Mayor, to yourself, Director Rob, or to Officer Gemma, would it be better that it was the SES group that applied then?
Chair, the SES can't actually apply through this grant process.
It's got to be us.
It's got to be us.
It's got to be like us. Yeah. It's all like us. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, everyone knows Gemma?
Hi, Chair.
Hancock?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Officer Gemma. Is there a difference between what's required of the SES vehicle in Roma to what's required to the SES vehicle in Engine?
What we're trying to do is across the board standardise with like the newer vehicles coming in, so all the same trays and bodies, and just has to get onto the standard rigor across the country.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so this vehicle in particular, the suspension is going to be quite robust to be able to handle the tray, because there is, I haven't actually physically seen the tray itself, but going by the fact there's drawers and doors that you can put on it, so it's
And we deal generally with like Dave Bennett and Les Rees, who are the regional SES patrol people as well, and they talk to their groups as well. So we deal with the local guys here who have the regional approach. So we've been talking to Les and Benno about this one. So they talk to the relevant group.
Sure. Sorry.
I'll explain the reason why. What we're actually doing is selling the troop carrier in June. The existing Roma vehicle here will go up to Injune because it's not as active group, and Roma will get the vehicle with the better suspension and tray.
And I guess that was where my question was: is that vehicle is still good enough for the in June SES because they don't quite, not as quite as active as the road.
And it's only a couple of years old too, so it's not.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Lost me sheet. No, me
One there, Jeffrey.
lovely laminated sheet, and I lost it. I have to put it back in my briefcase.
Item 13.2, request for closure of in-June swimming pool.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on this one, please.
Sure.
Where am I? Mr Mayor, although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person should have a perception of bias because...
You need to,
Explain what
Tell us.
Yeah, because
what is the
my,
declarable?
a family member has signed their letter on page
197.
197. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in this decision. Right, that's about all I have to say on it.
Just what's the relationship between you and your family member? So I wouldn't know.
Daughter, stepdaughter.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I shouldn't have to say that either by rights. I have to say, it's quite legal to say family member.
Is that right
So
under
I've
the
been
new,
told.
under the new
Well, I'll
Act?
go back and have it checked, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, I always thought I had to say, when I declared I had to say.
Well, I might be wrong, but anyway.
What my relationship with, because some are closer than others.
It would be, through you, Mayor, it would be good to get that checked.
Because you only have to declare immediate family members. If it's,
Or business partners or whatever.
yeah, but if from a family member's point of view, it's immediate. If it was my cousin, I don't have to say
However,
it.
you've just,
I've said it.
you've said, you've distinguished
Yeah, I'm not.
close family member or second cousin once removed, that's where it may influence councillors' decisions.
Yeah, it's a grey area because you could be closer with your fifth cousin than you are with your brother.
No, the word close doesn't mean.
But the act is pretty clear.
Maybe the wording is
Sibling.
immediate.
The word
Of
immediate.
children,
Immediate
siblings.
Maybe I should have said immediate, yeah.
family member, which means you
Okay.
need the step.
And how are you going to be dealing with it,
I know.
Councillor McMullen?
He's asking.
Did you
Well, I'm
say that?
asking to
To stay in
be
the
voted on.
room?
Yeah, that's what I've said.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
I move that it is in the public interest that Councillor McMullen participates and votes on agenda item 13.2 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
Right, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay. Any other conflicts?
I was just going to move it.
No, please go. Well, I'll read down 13.2, request for closure of in-June swimming pool. Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that Council 1 approve the request to close the June swimming pool to the general public on the 27th of November 2020 between the hours of 8:45am and 3pm for the annual swim carnival. 2, advise the community of this closure through a notice at the pool and a media release.
We have a seconder, Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 13.3, performance agreement with Jolly Entertainment. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
Happy to move it, Mr Mayor, but I have a question.
I think the manager wants to.
Yeah.
Oh, please go ahead.
Three, Mr Mayor. So I've got more information now. So the purpose of this report is to seek the council's approval to book Jelly Entertainment for the 21-22 financial year, about this time next year, travelling through the region again to do another performance. That's the purpose of the report. They need to plan ahead what their schedule is for next year. And originally they talked about us signing an agreement and make it an irrevocable booking. That's a problem for council right now. However, I subsequently found out that the agreement would not be signed until next financial year. So merely right now we'd be booking them, saying to them, all right, well, provided there's budget allocation, we'd be prepared to sign an agreement in the next financial year for you to, and if we cancelled that, there wouldn't be any repercussions until we sign an agreement. So that's really the update. So that all they're looking for is a booking from us, just to say, yes, we intend to have you in this time of year. So the recommendation looks a bit convoluted that way. But that's the latest information from them. Sorry.
So based on that, is that recommendation still the recommendation?
Or is it that we authorise the booking subject to the ability to cancel the booking?
Perfect. And so we would submit that in budget estimates.
To cancel the booking at no cost to council?
Yeah.
Cost.
I think, however, but what they're really looking for is, do they think that they've got a run that they can do through here? And obviously we've got to do it at budget, but I think out of fairness, today's a bit of a poll on whether we think that we would use them. And obviously it's subject to going through the budgetary process, but I think out of fairness, they'll want to know, you know, a commitment that we're looking at booking them, or
So,
booking them, you know.
Through you again, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. I think this would be the 4th year we've
Yep.
had that Jelly out here. The reviews have been fabulous.
Yep.
Really good value, and their pricing is consistent with the previous years.
Yep. Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to ask one question, and I would agree, they are very high calibre and a well-presented children's learning opportunity. Is it the same program that is presented every year?
No, different.
So it's a
It'll be
different
programs.
topic.
Yeah.
It deals with the same theme, but
That's
it's actually a different presentation.
Each year is a different presentation.
Through you, Mr
Councillor
Mayor, in the
Hancock.
report, this one here is, it's good to be mindful of those around you and never talk to strangers. So, I've actually been involved with the process the whole time. It's always a different theme. I'm just wondering, just with the recommendation, authorise the booking. Do we need to put performance? Like, do we need to say what the booking is?
The booking for the 2021 touring program?
Booking, authorise the booking with Jelly Entertainment for the 2021.
Probably back half of that.
Touring program.
Probably covers it too, just Jelly provide performance region.
Yeah, I agree, Director Rob.
So
That-
public,
that we could just bring it down to with Jelly and Chump for 5 performances.
identifies the months.
Is there any risk that it won't be October, that they'll change it to that, or?
Not foreseen.
Sorry, not
Not
foreseen?
foreseen.
Yeah, okay.
Only take it out of Jelly, so we don't just
Yeah, that's where I'm going with that.
Because we don't know what COVID's doing either.
I don't think COVID does either.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Oh,
Do you still want all 5 performances there?
Any risk that will change as well, the 5 performances?
Not foreseen. But
Not-
that's been consistent with other years.
Okay.
So it's 5
Yep.
towns, so.
and do we need the CEO needs to be able to sign off on something? Correct. So we still need to have,
But as a separate dot point, thanks, Cal.
But you won't see that agreement until next financial year.
Authorise the chief executive to sign the performance agreement in 2021. subject to budget confirmation.
Must be amongst all that.
I wouldn't worry about the 2020, just subject to budget confirmation, yep. And
Pretty good.
there it is.
Pretty good option.
Do we need point 3 then?
Is that his officers, sorry.
No, it is. That many
It's on
points.
our radar that we should get to that.
So you say Kelly's going to do one of them? Laminate
She
them?
said she would.
In point 1, Kelly, can you just put 20?
Where's that from? Oh, okay. Gavin just.
It's 21, 22, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 21, 22. Or they work on calendar year, do they? Yeah, so let's remove that all. Sorry, and just put 2021. Just 1 year, yep.
And then the same in point 2, Madam CEO?
No, so I'm signing the agreement not till next financial year though. The
Will that work? Because if
would
we
they
don't,
require
yeah.
that to be signed, like say in March?
Yeah.
For October?
No,
Or-
they've specifically said, no, we'll present you with following the 30th of June.
After, so it'll be in the next financial year.
Which our budget may not be brought down by.
But that's fine, long as it's in the draft budget, that'll be okay.
I understand it, council. Commit budget that agreed to.
Okay,
Good to move that, Mr. Mayor.
yeah, please go ahead.
Move that Council 1 authorise the booking for the 2021 touring program with Jelly Entertainment for 5 performances, subject to the ability to cancel the booking at no cost to Council. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign the performance agreement in 2021/22 with Jelly Entertainment, subject to budget confirmation. 3, in the upcoming budget deliberations for 2021-2022, consider a budget allocation of $4,500 plus GST for the 5 performances. 4, provide the halls in each town free of charge. 5, provide entrance to each show free of charge to attendees.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to...
Just to say, Mr. Mayor, that Jelly Entertainment has been coming to the region for approximately about 4 years. The schools do get involved with this, and they love it. Even the small schools do come in for it, and so it is just a wonderful opportunity to give our children out here in the region a taste of the performances that our city friends take for a bit more granted. So it's a worthy program to be involved in for council.
Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 202. Item 13.4, Injune Rail Trail in the Outback. Do we have a mover?
I have questions, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, Officer Ed. Just noting that in the recommendation, it seems we're repeating ourselves. It's include the project in its operational plan for 2020/21, and then number 3, include this project in council's operational council plan for 2021. So I wonder if we could take that out. But reading this, I was just a bit confused about what we were actually being asked for. I couldn't actually quite understand what we're being asked for, And actually on page 205, I felt it was a bit clearer where it says a recommendation from the officer, that was actually a bit more of a clearer recommendation with just the 2 points, because I don't quite understand what they're asking us to do. I asked that they want us to support it, but is there a maintenance to keep that mode up that line? Is it like what?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is that this is a project that some individuals in June had in mind, missed the last round of funding through the DTMR. It's actually a specific program. It's about putting walking trails beside this year's railway lines. DTMR have announced that will run another round, but it's not officially announced yet. So in June Tourism wanted council's endorsement to actually apply for a grant. So they wanted it actually a resolution so we could act quickly, basically without having to run back to council.
So is council applying for the grant or are they applying for it?
Well, no, they won't.
So you just want,
So it's 100% funded, it's not a contribution. And it's a hypothetical because the proposed new round may not still got to go through approvals.
so we're basically just doing in support of Injune Tourism in helping them have a go at this venture. Is that correct? So we're really just giving council's approval for Injune District Tourism Association for council to work with them to help them put an application in or do whatever we need to do in some way.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
On the bottom of Injune Tourism Association's letter, it states that the fund is applying for only local governments to apply.
Oh, only local
We have to
governments.
be the applicant.
Righto, so we have to do it.
So that's, yeah, and I understand that this may be announced soon.
Yeah.
Obviously, the new government in place, so there's a few things happening. So if we have a resolution on the books, we can act quickly.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I just continue to clarify? So really what the recommendation is for number 2 and number 4, to adopt the project and then apply for the future funding. Is that correct? Or could that be a consideration? Which is just really the recommendations on page 205.
Yes, that's
Just,
how,
it
that's
just needs,
how I see
it just
Re-
needs 2.
The recommendation on 205 seems a bit clearer to me. But do we have to, I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, Manager Ed, from an officer's point of view, do you want us to include the project in the operational plan?
Yes, please.
Yep, so you just want us to add in that third point to include the project in council's operational plan?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, when I first learnt of this, I thought, well, what a great program and what a great project. So yes, irrespective of whether this funding programs are we apply for it or get a grant or not, I think it'd be a great project to work on with the Injune community. So therefore, having it in our operational plan would be ideal. Actually,
So really, all those motions in a way, all those points have some benefit.
Except the
Except
duplicated one that councillor Hancock.
And I believe they're in a different order, like I have a motion if you like, Mr. Mayor.
Well, yeah, point 1 also says approve that council and the other one is include the project, so sort of.
The same.
What-
Yeah, anyway, go.
Yeah, councillor Hancock?
I move that Council 1, adopt the project and apply for future funding opportunities if they present themselves. 2, work in conjunction with Injune District Tourism Association to enhance the project wherever possible. 3, include this project in Council's operation plan for 2020-2021.
We have a seconder?
Good. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might have missed something there. What about dot point 2?
Well, that was in dot point 1, adopt the project and apply for future funding.
Oh, sorry, okay, yeah, see, I didn't listen properly. They've taken part of it.
Is that the right, is it
rail trail.
Rail trail.
Rail trail.
Oh, sorry, and I didn't put that in because I read adopt the project and apply for future funding opportunities if they present themselves. The reason I'm suggesting that is let's not limit ourselves to one source of funding here.
Yeah, fair enough. And apply for, we don't need future because it'll be in the future.
It will be future.
Well, I think we need to come back to council if there is a rail trails application to get a report, to get approval to apply for that grant.
No, that's giving you the ability to apply for
any grant.
for funding opportunities if they present themselves.
Can I make the suggestion relevant funding opportunities because then it's aligned to the Ingenia District Tourism Association type projects?
I think that's probably superfluous. But
I think if you just leave it a bit open as in funding opportunities, it's got to be with funding guidelines. They have to fit under the guidelines anyway. So.
Is your battery on?
In the resolution, trail along the railway line, or
Yeah, I think having something.
Well, adopt the project. Let's say what the project is. The rail. Well, what is it? The rail trail? Is that what they're calling the
Ingenia Rail
project?
Trail in the outback.
Yeah.
I think Councillor Edwards, you seconded that, didn't you? And you happy with that wording? Any opposition? Does anyone wish?
we do need to add, Manager Ed's just authorise the, as another dot point under 1. Authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign,
I said that, but I'll probably have to think back on it though too. We put in for funding and it's like 90% council money and only 10% of theirs. You may not be happy signing that, and council may not be happy with us.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have to bring a report back, because whilst this one is 100%, if we apply for another funding bucket that's 50-50 or even 70-30, council may not be happy at that time to put in 70%. So by putting in there, so I know I said
yeah, untake it out. Sorry, Kel.
And also, Kel, could I just spot project adopt? It just feels like it needs a breath there. And adopt the Ingenia Rail Trail in the Outback project. If you agree.
In that case, council, maybe it is that we actually apply for that specific funding as it comes up and authorise the CEO to sign that because we know it is 100%. And then another dot point to say that and also apply for any other funding opportunities.
Well, what about fully funded opportunities? Because isn't it this one fully funded if we get it?
this one is.
Yeah. So you don't have to bring that back, you know.
My only concern is if you narrow it down too much, like if that's not successful, you can still try and apply for other funding.
If it's in a separate dot point, what the mayor is saying, so can you add another point 2?
See, if it's fully funded, count officers don't need to come back, and if
authorise
it is needing money, well, it'll have to come back.
Authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign any successful funding, any funding agreements where successful, where there is no contribution required by council. Agreements for there is no funding contribution required from council.
Madam CEO, can we take out the word successful and
funding? I'm there with you as well, because we
don't know it's successful until we apply.
Yeah.
So is the mover happy with this?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Is the seconder happy? Yep. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0, and we'll break for lunch at 1:01
Cal, could you just
PM.
make
Righto, we'll keep going, or we'll, thank you. Item 16.1, expressions of interest, bus route from...
Hang on, I just like the report. Could you tell the reporter he can come back in, please, Bridget?
Okay, item 16.1, expressions of interest, bus route from Surat to Roma. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition?
Just got a couple of questions.
Please
Mayor,
go ahead.
If that's okay. Are we suggesting that council runs a bus from Surat to Roma, or are we advocating for
No.
just a bit more? I think the staff would need a little bit more information to know what your intention is.
No, so as I've said in the details of the report, that council contact the local school bus operators in the area and find out if they'd like to express an interest or put an expressions of interest out for providing the service. So obviously it would be someone that could do it in the time frames of probably when they need to be back by to pick up kids, and that would be a service that we would offer for the community. And if this worked, then we might offer in other communities. A lot of communities have complained about services being taken away in the past, so this would be putting it back in.
So it would be a free service to the community that council will pay for?
Yeah, it'd either be free or at a low cost that, people can afford, generally retirees or whatever. And it would be about council providing a service that means that if you can't drive and you live in one of our communities, you're not as isolated. Yeah.
I've got a question as well.
Please go ahead.
I just, similar vein to Councillor Hancock, I don't mind a report being prepared, but you've got to put some meat on the bone for the staff. And I just wonder, going to a local school bus operator, what are we asking what they want to do? Like, I've had some local residents of Surat raised with me that they feel that they would use a bus service. Should we not be surveying the Surat community to get some data as to how many people would use it, and then go to the bus operators and say, this is what we'd like you to give us a cost on?
Yeah,
if we go to the bus operator, they're going to say, well, how many people are going to use it, on what days do you want it?
No. What I'm actually saying is that we'd put in expressions of interest then for them to run a bus from Surat to Roma, and then, a few hours later, drive it back to Surat. And that would just be what they would be contracted to do, whether there was one person on it or 20 people on it. And if council supported it, would obviously find out the budget figures, and that would be something that would be as a trial to see if people would use it. So if 40 people turned up to get on a bus and it's a 16-seater, well, we can't take that, but that would make us a probably bigger problem, which would be a good problem, that there is a need for it. So basically what I'm saying, this is a cost-effective way to be able to say, do we have someone out there that could provide that service outside their normal service times? And then finding out what cost that would be to council to provide it. And obviously if everyone paid $5 each or something, then that would be some cost coming in, but the main thing is it would be a community bus service.
So by way of follow-up then, wouldn't it be best then to, in this report, empower whomever in the staff looks into this, comes back to council with what the business model would look like to make this work? Because if you're going to roll it out elsewhere, this could be a bit of a pilot.
Well, all I'm saying is if this gets up, we'll get a report back to go out to expressions of interest, because this is a low-cost option for a council to do. I mean, anyone could provide a bus service, but we're looking at using the spare capacity of school bus operators. So if there's none, well then that's a different kettle of fish.
But that's also a private business, Mr Mayor. I don't understand a low cost. Like, I'm not against it. I'm well aware of the issues in Surat with transport, but are you expecting the businesses who run a school bus to give council a lower rate than any other business that would run a bus company?
No, but
Sorry,
and
that's
I've had experience that they do look for something to do outside having to come to town and then go back in the afternoon. So, like, that's filling an opportunity. And if someone's interested and they've got the right insurance and all the rest of it, then that's a great opportunity to be able to run that. Whereas if you said come from another area and bring a bus down to do that, it's going to be a lot more costly. And this is about operating on a local basis, which is more cost effective.
So what do you want to see back in the report? What information do you want back in the report?
Well, I think we have a policy now that we ask for a report. We can't just move a motion to go and get quotes.
But sorry, Mr Mayor, that's the point. We need to know what's in the report.
Yeah, it is said I'd like council to contact local school bus operators in the area and find out if they'd like to express their interest on providing a service or put out expressions of interest. So basically what would come out of this is an expressions of interest.
We'll need to pull that out because that's not currently in the resolution.
Well, the resolution's just for a report, but so what would come out of this would be, if it's supported, is that we would get a report back to go out to expressions of interest and see if contact the local operators, because not everyone's looking at a council website or looking for expressions of interest. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Councillor
Mr.
McMullen?
Mayor, I think when it goes out to expressions of interest, the school buses now have, there was two that I can think of straight away, they can already provide that service if people want it, so it might be a matter of bringing it to the public's attention. I know some years back, I know it's a while, but when the Surat sawmill was going, there was workers here in Roma that went down every morning with the bus driver and came home after, when he got back down there after the school run that night, for a nominal fee. But I think they have the approvals not to run a commercial system, take commercial passengers as well when they go, so yeah.
But this would be at a $5 sort of amount. So what I'm saying is the expression of interest could come back from one of the current operators saying that they will take that on, and this will be the cost to council to do it. So it could be all sorts of situations would come back out of this.
That's what I was trying to get at, Mr Mayor. There probably will be something come out of it, because I think they can already do that. So
Okay, so, well, I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. We had a second to Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Item 16.3, community feedback on Surat Water Tower. Oh, I've got one on the back. Thank you. 16.2, distressed animals and welfare concerns. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have any questions?
Mr Mayor, have you seen the email from Officer Sam, or Manager Sam Thrupp regarding, so she's given us a fair bit of information regarding what happens now?
I certainly do know what happens behind the scenes, and I've been briefed on that. This is about members of the public that look to council and would, it would be exploring how else we can, even though it's not our department, what can we do? We obviously work together with the department, but how it's almost like, oh, you got a barking dog? No problem, we can help you. The others, even if it is logging it and passing it on, like how can, because if people are involved and see distressed animals and cruelty and so forth, the feedback that I've had that, it's, very difficult to get something done. And it may be just more outside communication. I understand what the officers do on the inside, but this is actually for the community part of when they're talking to council about an issue, and how can we formalise passing that on so they've got some reference to what we have done.
Mr Mayor, I just note in the manager's report to us that she already makes note that it is in her opinion that our team, council team, are assisting the best that we can at present with these types of issues given our resources, workload and legal delegations, and that Erin made comment that that it would be great if all councils were as helpful as supportive as the Maranoa Council. So, like, from my point of view, I see here that we're probably doing as much as we can in this area because it's actually not our area.
Yeah, council do look to us for different, but anyway, we can have the debate, and if you've got any more questions, happy to answer those.
Sure.
Do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That's 6-2 if I can call for a division. Item 16.3, community feedback on Surat Water Tower. Do we have any questions on this one?
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, once again, should we get a rough estimate on what it would cost to do this before we go to community and get them all excited? Because I know that this has been spoken about in the community before, but I'm just wondering, we need to know roughly what it would cost before we go out to community consultation.
My view is I don't think we need to. It's not saying we're doing it straight away, but it was brought up by residents Surat, and one of the things is that we actually own the resource, so we could do something where a lot of the silos, people are going to struggle doing it because it's not owned by us. So it would be just one of the issues that we'd look at budgetary time, where there's grants available and so forth.
So the consultation is just, does the community want it painted?
Yeah, painted.
Not
and
what they're going to do and not at that next step, it's just...
paint it with a mural. We've got plenty of opportunities that don't cost us any money for our staff to be able to pull, you could tell the story of Surat and the region. Are you interested? Do you see any value in it? And so forth. And then if that is a yes, move forward, then we can say, right, this could be one of the ways for beautification or artistic thing that people could see in Surat when they come to Surat. And it would be subject to a lot of other things that we go to consultation on, which is obviously funding, Any other questions?
I don't know if it's a question or a statement. There are many smaller communities that are within the Maranoa that are looking at doing similar things to what you're proposing. I wonder if it would be best use of council resources in the first instance is to look at a regional approach, given that we've got interest at Muckadilla, we've got interest at Wallumbilla, understand there's a bit of interest in Mitchell, and we look at this collectively, and it might be a bigger project, it might be more investment by council, it might be we need to go and seek, more investment outside, it might be more appealing to get a painter if there's more jobs, might get a better rate. All of those should, and I support the concept of this because it's working fantastically in other areas for tourism, but just picking one when all these others are happening independent, if we worked all together.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, and to me that could come out of if the community of Surat do want
to paint it, because then we can say, well, there might be a bigger picture here, which comes to that. The big thing is, there's independent groups that are trying to get other facilities painted, so I don't want to get sort of involved on that side if we're not asked to be. This is really finding out, do the people of Surat want to paint their water tower? And it was brought up by someone in Surat that obviously does want to, and I believe that we should test it because it's one facility we do own. So I believe what you were saying there could happen as a second stage, Councillor O'Neill. Because if it's a dead duct, well, it won't be going anywhere, so we won't be doing a regional one, what I'm saying, because, Any other questions?
Again, just with the flavour of the conversation, if we don't go out with a cost, won't the response be skewed? Like, you'll get some people that say, yep, I want a mural done or painted regardless of cost, and then if you say to the people, we've got an estimate, it's going to cost 50K, you might get a different answer by some. Shouldn't we be empowering the community with all the information for them to provide the answer back to council?
Well, to me, yeah, I mean, you can use that, I believe, to scare people too and put the cost, but they don't know what we're spending on other things. But to me is, do they want to see the water tower with a mural, or they don't? And that would be the first step. And we wouldn't be saying we're doing it in 2 months' time. We're just really testing the water. Councillor Hancock.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I do have another question. And I'm not opposed. It's been raised in the Strutt community for a long. I'm just, if I was the officer, I'd be just a bit confused about what you'd like to, and I understand the process that we have to ask for a report to be brought back, but I'd be a bit confused about what you'd want in the report. You're asking for a report to come back, so I get that. So what would be in that report is how they're going to do the community consultation or something. Like, I'm just trying to understand what would be in the report.
A plan for community consultation on, there's plenty of, things that have been painted that are large structures. Do you see value in painting the water tower with an artistic impression? And it would be, subject to budget and all the rest, but tell us what you think.
But you're not asking the officer to go out and get that information first and then come back. You need a report about how they're going to do that.
No more than some pictures that are probably online and say these are examples where other people have painted things. What do you think? And then that feedback would come back, and then council could decide whether it's something we look at next budget or not.
So we're actually not asking for. We're actually asking for a report after the community feedback. Is that?
Well.
Sorry, I'm just a bit confused about.
I would like for council to consider consulting with the community, and if they would like to see the Surat water tower painted as a mural, and if so, ask the community that their feedback and ideas are on what they would like to see us see painted as the mural.
Yeah. So the report would have the community feedback included.
Yeah. So as quick as we can do that, or as the easiest way, and really there'd be some pictures to show some examples of what other towns have done.
Just a quick, in light of what Councillor O'Neill said, I'd just like to, if people may not know, well, Muckadilla has gone to the final stage for funding. They're at the highest they can go. So
that's great.
At the top of the ladder. So they'll either get it or they won't, if you know what I mean.
And that's a national scheme too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a big thing. Okay, I've moved that. Do we have a seconder? I think we had a seconder, Councillor McMullen.
Which one are we on, sorry?
Did you second it, the water tower? Or someone?
Yeah, but I didn't.
No.
I didn't vote on that yet.
No.
No, he seconded the last one.
Seconded the last one.
I'll second this one.
Well, Councillor, no, that's okay. It's just that you were pointed down your direction, Councillor McMullen. So Councillor Hancock seconded it. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Item 16.4, purchase of ride-on mower Hodson. Do we have a mover?
Mayor,
Councillor
I'd
McNaught.
like to move the council, one, expend the 2020-21 budget amount of $5,000 allocated to support the long-term volunteer continue mowing the Hodson Cemetery. Two, pay the allocated funds direct to the volunteers preferred supplier. And I've also add, I think the quote was sent around separately.
I'm happy to second that.
Righto. Okay, so the motion is,
I'll give Keller, you want a copy, Kel? I can give you that if you want.
how you wish
Yeah,
to?
that's, Kel, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Righto, and second to Councillor O'Neill, you're happy with that, Councillor O'Neill?
Just saying.
Righto, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
Oh, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say, I think it's Councillor O'Neill and probably yourself would remember the volunteer asked on the previous two budgets and we weren't able to make it, but after 30 years of service, I think it's the right thing we can do for them.
So, where it's got volunteers, is
Volunteer, sorry, it should have been. Did I say volunteer? No.
volunteer.
Oh, well,
Number two.
the quote's gone, the volunteer, I don't know how you word that volunteers preferred supplier.
It's apostrophe S, do you
for
mean?
possession.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, that's in line with our policy, our procurement policy, isn't it? We're not going against anything with that. I don't have a problem with it, I just saw that we're doing it to someone, we're paying it to preferred. I'm just checking, that's all.
Oh, so we're paying, it's for the purchase of them, so they pick the mower.
Yeah, well,
and
it's
we-
the quote, back when, before budget time, when he raised it, he raised it again a few times, so I went to him before budget and had a chat, and he gave me a rough figure. And when I decided to bring it to the table, I asked for a proper quote, so it was on writing, and that's when he went and got it.
We're paying.
Yeah, it doesn't really read, I get it now.
Well, I left names because when I spoke with the minute over there, Kel, about it, and quite rightfully she suggested keep the quote out of it. So I thought, well, you know, I sort of kept the names out too. I didn't know whether it was appropriate.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah.
Righto.
And it just, well, everyone would have seen the quote. It's a little bit more than what we had in the budget anyway. But well, I think the GST or whatever it is. Yeah.
It's GST, yeah.
Excuse me, Kel, what are we going on the late open?
The late open, yeah.
Not going late.
We've got some in that one, to go back to one we just finished with. Where were they in, sorry?
Yeah.
The ones we laid on the table, they were in that one we just finished?
Yeah.
The and I think, have you got, you're still waiting on?
An email.
The cafe
we got something back.
What's L3?
Well, I've got a few, Kel. One's the,
11.6.
they're all there. That's only my suggestion in here, but
8.1 and which one?
demolition ones, all the, yeah, so, yeah,
Just in the wrong order.
so 8.1. 57.
So we're going back to 8.1, is that
Well-
what we're doing?
What do you suggest me to finish for this one then?
Yeah, no. if
That
we've
work
got-
for
have
you,
we got the
Kel?
information for 8.1? Let's do it.
Okay, Mr.
Do we have a page number, please?
57.
Do.
And we've got the policies.
Oh, that was the GST.
Yep,
Yes.
got it.
Inclusive of
Yeah,
GST.
I think I started on this one, didn't I? Then I
You
laid
did.
it on the table.
You did, because we had to work out whether there was GST
Yeah,
or
yeah.
not.
I have.
I just can't
Hey.
believe how cheap they.
Item 8.1, tender 21009, purchase and removal of 2 disused cottages at 97 Ann Street, Mitchell.
Mr Mayor, I'll move. I'll have to go through the lot again, won't I?
Did you move it before, councillor?
I moved it, but then we didn't go any further because I asked the question.
So you didn't have any info there?
Well, there's a change. We've got to put including GST. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct, after the 3,000.
So do we have to go through the whole process again or?
What do you think, CEO?
What was that, the 1,800?
Yeah, I
That
raised it,
needs GST as well, doesn't it?
including.
Noting the tendered value of $1,800, including GST per cottage for a sorry, where are you, Kel? No,
I'm in the report at the moment.
No, the 18,000 was plus GST.
Oh, you.
But see, all that's past tense now, so.
yeah,
still in the-
I think Cal's editing the wrong one, isn't it?
Yeah, we're editing the wrong one. That down there, Cal, there.
Should be editing.
That's
Yeah,
got to
just
say
cross
plus
out the top
GST, both those figures.
Including, it's including or
Is that it? Yeah. that's what
Inclusive,
we're
sorry.
including.
Including GST, including GST, and then the $1,800 including GST as well.
I thought 18,000 was too much and
Yeah,
1,800 was
that
not
was
enough.
good
Money,
Yeah,
good money.
that's unreal.
He thought
So
we
do you
were
want
paying him.
me to read the whole lot again?
Did everyone understand the motion this morning, councillors?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you don't need to read it again. Just if you just want to mention what you've added.
Just like to say that, where is it, dot point? In the,
One.
the dot point one, that the figures of $1,800 and the figure of $3,600 both include GST.
That's a disappointing change for the budget.
Was a disappointing change.
Okay, so we have a mover. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Page 127 as well, which is the policy review. It's been,
127.
Sharon sent us the updated policy.
Yes.
Let-
Item 11.6, policy review,
That's me, guy.
rate recovery.
I thought he said great recovery. He said great recovery when she got up in time.
Minimum 14 days, so 0.3 is that one? 0.3.
Big pardon?
It's under your
What one do you want?
Sharon's email.
What's on your chair before?
Oh, this 0.3.
Oh, the new one?
This is out of
Yeah.
their email.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's really what we
Yeah,
thought.
but I was down the next section of 1, 2, 3s.
It's only that.
Alright, and then where's the other? Oh, there's the letter there.
Minimums.
I suppose they're like locked in because they're doing them. The debt collector's doing them.
That's external.
Yeah, so they'll be doing it. Righto, do we have a mover on that? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 adopt the rate recovery policy as presented. 2, recommence external debt recovery in line with Council's rate recovery policy. And 3, bring a report with amendments to the sale of land section of the rate recovery policy to a later meeting.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition?
What did we end up?
Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? So that is 5-2, if I can call for a division. Righto, can we get Councillor Hancock back, please?
Yeah, this one.
We're going to late.
One, thank you.
L1, future development at Mitchell Pool. Do we have a mover?
Yeah,
Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting.
I'll second that. Is there any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Tell us about it, or?
This is the
Oh,
Mitchell Pool.
It's the waiting
It's
pool at
L1.
Thanks.
Just to give a bit of background, I just said back when we got the pool redevelopment, I couldn't tell you how many years ago, there was talk about doing a future wading pool, and I was pretty sure there was pipe work in place for that. So I just need to know if it is, and what's the next step for the community, so they can know if we're going to develop that. There's a big grassed area there where our location is.
When you said wading pool, though, I was sort of thinking when we met with Stacey up at the big pool, how she was sort of saying it should be, you know, one where you don't need any supervision.
Well, we've already got that. This was...
Oh, you've already got that.
Because we had a wading pool, I don't know, probably don't call it that anymore, but a section the kids could get confident, had a shallow and a deep end, and never got replaced.
Oh, okay,
So
sorry.
people are just, curious.
So that was 8-0. Okay, moving on. L2. I'd like to declare, or I have in the past declared on L2, update request for fee waiver Sheehan events. And I'll be dealing with that. I don't think I have to say it again, so I'm just saying that I'll be leaving the room because of a conflict of interest.
Yeah, because the businesses, they give you prizes and some
Oh,
vouchers
yeah,
and
vouchers
stuff.
and stuff.
You gotta go too.
Where have you got to go?
Excuse me,
Not over
I did-
oranges.
no, go to the last one.
I don't know.
Sorry, Mr.
Sorry.
Councillor Edwards.
Would you mind just waiting for a minute, please, Deputy Mayor? Did I walk out last time?
Because you don't.
Sure, George and I.
You just can't remember where he's come
That
from.
was over that was over the Christmas street party.
Street stuff, you
Oh, it
didn't
was
have
too,
a conflict.
yeah, that's
He's-
right.
he's-
Sorry,
That's
you're
good, I
right.
think, from,
You're
yeah.
right.
Okay,
that was-
L2,
House removal.
updated request for fee waiver for Sheehan's events. Is there anyone got any comments or anything on this?
Yeah.
Councillor Taylor.
I have a bit of a thing about this. This is a commercial business.
Yes.
I just don't understand why we would give somebody, however much it was, $7,737.40 to run his business. Like, we too are a business. I don't see why, like, he would be putting all those charges in, however much he charges somebody to come to the races. So I personally don't believe that we should waiver the whatever he's asking for.
Councillor Taylor, in the past, I'm just looking, the
In
money...
the past we have, I see that.
No,
I
but the
just-
money was donated to Young Care, was one in support of young care.
And is he saying he's donating the money this time?
There was in the previous, I haven't got the letter in front of me, but Pinaroo was one beneficiary.
But
Oh,
is
that
he
was from a
saying-
dinner.
Is he saying he's donating again this time?
Yes. Oh, I haven't got the letter in front of me, but the Pinaroo was one beneficiary of the dinner.
Pinaroo is also a commercial business.
Sorry?
I said Pinaroo is also a commercial
Yeah,
business.
they're non-for-profit though.
So just so we're clear, through you, Chair, page 5 and page 6, the resolutions that pertain to matters associated with Sheen events in previous terms. I'll note that on page 5, that Council sponsored the Roma Picnic Races Initiative with Sheen events, young care to the maximum value of X. And the other resolution was that Council sponsored the Roma Picnic Races Initiative, Sheen events and Outback Visions value of X. So there were, in fact, no waiving of any fees previously. So we haven't waived fees previously. We may have sponsored to the value of, but they've gone to particular, aspects of the initiative.
Well, the proposed, next proposed is visitors for the rugby race day, which I don't know who we would sponsor, sorry. The rugby race, one was the picnic races, was that correct? Yeah, one was the picnic races and the other one was...
They're both the Roma Picnic race.
Yeah, but we sponsored...
But they're asking here to waiver the fee.
That's right.
Yeah.
For passenger and landing fees at the Roma airport.
Well,
they're asking to waiver fees. They're not saying and then put that money somewhere else.
well, I guess we didn't charge them last time. That's correct.
I don't know.
No, we didn't. We
But
did
in
not.
when this has come to council previously, in the end, it's been, in these two cases, it was Roma Picnic Races that came to council.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
And through you, Deputy Mayor, did the money then go to the Roma Picnic Races or did it go to the private business? Who actually banked the cheque?
So no, if you look at the one on number 5, council transferred from council sponsorship budget to the airport. So we supported the Roma Picnic Races to the value in which it was waiving the fees, the landing fees.
And the money went back to the airport budget.
So my question through you, Deputy Mayor, is I get the economic benefit for this, okay? I get it. But I also get it's a private business. So my question is, if we sponsor it and by putting that much money in there and waiving those fees, does that flow on to the client who is buying the ticket so that they therefore have more money in their pocket to spend in our town?
This particular proposal, every person up to 80 people receive a $100 voucher to be spent in a Roma business, and there are some other sponsorships, and the lunch and the dinner in that letter states that on the
Name from Chair.
that the dinner on the Friday night,
Yep.
percentage of the money of the proceeds go to Pinaroo, and the other, it was two. There was a second one.
I have it here actually.
Okay, good, thanks.
Morning, Tussin Asher. We're bringing a group of 80 people to Roma for the rugby races in June 2021. We arrive on the 25th of June, depart on the 27th of June. We're conducting a sports person's dinner on the Friday night with proceeds going to Pinaroo Aged Care Facility and to the Race Club and the Rugby Club. Guests will also have a $100 voucher to spend at participating businesses in Roma. I was wondering if your council could waive all airport fees for our visit to your town.
So what are they giving back from the dinner?
Doesn't say.
Well, it depends on how many tickets. Yeah, I mean, the profits are going to be split between three entities. Is that correct, Councillor Hancock? You just read that?
He didn't say the proceeds.
Proceeds, I mean.
Proceeds, yeah, going to the three different entities, plus a $100 voucher. My next question after reading this would be, so every single one of those 80 people that are coming out, part of their package is that they must attend that dinner to raise the money then to put through. Like, I just think there needs to be a bit of.
That's all in their package, see? I mean, I don't know whether they might all turn up, but they'll all be paying in their package so much money towards entry to that and the races and everything else.
Are these being sold now, do you know?
I don't think so, no. No, just getting, it's a fair way off yet, that's why seeking,
So,
not a fair way off, but I mean, it's, yeah.
through you, Deputy Mayor. So, 80 people, on the weekend it was $40 to get in. I'm not sure if that's going to be the same, wouldn't be the same price, but it's a good little kick for the turf club in itself, isn't it? Like, was that part of their little package through Sheehan's?
I know they're doing a promotion thing with the race club to buy, they put out, or they have done in the past, they'll just buy, I don't know what, but it might be $100 with a beer ticket or alcohol tickets or whatever in the package, and they'll buy them off the race club. That's what they did before. So the figure mightn't be right, but they put X amount of beer tickets, value in beer tickets to give the people, the participants. Yeah, Councillor Guthrie.
Councillor McMullen, if I'm reading this correctly, and you said there's 80 people coming, and they're each getting a $100 voucher to spend at participating businesses, that's $8,000. So I would think the cost of landing is less than $8,000. So there's actually a win to the Maranoa community, to the businesses.
That's good.
Is that right?
And I think the tickets, I mean, I can't remember, they're up around the $2,000 or something, $1,800, $2,000 for the fee, the whole package.
So that'd be good to know if that's what they're selling at.
Yeah.
If this was supported, then they are then reduced.
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
that's
because
my question before
in the previous approaches, and I know that we're myself, others may be labelled being difficult on this, right? Believe you me, I hear that that's what's being shared back, but we talk about setting precedents in this room, and Sheen Events is a private business, and good on them for doing these initiatives. I think they're great. But if the rugby race club, or the race club that's organising the rugby race day with the rugby club, wrote to council and asked us, because of these reasons, would you waive the fees? We're supporting a not-for-profit community group with their initiative, working with Sheen Events, which is what Danny's done in the past, which is great. But it's not honing in on one individual business. It's supporting community groups of our region.
So in the past, they haven't sent a letter like this, so they've changed tack. And it's,
I can't remember, to be honest. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's going to be the same outcome. They've just gone. They might have a different person in a different position. Maybe. Just seems funny how they've changed tact.
Look, the difference in the outcome is that previously we waived it for a community group.
Yeah, but
this time we're waiving it for a
commercial business.
But that's just someone being a bit clever with the letter too. It could be like, if rugby club would have sent the letter in, we wouldn't be probably having this conversation, because it's supporting exactly what you said. 3 clubs. Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, but because it's the precedents that could be set.
Yeah, I know, but
commercial businesses.
I think last time we went back to the picnic races and asked the question, I think, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
And I think we've also asked him if he wanted to add any more information, which he didn't do.
No.
So he's not got his hand up to say that he's going to give back, or we don't know if he's going to give back or not. Well, we do, I guess, but anyway, I just don't think it's right, personally.
It's a hard. I can see your point, but I can see the benefits of.
I can see the benefits as well, but I just don't see how any private commercial business can ask a council to waive a $7,000 I just don't think it's right.
But the partnership organisations can, the race club and the
Yeah.
rugby club, who are clearly working with Sheen Events to get people here for their event on that particular weekend next year, they can.
Even a letter of support from them or something
That's
would
what I
be.
mean, someone's changed, there's been a change in there, why they've gone off what they've done in
Yeah,
the
I
past.
feel a lot better with the letters.
Yeah, just something, and it's not because we don't want to support it. I totally see economic benefits in it.
I do too.
It's just about what it will. We're responsible for ratepayers' money.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so where do we, Mr Chair, where do we go now then if we've got these questions? Can we send?
Do we write a letter or?
I think I think that's a general consensus, get some more
We invite
feedback.
the three
Well,
organisations in
but-
Roma to write a letter of support.
Well,
one's 700 kilometres away.
them to-
It would be better the application come from them rather than the letter of support.
Yeah.
So the request to waive fees from the from the race club or the rugby club will be consistent in how the picnic races have approached this matter in the past. And again, I stress, I'm sure particularly me will be labelled difficult, but it's the precedent. We can support our own local clubs.
Yes.
And the benefit's still there. Hopefully 80 people jump on the plane, they come here for the weekend and they spend not just those vouchers in town, but, you know, their hard-earned money as well.
So we've got time. It's not, time's not an issue, is it?
What do you, open suggestions, do we write a letter or just, like, with council's approval, I'm quite happy to meet with the rugby club or race club, whoever's going to be looking after. I mean, ask them for a letter of support.
I think Sheen Events.
Well, just a raise
Well,
again, it's
yeah.
not a letter of support,
Well,
it's the request.
Letter of request.
So today we could simply just, council receive and note the officer's report. I suspect a letter would be forthcoming, Councillor McMullen, from either of those two groups that are organising the event.
Well,
I can only assume that.
I'd have to ask, yeah.
And then it can be dealt with in a fortnight.
Do we have to initiate, if we wanted to initiate that conversation, do we have to put it in that report or just still get away with that?
But we haven't in the past, right? When this is...
Look, just as long as we're clear that, you know, we applaud the initiative.
Yeah, that's fine.
We
yeah,
applaud the initiative. It's just the process
Just
to be able to support
Get someone,
to support this initiative.
Can I just ask a question too, through you, Deputy Mayor? How do they, they were going to give the money to Pinaroo, weren't they?
One was one.
So,
Pinaroo Race Club and the Rugby Club.
oh, righto, yeah, so how's, who's actually going to draw those cheques and send those cheques off to
It'll be
Pinaroo? That's all I'm wondering. Is it
Sheen Events?
Is it Sheen Events or the Roma? Is it
They haven't said they're doing that yet, though.
Is it the Roma Picnic Races, or who is it? Who's actually physically going to draw that cheque or draw that money and give it to?
Running the promotion.
Yeah, okay.
And Sheen Events, and I think there's another.
I just thought if it came from the local communities, sending it to the local communities might be better than, yeah.
Well, that's what we've got to...
You know, going the other way,
Well,
like an out of.
I suppose that's a side issue, Councillor Edwards, because that aspect really has nothing to do with council.
Because it's not.
But isn't it? Aren't we basing our decision on the fact that the money's going to a local charity?
Yes, yeah. That's what we're saying.
You know,
yeah.
I'd like to know that it is in fact going to the local charity. But I just thought maybe I'm probably being difficult too, but I'm just wondering how do you confirm or whatever that they actually
That's all
get
we're saying, a conversation.
So maybe then, through the acting chair, correspondence needs to go back to Sheen Events, and that council's view is that a letter of request from the partner organisations locally, being the rugby club and the race club, seeking a fee waiver is the most appropriate, and it's how it's been done in the past, and that, as Councillor Edwards just asked, maybe in the resolution it needs to include and some clarity around the beneficiaries of the proceeds of the dinner is what you're asking, isn't it?
Well, you know, yeah, I mean, Councillor Hancock had it up there before, but it, you know, I haven't got it in front of me, but it did say something about Pinaroo and
Pinaroo
you know, being the
Race Club
beneficiaries.
Pinaroo Race Club and the rugby
Yeah,
club.
and I just thought, well, I mean, this is being structured in a certain way so that, I don't know how they divvy it up at the end and who makes the money and what happens, but at the end of the day, someone's got to be giving the money to Pinaroo.
It'll all come out of the
To the
Sheehan
group.
events, because they're collecting the money for the ticket
So
to
there'll
travel
be
on
a-
the whole group, you know, for the whole process.
So if there's going to be any benefit out of this, you know, there'll be probably, you know, some, what do you call it?
I think-
media around it. There'll
I
be
think
media around it. and
My
there'll be-
suggestion is if, ask the race club or the rugby club for a letter to say that, yes, they will, what was the word?
Should we be asking that, or is that Sheehan Events? Because we're making, and I've made it the assumption that because it's the rugby race day that they're all working together, but I actually don't know that.
We can avoid that area if you wish, but I'm just bringing it up, that's all I need.
I think that our guarantee that they're working together and they're partnering in it is if we get the request from that organisation.
See, in the previous ones, both of them, that the council sponsor the Roma picnic initiatives with Sheehan Events. So we've asked the picnic club.
We haven't. So just to be clear how it happened, Sheehan Events wrote to us in the past. We've had a similar conversations to as what we're having now. That has allowed conversations outside of the council chamber between other parties to happen. And then the picnic race president and executive started making contact with councillors, informing us that it was their event and they were partnering with Sheehan Events to get people out for the races. That I haven't had a call from
No,
so I'm just making the assumption, but if we write back to Sheehan Events and say, in principle, we support this initiative, but to be in line with how we've done it in the past,
Where a process is,
we need the request to come from your local partners.
I was referring to Councillor Edwards' statement. If we go ahead with this, I think that's a question for the end of the process. Please advise us, when it's all finished, how much money Pinaroo got, you know, that wouldn't be the exact wording, but where the money went and how much. Council
So
Taylor?
did they let us know that last year?
No, they didn't.
We didn't ask them to. So.
We didn't ask them to.
No.
Probably you don't have to divulge it, but I think...
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Do we or don't we?
Or
If we,
I just see that this potentially could come back in exactly the same form. Do we write to the others, just refer the request to the community groups?
But we're making an assumption that they're all working together.
I've spoke with Randall Farrer. He raised it the other day, and he said it'll be good if it happens. But he said, you know, if it happens, it happens. Yeah, they support it. Yeah, for sure.
But is it something they're doing together?
Well, I didn't go any. He knows about it. Obviously, Danny spoke to him a long time ago. Or when I say months and months ago, he actually rang me to see who was president of the race club. I think Randall still was at the time. And then he went from there, and then he said it'd be some months ago. That was quite a few months ago. He's actually in town here, and he said that they would have talked. He'd been talking to Randall, and they're going to do selected the rugby race day. They were going to actually do it originally for now, but they weren't sure if the Roma Cup was going ahead.
Well, if that's the case, then Councillor McMullen, that they are working together.
Well,
we need some kind of correspondence out of the.
I mean, if it's appropriate, I'm quite happy to ask Randall.
Well, I think Peter Flynn's the new president, I think.
Well, him and what's his name are sharing
the
it,
process.
Him and Craig Smith. But I'm not sure whether rugby race day comes under picnic races or Roma Turf Club.
No, it doesn't come under picnic races. It's Roma
Turf Club.
There's only one for the picnic races. But are you saying Peter and
Pretty sure.
Craig
Smith,
well, that's who we should be going to.
They are sharing.
He would, yeah.
Yeah, so
They are sharing
it
the.
might be easily handled, hopefully.
Might be easily handled.
Or like communication-wise, hopefully.
anyway, I won't say
Excuse
anything.
me, Mayor, I've got one other
Yeah.
question, might probably spin us in the works, but through you to Director Rob. Last year I noticed that it's a transfer of money from the sponsorship budget to the airport budget. I'm pretty sure that our sponsorship budget is fairly low, that we've expended most of it, so I'm just wondering where our money might come from.
Yeah, I think.
In the past, that's where it has gone to, because there has been a community group that's requested it.
Yeah.
If we had gone that way and gone through the party that requested, I don't think that's a donation before you meet the guidelines, so I think you're right going the other way. That'll give me some time to go back and see what money we have got, and where, if they do want to do that, where I can transfer.
Yeah, because I just have a feeling that we did do a fairly big sponsorship already, and so there might be limited money in that budget.
I'm hesitant to suggest this, but is it just a matter of laying this on the table
Making a phone call.
till the next meeting, and then there'll be information that are coming back?
We need to make a decision one way or the other next meeting, yeah.
No, accept that,
Yeah.
but we'll have more information, which, that's what I was hoping that we had.
How are we going to
today.
obtain the information? This is my question.
Well, we've got some coming back from staff.
The dollar side of it.
Yeah. And maybe it is, if you want to take the lead on it, it is a conversation with Craig and with Peter.
Okay.
From
Like everyone's happy, I'm quite happy to.
Do we really need the letter then?
No.
But could we have
No.
enough support? I don't think it is.
But do we need a letter from those people,
Yeah.
yay or nay? This is from the club, race club, or the rugby club.
So we need the request?
The request
It's the
in
request.
writing.
It's not a letter of support.
No, it's a
What I'm
request.
hearing, it's a request
Request
for
yeah.
that concession.
Trading out one for identity for a.
So just say going forward.
I'd like, which probably shouldn't, we might have a conflict of interest if I go to one of those persons. Different airplanes. I don't know how that works. I'm not trying to be.
Oh, well, that conflict doesn't, it's not in it.
Not here,
Yeah.
no, but I mean, yeah.
So just say, councillors thinking it through, if we do lay at the table, go to the next meeting, and we do get an application from the rugby club or the turf club or both, with the similar request we had in previous years, how do we deal with this request? That's what's laid on the table is the request from Shins. So do we then actually treat it as two separate things? Thinking it through, I'll probably bring a separate report back in for the request from the other parties and deal with that, with the recommendation that probably approve it. And then in which case, I still have to deal with one later on the table so that we knock that one back, but it's obviously resolved by the second report.
Rob, in the past, we've said, assuming the rugby club or the race club approve it, agree with it, that council sponsor the Roma picnic races initiative with Sheehan's event, so we'd still be, I would imagine, still be partnering, because Sheehan's events will be running the rest, will be.
I can resolve it, Candy, it's either way, yeah, but that
Yeah.
might be the way to do it. It's not a big deal, but yeah, just the request on the table is that, but maybe it is, we get that the application comes from a different party.
But it'd have to be partnering then with Sheehan's, wouldn't it, too?
Yeah, that's all right.
I mean, I'm a-
It'll either be two reports or one.
Yeah.
Together, it's not the end of the world, I can sort that.
So, okay, what are we going to move today?
The matter lay on the table until the next ordinary meeting of council.
Everyone happy if I speak to the people?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That the costings come back around what's available for sponsorship.
Yeah.
And that we ask Councillor McMullen on our behalf to speak with the president of the rugby club and the Roma Turf Club to ascertain relevant information for us to make a decision. And seek a letter of request from them.
Just letter of request, I'll write that in my diary, letter of request.
No, that's just an old resolution.
So they must have a subcommittee that races for different events.
So that's a procedural motion, even though we've added, we really need to, probably need to be an ordinary. procedural motion normally just to lay it on the table, but you're actually asking a couple of things and giving me permission to speak, is that correct?
That's gone
Yeah,
up to
so,
about 40 something.
yeah, move in a second.
Move
but-
in a second.
But it's still, the matter is laying on the table.
Oh, yeah,
We're
yeah,
asking
yeah,
for
yeah,
that to-
Can, Councillor Neil, would you be happy if we changed the word costings and just put sponsorship budget? You know, call it what it is, the sponsorship budget. Availability.
Yeah.
You
okay.
know, because that's
Yeah.
what I'm asking about is, do we have funds?
And the figures in here would be probably a little, I don't know how much the landing fees have gone up and that, not much, but would be a little bit more, wouldn't it, Director Rob?
That would be, although Ben, when you did the report, it was actually based on the landing fees at the time, but I'll make sure they're current.
And
We'll check over with the sponsorship, provide that, and if there is appetite to do it, if there's any other alternative places.
for the benefit of the new councillors, that on page 6, that was the 17 one, we had to also approve a concession on the weights, wasn't it? Because the airport, before the airstrip was done up.
But it's right.
It's right now, that's correct, yeah. Okay, so what, will we have someone move?
Well, I'm moving it.
Yeah,
So that council, 1, lay the matter on the table until the next ordinary meeting of council. 2,
Can we just swap that around, because we're laying it before anything, there's actually, I take
oh, I see.
Deputy Mayor's
Gotcha.
point that there are some actions.
yeah, that's what, it's more
And
approve.
Yeah, that council approved Councillor McMullen to speak to the relevant parties and that
a report be brought back to the next ordinary meeting, including the results
Letter of.
Yeah.
or you could
request.
put to speak with the relevant parties about a letter of request.
oh yeah,
Yes.
That's probably my point there, so it is a second report, so what the report, there's one report laid on the table, we're bringing a new report back, which we can deal with, and then the other one we just then say with no further action required, so it is a second report.
so then we'll have to move that this matter lays on the table for a fortnight, this one, and then we've got another report coming.
The one in front of the other, we deal with that, and then depending on the outcome of that, then you may decide not to do anything further with this one.
That makes sense.
Receive another report.
So probably, and then further that, just swap it around, further that the report include details of sponsorship budget availability. Information about sponsorship budget availability. Just two separate sentences, thanks Cal, because Councillor McMullen's doing one and officers will be doing the other.
Just have to get rid of that council.
just thinking, sorry, the governance around that as to how that's going to work, because it's the officers doing
Yeah,
how,
the fund,
how we're going to
the
feed that back in.
money and the fees and whether, if there's any money to cover
So,
them.
so maybe well, I guess the outcome of your bit will be the letter of request, isn't it? So
yeah.
that can go back to the officers.
Yeah.
Excuse me, through you, Deputy Mayor, Madam CEO, what happens with the entries there in the journal, you know, the books, when you do this? Like, what actually happens with is it debit sponsorships and credit landing fees?
It's so that it's an internal transaction, but we effectively make sure that the airport function is not out of pocket.
And that's right, but it'll be different to the other report we've got coming up later on in the meeting about waivers there, because that's not sponsorship, that's actually just a waiver.
A fee waiver.
That will be the airport out of pocket.
There'll be another entry later where it'll be
Yeah.
waived.
This,
Yeah, okay.
This case you're right.
We do recognise it so that there's an internal income and like a community service obligation on the other side.
So,
For those sorts of waivers and things like that.
so there is an entry to the sponsorship general ledger.
Yes.
There's going to be
That would be the intention, so that we could
Yeah.
recognise how much we're at. Do you recall what we've done in the past with this one? That we've put in a ledger entry, haven't we?
it's here, it says,
It's an
Fed funds be transferred within GL 2511, 2511 Airport Administration to a specific new sub-account 2249. That's one of them, yeah.
I just wonder, this probably does clean it up nicely. We're not laying anything on the table. The request that's before us, as of today, that's how we're dealing with it. Now, we may change that in a fortnight, but this is how we're dealing with it today. So there's no matter being laid on the table. This is the resolution off the back of the report.
I think that's even better. Yeah, because then it's attached to this. Yeah.
Just from the minutes point of view, I imagine that an action will come back to my team then to write to the applicant, notifying of the outcome, which we didn't say something, but I guess
It'll be an interim update only. Yeah, because Councillor McMullen's discussions will hopefully generate the letters which will come back to the officers. That was the bit I was just getting clear in my mind as to how we
quick
got.
as we can,
Yeah.
and then it can be ready for the report.
So that'll just generate an action item, councillors, and I'll have to write a letter which really says nothing, but if acting chair's going to have a conversation with them anyway, if that happens beforehand, before I get the letter, it'll make more sense to them. That works.
Madam CEO, I just think might read a bit better if it says number 2B provided further information about available sponsorship budget.
Budget, yeah.
I think it'll just read better if we say about available sponsorship
Yeah,
budget.
that's what I was sort of getting at, yeah.
Because we've got to know if we can afford it.
Well,
where
I
it's
don't
coming
think
from.
as it stands at the moment that sponsorship budget has anything left.
I'll have to check.
Well, that's
I have a feeling we
me too.
we blew the budget
Yeah.
the other day, but
do,
it's more
yeah.
about further information about. Raquel, can you,
Sorry?
potential funding sources for sponsorship, sponsorship. Potential funding sources for sponsorship.
Which, so then that gives you the option to tell us that it's...
So to go
yeah.
back to your question, Councillor Edwards, it would be a case of, well, we don't have anything left in our sponsorship budget, but where could that money be come from? But we do need to report on that every year as to what we provide to community groups, and sponsorship is part of that. So we want to be transparent.
Tell me if it was an internal airport transaction or...
I think that's a little bit what Councillor Edwards is saying, is that
funds be transferred within GL to a specific new sub-account. That was 2017, but... Whereas 2018, it came out of the sponsorship budget.
Yeah. So that's my question is,
Yeah.
where's the money coming from to be transferred
Yeah.
from
Well, I
there to
just-
there?
My view is that the airport function shouldn't be out of pocket because the issue here is one of, the benefit is going to go back to the
community,
businesses of
yes.
the Maranoa. The airport still needs what it needs to function. The rest is a matter for council. So the preference is to have it as it comes out of sponsorship. It's transparent that that's what council has allocated, and the airport is not penalised.
And then we try and recognise that a saving somewhere within that department where it will be charged to anyway, in this case, its team.
Yeah.
Try and find the money the sponsorship is expended. So I guess if we have, let's say it's wages and position in his team that hasn't been able to fill for a while, and there's money there, we transferring money between this work order to this work order, and then from that work order
out.
That's the, so there should be three rather than.
As I said, Rob, just talking to the CEO, when I read, I might be wrong, but 2017, it was an internal transfer by the look of it in the airport budget. But 2018, it definitely came out of the council sponsorship budget, so.
So I'm mindful of the time.
Yeah, right,
So
yeah.
I'm happy to move that council,
Okay.
one, approve Councillor McMullen to speak with the relevant parties about a letter of request with a further report brought back to the next ordinary meeting, confirming the outcome of those discussions, and 2B, provided further information about potential funding sources for sponsorship.
Councillor Burkett's the seconder. Any opposition to the motion? Anyone want to speak any further? Okay, I'll put that to the vote then. All those in favour, 3, 6, 7, 0.
No.
I'm smiling because I thought we'd all spoke.
Yeah.
Lots.
Who's missing? Yeah, thanks. Oh, George and the mayor. Thanks, Chairman.
See, in the ideal world, Sheen Events would give us the money, right? Because that's what they said they were going to do. They would give us the money. Give us the money, and we would give it to them.
Yeah,
That's how it would happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's all.
You know, but it's all, yeah, it's all going over.
Where are we up to now? Still in
L4.
L4.
Are we doing L3 because we've got the information?
No, I thought we'd done L3, haven't we?
No,
No,
we're waiting
just
for
came. We got the
So we've got
new
the
amendment.
Gavin's here.
Gavin's
In the
here,
hot
ready.
seat.
Gavin's ready, willing, and
I thought he was just making use of the aircon.
Okay, well, we'll do L3, cafe on second. Lease? Did we have some information?
yeah, we-
Director?
Sorry, Gavin circulated that earlier there. Just
pretty good.
Just
I think it's
up
one,
on
is it?
screen.
Do you want, can you read it from there?
He's got it. No, it's up on there.
It's just his eyes.
Thank you.
Who sent it to?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move it, but I'd like to change a detail that's in there.
Yep.
Instead of saying Monday to Saturday, I'd like to go Monday to Friday. When I move it,
Where's,
I'll actually.
which,
Yeah. Monday to
Is this
Friday.
through you,
no,
Mr.
that's
Mayor, is this
option
the
A
legal-
or option B. We've got to go though. Which one do you want to go? Option A or option B?
No, that's not for me to go, that's for the tenant to go.
Yeah.
Is this the legal advice through you, Mr. Mayor? Is this the legal advice that we've got? So this is a legal,
Yeah.
this is a legal resolution that's been provided to us.
That's the three
Do we
years.
need to go into close if we're considering legal advice?
I think so.
Well, this is actually what you're going to be what I'm going to move.
Gav proposed the wording and we got it checked by legals.
So really, from what I understand here, there's two options. This motion, if someone moved it, would give options for both sides, sort of thing.
The tenant, give the tenant the option.
The tenant the option of option A or option B.
2 points that council asked me to follow up was if, how we would go having reduced hours for a period, what sort of format does that take? And then two, if that wasn't agreeable, how do we progress the tender? So Gav and I had a conversation with them and where to go, putting that wording together and go those words together and send it down to have it checked, and then there was a couple of minor changes that you have to it, but so in terms of council going through his, want to go from Saturday back to Friday,
No, that's just the recognition that, as I've said previously, that it's the low time in India, the Christmas holidays and the fact that it's hot. Yeah.
Okay, do we have any, does anyone want to move something?
Yeah.
Councillor Guthrie.
I'd like to move that Council 1 acknowledge the request from Keltone Proprietary Limited, the tenant, to operate reduced hours and renew their current lease with the council for the In-June Cafe lease. Number 2, provide the tenant with the choice to accept one of the following alternatives. Option A, the tenant will 1, exercise their option to renew the lease on the current terms. 2, temporarily operate under reduced hours of Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. until the 1st of February 2021. And 3, recommence operating for the core trading hours outlined in item 13 of the lease from the 2nd of February 2021. Option B, the tenant, number 1, does not exercise its option to renew the lease. Number 2, temporarily operate under the reduced hours of Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. until the 1st of February 2021. And 3, may hold over on a month-to-month basis under the same terms as the lease while the council calls a tender for a new lease. Number 3, advise the tenant of the council's intent to invite interested parties to tender to operate the In-June Cafe on the terms substantially similar to the terms in the lease, including the current core trading hours, in the event that the tenant does not lawfully exercise its option to renew the lease.
So there's two small changes there. In B, I think Councillor Guthrie's intent was that was Monday to Friday, not Monday to Saturday.
She said Friday.
I called out Friday on both times.
You called out Friday, but that's not what was up on
Yeah.
the screen.
Both.
The first one was, but the second one wasn't. And
No,
Councillor Guthrie said on 2 occasions the council, but I think we just have it as while council calls.
The actual, through you, Mr Mayor, the actual, both options said Saturday, Julie, in the email we've got.
Yeah, I know, sorry, but when Cal had that up there,
Oh,
she
okay.
changed the Friday on the top and not the bottom.
Sorry, I
So
apologise.
I'm making sure
yeah.
that is right for what we vote on, what council votes on.
So in effect, they're the only 2 changes in the recommendation, this new recommendation, just drop the Saturday off.
And we fixed up, does not exercise, the S came off on the way through, so that was fine.
So it shouldn't actually be exercises,
No.
it should be exercise in
Yeah,
both.
and I think you said exercise, so that was fine.
Councillor Guthrie, I'm happy to second that. The only thing, but I think we need to make it clear in point 2 that we'd be going out not for In-June Cafe, because it's just a blank space there. And we've got to make it very clear that people don't think, like we can ask for it to be a coffee shop, but it's going to be a blank space because they would have to shop fit it completely themselves unless they made arrangements with the current people. So what I'm saying, I think it's got to be clear that we're not advertising a cafe, we're advertising we'd like a cafe there, because they've all got to start from scratch, because it was never a cafe.
So, Mr Mayor, you'll be saying that should the current tenants not continue to renew their lease, that there will be an empty space. There could be an empty space, that's fair enough. I do think, though, that the first option should be that we consider going out to tender for another lease for a cafe, because the cafe itself is a very valuable part of In-June.
Totally agree, but in your last point there, where you go...
So it's number 3 you're talking about, Mr
Yeah,
Mayor.
number 3.
Can you keep going, Cal, so they can see?
That we need to be careful it's not like In-June Cafe as if it's a business, because that's someone's business, but we'd like, a cafe space, but it will be an empty building. Could be an empty building, because they need to know that, Russ. They might quote on...
I'm happy to remove, as you're saying, the words In-June Cafe and instead maybe say, advise the tenant of council's intent to invite interested parties to tender to lease the space.
So it's just, I tell you, and it's Gav said, with the term we use to consistent with all we used to call a lettable space.
Yeah.
Fantastic idea. Yeah.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just for clarity for us newbies, so that when they went in there and took the lease, it was an empty building?
Correct.
Nothing.
It was an art
Okay.
gallery.
That wasn't, we didn't fit it out. Yeah.
No.
We didn't actually call for a cafe, we just said we've got a space, tell us your proposal, and we only had to one tender, and it was for a cafe.
Idea. But councillor Guthrie, if you'd like to put in that you'd like to see a coffee shop
With a preference.
or a food, whatever, I think that's good direction, that's what we're looking at. And the other question with point 3, so it's a bit like a conforming tender is what we'd like is the same hours, but also that, would you be happy if we put in there another office? Because, for instance, the current people, there may be no one, and the current people might go, we'd like to put in what we can do. Councillor McMullen.
May I ask the question of probably maybe CEO Director Rob probably, would that be something that would be specified in the tender documents rather than say too much on the open page? Because
Could
Joe Bloggs looks up there and sees it may not be any, it may be a lettable space, may not have anything at all. We're not going to tender.
So could we just have to tender for the lettable space?
But could we also, Mr Mayor, could we also, Madam
then-
CEO, put down with a preference to a food outlet or something like that there?
No, I think I'm back with what Councillor McMullen's saying, because that's not what this is
No.
Yep.
I think it should.
about. It's
I think-
really, it's about their term and finishing theirs, and then what council does is a specification
In the
issue,
tender documents.
what that looks like.
Yeah, and I think we just leave it at lettable space. I think probably still need something in the safe to actually do the tender, because I think the mayor's question was earlier today. We don't want to be trying to wait till February and then tender if we know
No.
up front, we agree, and they may want to tender, but obviously on different hours. At least the process is starting whilst.
Yeah, I think it needs to keep moving. But what I'm saying is including
Now the second bits is, no, I see where you're going, Mr Mayor, I think, lettable space, full stop, in the event that the tenant does not lawfully exercise its option to renew the lease, because it's muddying the waters, I think, is your concern.
and including the current core trading hours, councillor Guthrie, and because I believe we need other options, because if no one wants to do those hours but they want to do others, we need to get it back in the tender or the expressions of interest.
Mr
Right.
Mayor, I'd agree, because it's, the actual crucial part is number 2, with really the ball in the tenant's court as to whether or not they would like option A, option B. And then when we get to the point of that being determined, then it's number 3, as in where to from here. So I'd agree. Yeah.
So we have the current core trading hours, but is it your understanding that we would allow other hours if they wanted to tender?
But this is
No, I think we remove all of that and just leave the full stop after the word lease.
Yeah, I think we're trying to
put too much in
preempt the
it.
future.
Yeah.
Without knowing where we're going.
Yeah, that discussion is for.
That's
for
later
they've
down
made
the-
their
Yeah.
decision.
Because
then
option A already says that exercise their option to renew the lease on the current terms.
Which I don't believe they will do. 'Cause-
No, but I mean, recommence.
But what I'm saying is it council, if this gets up, is it council's understanding that a tender will go out if that, doesn't have to come back to council? Is that correct?
It'll go
Do you
out.
understand that, councillor Guthrie?
Yep.
Yep.
It's in early December, I think, is it? The option due? They've got.
4th or 5th or something.
2nd or something.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think.
And once we know that, I mean, the specification can be drafted and that can be
Yeah.
circulated informally to councillors
Yes.
if there's input.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
The same one we did before, there is a potential for departures when it comes to tenders as well. So if they wanted to change the hours slightly, then that's a
They can
departure,
offer
they
it.
can offer that,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Through you, Mr Mayor, my understanding is it can't go out to tender until find out whether they're going to exercise their option.
True,
Yeah,
true.
So that's, I think that, well, in my opinion anyway, that's
Yeah.
a fairly well,
And then we've also got that we then, if they go with option B, that we can actually hold over for a month-to-month basis under the same terms as the lease, while the council then calls the tender for a new
Yeah.
lease. So we've actually got the option of having them continue, and then it may be that they decide to accept a re-tender with different terms to what that, but that would be a new tender approach, I would believe.
But point 3 means if they're saying, look, we're happy to put it out and we'll have a go for it like everyone else, then point 3 just happens.
Yeah.
It doesn't come back till we've got a tender back,
Yeah.
you know? But the point 2 or B means that they can keep operating
yeah.
till February.
Monday to Friday.
Yeah. Okay, I'm happy to second that. Is there any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 7-1 if I can call for a division. Okay,
We got page 10.
L4, move to the Maranoa campaign. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett was first. Does anyone have any questions?
I think it's great.
I think it's a good idea.
That means, does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I think that this is really important for council to be moving forward in bringing together all the decisions that we've made around this table to support economic development in this region. I think we've done really great with our tourism campaign, and it's now time to actually have a move to the Maranoa campaign to capture the people who are moving out of the cities and encourage them to move out to our neck of the woods. So I'm very, very excited about what this report might bring back for our region.
Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. L5, request for support. Zonta says no to violence campaign. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 support and participate in 16 days of activism 2019 by amending the variable street lighting in McDowell Street, Roma to display the colour orange throughout the 16-day period from 25th November to 10th of December 2020, and 2, be presented with a subsequent report on the McDowell Street tree lights with the view of considering a pre-approved annual list of events that can be delegated to staff to implement.
Do we have a seconder?
I have a question, Mr
You have a
Mayor.
question?
Just clarifying, I might be missing something here, but 16 days of activism 2019, is that meant to be 2019 or should it be 2020?
Is it like COVID?
Is it that's the name of their
3 years, yeah, just topographic error.
Oh,
for
okay.
2020? I'm happy to second
I
that.
balked at that and I thought, no, it must be something.
Look, I thought it was like COVID, just the
Just running
COVID
late.
nightmare.
Any other questions? We have a mover and we have a seconder.
Have we got a seconder?
Yes, we do. Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Page 20.
L7, Roma Neighbourhood Centre, Maranoa Gaming Community Incorporated. Do we have any information on this one?
We did have the meeting with them to work out which area they would require. I think in the report's been updated on what works they're prepared to take. We have had to try and get the electrician up there. That's a big cost. It's probably, whilst the building end they want to use is what we thought it's the good end, but it's going to be the electrical, all those split systems there that work. So we haven't been able to get an electrician there to work out the cost. But I did speak to, we both spoke to our building department internally there. They should be anywhere up to about $50,000.
How much, sorry?
Yeah,
50.
But-
yeah, 350.
So-
300.
Yeah.
That's on the basis if we decide to fix them.
That's if everything's wrong and yeah,
Yeah.
it's all got to be replaced.
Whereas, as far as I understand, I think the group is very keen to get going and probably would live with as long as it's safe. You know? So they also, I think, mentioned about they might be able to use one of their electricians maybe to do some minor work and just get it approved by council. So.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just thinking out loud. I know we've laid a lot on the table. If that's the case, we're happy. They didn't mention that, but we can go through with their electrician.
Well, it could be that they might get, you know, a sponsorship of someone will help when they hear that it's dealing with some issues that the community has, keeping kids busy.
In terms of the council's that floor plan there, based on what they want, the only part of the old building they require is actually the kitchen.
Kitchen, yeah.
So looking at the floor plan, we can probably just put a door in and lock that hallway off, and they come out of that back area straight onto the deck and access the kitchen off the deck. So that way they don't have to come through the old part to get to the kitchen using the existing door. The thoughts were we just put a doorway in that hallway. That way when they want to use the kitchen, they turn right, go out to the deck, go off the across the deck and go to the kitchen from that way. That way we can restrict them out of that other end. Pop it off there, and they've still got 3 exits out of the building, the bit they want. So, which is probably the unknown to me. I'm sorry, I thought we might have been able to get an electrician up there, but it just didn't work out.
But I'd like to move that council enter into an agreement for a 12-month period with Maranoa Gaming Community based on the proposal that Maranoa Community have put forward to council on a 12-month trial of running a youth drop-in facility for the Maranoa to deal with youth crime, with the facility handed over as is. And when I say the facility, I also mean the land because, what else do we need there in a motion if they're taking it as is, Director?
So just
Probably should have looked at the testing though.
we've already got a resolution that council enter into negotiations for a 12-month agreement based on the proposal and put forward on a 12-month trial of running. Just need to make.
So this is like providing they're happy to do that we can actually sign up a agreement for 12 months.
So maybe this is authorise the CEO to sign an agreement.
Through you, Mr. Madam Chair, could you read that again? Because I thought that we were going to get back costs because I know, and I'm all for this, but I'm also can't vote for something that we don't know how much it's going to cost and where we're going to get that money from right now. And I do know that they said that definitely the structural maintenance would be up to council. I would think that there is a cost that goes with this, and I just think we need to know what that cost is, and where we're getting that money from.
Well, I was going to actually go a different way, that we're offering them to as is, and I'm happy if there's some test and tag or something needed, but then put the ball into their court whether they can handle those costs as the facility is free. And we are coming up to a shutdown period, and this is an opportunity to get over the line, and if they're willing to take it the way it is, then it can happen. Also, you notice that, you know, they've got a perfect block for kids to kick football next to the motel there, which is just brilliant, and it's in the CBD, but it keeps it close. So I believe even if the air conditioners are not working and they can't do some of it, they can make some use of it, which is keeping the kids busy, and they might be able to access things that we don't. And if they're not interested, then they won't enter into an agreement, but at least get the ball rolling and say, we can make it happen today on this basis. Councillor Guthrie?
Mr Mayor, I also think there's a certain amount of urgency attached to this, given the fact that school breaks up on a Wednesday fortnight, and there will be 6 weeks of school holidays with children who will be maybe requiring somewhere to be. And I'd agree. I think there's enough in the actual report here about the Maranoa gaming community are happy to pay for tag and test and happy to pay for power and happy, there's a whole listing of the things they're happy to be able to take the cost for. I think it's something that we as a council have a responsibility to provide a youth drop-in centre. And if there is money required, I think it's got to be something we look very closely at actually finding, if necessary.
Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, as the CEO has pointed out, we've already approved.
Negotiations, but we haven't actually.
Negotiations, sorry, yeah,
So this is actually saying if you take it on this basis, you can start using it. And of course, like we all do when our air conditioner doesn't work, we might be outside for more time. Yeah. So I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder for the motion?
Sorry, I just might
Yep.
add there, probably the only real thing is probably that electrical safety inspection we can get that undertaken.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to put that in there.
Just that way, at least, that's probably the big thing, there'll be your smoke alarms, make sure they're definitely right, any electrical safety issues. And if we're doing that, then it should be, everything else is probably cosmetic.
But basically find out everything's faulty, not actually
Yeah.
regas air cons or anything like that. No.
It's about safety and RCD.
Safety, yeah.
It's about safety and RCD checks, etc.
Yeah, because under the list here, it's got council will maintain all structural and electrical safety of the building.
And this is making an offer to them. Councillor Taylor was next.
Well, the only thing I see here is that they don't want it till February, March, so we would have the time to check the electrical.
Oh, we've got true.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
not that urgent.
They're probably not looking to do anything over Christmas anyway.
No, well, I'm not sure about that. I think if they get correspondence tomorrow, that's obviously what they put up, I understand. But if they get correspondence tomorrow that this is a goer, then they can start working on it. And they may do some school holidays programs. It could be just on the outside, just in the grounds. Councillor O'Neill?
Someone mentioned, I'm not too sure if it was you, Mayor, about the air cons. Are they not working?
Yeah, the staff did that.
Split, sorry, there's splits and there's the swamp box on the roof.
Yeah, so there is, at last count, roughly 27 different split system units. While some of them are fairly usable with little maintenance, we'd have to do a fairly extensive test of all of them, which, to replace 27 units, you'd be looking at $80,000.
Because through your Mayor, given that and what Councillor Guthrie just shared with us, if there is a need over the summer period, not discounting what has clearly been put in the report of February, March, but if it is now, it's not a very good look that Council's providing a youth drop-in centre to youth that can't occupy the building because of the, increased temperatures over the summer period. So maybe we do need to get all the air cons tested to ascertain, to Councillor Hancock's point, what the cost is, because that's, surely we've got a duty of care.
I know, this is our young people putting them
in an oven.
Councillor McMullen?
Need to be safe.
The safety, that's right, Councillor O'Neill's suggesting, and I don't say it's wrong, that they be operational. Safety doesn't mean to say they work.
No, but we won't know that until we've tested them.
That's right, but the test, even if they're not working, they need to be tested to make sure there's not a fault.
But then we'll need to know if they're working or not, surely. Yeah.
No, well, the motion that I'm putting up is making sure that we do that inspection. So have we got wording for that? Test, is it test and tag or is that?
It's test and tag, but Maranoa Gaming are happy to pay for that.
So test and tag generally is with any of the equipment, so they'll come and test that. This is actually
This is the electrical safety.
They're doing here. They're doing.
We have some wording for that?
Test and tags, like stuff with leads, but split systems won't come under test and tag.
It'll be electrical safety inspection.
Okay, so I'm happy to.
Structural safety's on us.
Yeah, conduct us.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just in regards to the air conditioner, like, what'd you say, it's 27? They might only need a couple to go in the common room.
Yeah.
For the starters, so I think we want to get too carried away with that, but I'd like to think, and just on the weekend, the crimes and what I heard in certain sections of Rome and what's been going on, I think we do need to jump on it, and maybe some businesses, I'm not saying that they will, but like if they get word of this, they might say, geez, I'm happy to donate an air conditioner.
Exactly.
If it's going to keep them from out of my house and out of my shop, I'm all for it. The police, PCYC might, we don't know until these guys are in that field. They might say, well, we've already got plans to do all this. So I agree. I think the sooner we can get this happening, the better. Otherwise, it's going to be
And Mr Mayor, in this report, it's the Maranoa Gaming Community that will tag and test all electrical equipment, earn and split system air conditioners. So they're going to do that. When you do the RCD checks, that there is a machine that you use, and as long as you're trained to be able to do it, you can sign off on it. It simply then alerts, doesn't it, Gavin? To the fact that there's actually...
So who was first, Councillor Hancock or Edwards? Right. Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I am not trying to prolong this. I think it's a great initiative, but I actually want to know, so I can make my decision, can we legally, so through you to the officers, can we legally lease out a building without our due diligence? That is what I need to know before we can make this. And I understand what you're saying is if they take it as is, but is that even legal for a council to do that, is what I need to know.
So, well, as far as I understand, point 3 has been added, which is council to conduct a safety inspection of the facility, electrical safety inspection to make sure it is safe, as well what the director said. Now, that just makes it safe, so there's no danger there. I'm not suggesting that we fix the split systems or anything like that, but for the piece that they're using, we're checking and making sure it's safe, because...
Yep, but
right?
safety inspection, sorry, you were saying electrical.
Yeah, excuse me, Kel, just electrical
Well,
safety.
actually, I think it needs to be safety inspection of the whole deal. Like, it needs to be structurally safe, it needs to be electrically safe. This building needs to be safe, surely, for a council to be able to lease it out.
Sorry, I thought we had someone do an inspection.
I'll go through there. So we've actually looked at it. We've had a number of people wanting to use it over the period of time. So what we've actually had is we've had someone go through and do a full inspection of it, and that would have been not Scotty, Dunn's husband.
Richard Irwin did.
Ricky Jones. Ricky Jones.
He's previously with Richard as well. Yeah. So Ricky's gone through, had a look, given us a price on what we had to do for that whole building. It was quite a large amount. So when we discussed this a fortnight ago, we said, look, we know it's going to cost a lot of money to bring that whole building up to speed, but they're only talking about using the newer everything. Also the kitchen, which is in the old section. Can you have a meeting with them, start the enter into negotiation, find out what area they want? So that was the meeting. We went away from that meeting last week, had a meeting with them, said, look, a lot of money needs to be thrown at the other end. You know, are you happy to contain yourselves up at the new end? They said, yes, we are. There's some handrails, we can do that. We'll do the testing and tagging because they're going to have a lot of video games and equipment they're bringing onto our site, so that's got to be tested and tagged, hence them saying they'll pay for that. So we've actually gone back then and started with that big list we had and said, okay, well, of that asset plan we've got, how much we need to spend on this end here just to allow the kids to use it. And then we had tried to get an electrician on site, but we only had a week and a half in between. We had to get the report back in, so we just didn't have time to get an electrician there on site. So maybe councillors, I think I'm hearing that it's fairly urgent. Even though they've said March, we want to try and do something over the Christmas break. I've got about a week and a half to get the report up for the next meeting. It's only a fortnight away. If I can get an electrician on site to meet with the group, Mr Mayor, I'll meet on site again with the group and have our tradesmen there saying, okay, this is what the group want to do. What do we need to do? And I can just bring that to be laid on the table. I bring it back to the next report saying, look, we've tested it all. There's only probably 2 aircons that we use. We've got an agreement with them saying they're going to use these 4 rooms.
Sorry, Rob, if we have a look at what they've asked council is granted feed waiver for the use of the premises, will be responsible for all fire safety and RCD checks, will maintain all structural and electrical safety of the building, and will repair and maintain the colour bond fence between the car park and the vacant block. That's what they were asking for.
I think they're happy to maintain it, but I think it comes back to Councillor Hancock's
Yes.
They have to
We're-
maintain it, but I don't know what that standard is.
No, that's what they're looking for from us.
But point three, well, let's test the motion. Conduct a electrical safety inspection, which I
That's for
believe,
structural and electrical safety.
well, so do you have someone on site you have someone in-house to do that?
Structural, I do, Mr Mayor, I've got two on staff.
Yeah.
Structural's not
Right.
the big issue, probably electrical safety, I just worry.
Inspection of the facility, and I need to put in there for the new section
And kitchen.
Or is it, or do you just say, just for the required, area? I take your point, Gav, that the whole thing's wired in together, so
Yeah,
make sure
yeah.
that, but in terms of the aircons, I just think.
well, okay, required area, I'm happy to go with that. Conduct a structural and safety inspection.
Requested area, because that's what they've requested, isn't it?
Requested area.
And just maybe on point two, Deputy Director Campson said rather than maybe hand over the facility, just maybe provide the facility.
Righto. Because they may just use the outside of the facility for the beginning, right?
Mayor, 3 should be at 2,
Yes.
and then that inspection should either be delegated to someone to sign off on, or it comes back to council to then decide to do the provide the facility as is with all that information. I suspect it should be council doing that. Can that be done in a fortnight? Is that the type of stuff that?
Well, what I'm moving is, providing that is done and there's no issue, then they just do an agreement and get them in there.
So, Mr Mayor, number 3 should be if it meets the required standard, or if it is then found to be satisfactory or whatever, then provide the facility as. So
or
on condition of
being safe.
being safe.
Or
Condition.
of the safety inspection report.
Yeah. Or on receipt of a satisfactory safety report or confirmation of safety measures being.
I probably will need some budget counsellors there, just obviously we're gonna stop kids walking through the entire building, I do need to block off that.
I was just gonna, that needs to happen.
Yeah, just be top plate, bottom plate.
Yeah.
So,
The-
Some stones and some blocking there and some sheeting, but still.
once again, there's stuff that needs to come back so that we can make, like, can we not get that stuff back and make this decision in a fortnight's time?
No, well, we've already had 2 weeks, so I think we need to test the motion, and it might be, if there is something that needs to be done, they can take over the site, start fixing, kick the football around, do all of the thing, but they mightn't be able to access inside till that gets done. So I believe we need to move and start getting some inertia.
Can I just say, like, there's other council facilities, like the RSL hall in Mitchell doesn't have air conditioning, but gets used for dance nearly every month of the year. And it does happen, and they do it because they love to do it. I'm not saying it's right, but.
It's only, sorry, Mr Mayor, through you, it's just the fact that it's been sitting there empty for 6-7 years, it's just probably is the safety thing, just want to check that off.
Yeah.
I said, look, I also had a little bit more time, would have probably had an electrician there, but by the time we actually organised everyone to meet on site after that last meeting, work out what area they wanted to go through, and the report up, we didn't have time to get an electrician in there to come back with that, but again, now we know which area, we can meet them on site.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Director Rob, what's the agreement you'd enter into with them? Is it a user agreement, is it, or what is it?
There's lots of different type of agreements, Gav, we use, we've got use agreement, we've got leases, we've got.
Be a very-
Sole use, which they.
Fairly,
So, Kel, can we move 3 up to
could you
the
just have
beginning?
a basic document to start with?
Yeah,
Like
so
a fairly basic.
User agreement would probably be the most.
Are you happy to have the inspection first?
Well, I
Count?
think the intent of it was, if it's not gonna be, if it's not gonna meet the inspection, well,
We don't that off.
Well, it comes back to council then, doesn't it?
So 3 should be 1. No, sorry, 2 should be 1. You want to conduct the inspection first, subject to being safe as is, and then you enter into the agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, what sort of an agreement?
Well, just
We're just thinking maybe a user agreement.
user agreement.
It can be a basic sort of an
Well,
agreement. can't
that's
it?
the user agreement is designed for
what it is.
not-for-profit type organisations.
Could you put user agreement in there, please,
And
Kel, on 3.
I agree with Director Rob, though, we need to board those doorways or hallways or whatever it is to keep them out of that
So
other area.
Yeah.
Do we have budget for that, Director Rob? Like, do we need to know?
That's not what I need in there. It's, I mean, I know exactly where I can put it. I've looked at the floor plan, just as you, the hallway, at the end of the hallway, just past the toilet. As I said, here, just top plate, bottom plate, start snogging, sheet it off. You've probably still got a couple of grand, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, we don't have a maintenance budget for that building, do we?
No, we don't have a maintenance budget.
And the other question is, we do have security hooked up on that building we did previously, whether we still want to, security, we want to, again, someone to sort.
Mayor, I just wonder, the last point that you've got there to deal with youth crime, whilst we know that that hopefully will be an outcome of the centre, I can tell you the kids that I saw with Councillor Taylor that were here playing the games that that Daniel had organised, they weren't kids that were involved in youth. So you don't want to label this. It's more than just for kids that are struggling. It's for youth.
As a youth drop-in facility, full stop.
Full stop.
Oh, for the Maranoa.
For the Maranoa.
full stop.
I'm happy with that. Yeah, so do you not have another budget that you can repurpose, or do we have to put it in the motion
If there's.
for $2,000?
I've got like other maintenance stuff there too, but it's small amounts that have been done. If I find something that's really a game change, I need to bring it back.
Yeah.
What's the mechanism for that? I just do a report up, I suppose.
Yeah, game changer, bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay, I'll read this out. To conduct a structural and electrical safety inspection of the facility for the requested area. 2, subject to satisfactory safety inspection report, provide the facility as is. 3, enter into a use agreement with Maranoa Gaming Community Incorporated for a 12-month period based on the 12-month trial of running a youth drop-in centre for the Maranoa, youth drop-in facility for the Maranoa.
Councillors, can I just suggest the first point, structural and electrical safety inspection of the facility, noting the requested area, because fire has no beginning and end, and electrical or structural or the roof, it's the roof.
Yeah.
I think we need to make sure that the precinct is safe and we're not putting our young people at risk.
We need something between 1 and 2 then to say there is minor work to be done that actually do the work.
Yeah, I'm happy to put that in. So what would you like for wording there?
And you don't have another minor works.
Available, able to be accommodated within the facilities maintenance budget.
And that way, just get it done, and the next point then is, then it's all satisfactory, and then you bring it.
So which budget was that?
Facilities,
And number 3, can you fix that up to say that council provide the facility as is subject to a satisfactory safety inspection report?
That's the beginning of the one.
Is that the one? No, the third one there.
If it's the beginning of the,
No,
Yeah,
that council, it says that council
council
subject to it.
provide
Doesn't
the
make sense.
facility as is subject
Doesn't
to
read right, yeah.
just moving it back to the front.
That's better.
With a capital P at the front of 3.
Now, just with that, obviously the land there, the spare block where they can play footy and so forth is available now. If the safety inspection meant that we had to do a couple of bigger things before and it would have to come back to council, how can I say in there that, that they can use the land now? So, the spare blocks of land which they've got, where they're going to fix the fence and that's like a footy field, like to muck around. So would this motion stop that happening, Rob, if you had, or director?
I guess that way, what I normally do with council is if something came up like that, I'd email obviously council
No, the mayor's saying, can they have use before they sign the agreement?
Of the green.
So if I identified something with the building, I'd raise it with council by the email next week, and then I'd probably take it to council. They say, no, we're happy to let them use the grounds, but not the building.
Because to me, if they want to use the building and it's no safety, the grounds, and there's no safety issue, does that allow freedom to do that or not?
That's what I'm saying, like, you can back the resolution as long as you like, but if I went through there and identified an issue, what I would thought was I'd just probably just send you guys an email saying, look, there's an issue with the building, I can sort that, however they want to use the grounds, normally I don't treat them via an email.
Righto, okay.
And not an agreement, but do you need wording in that 4 point to say that for you to sign off the agreement?
That council authorise the chief authorise the chief executive officer to,
Or delegate?
it'll be me, to enter into a user agreement.
Righto, did we have a seconder for that motion?
We probably do need to specify that, council, following items 1 through to 1, 2 and 3, authorise. No, you don't need that. 'Cause we've
Councillor
got that
Guthrie,
council.
did you second that earlier or not?
I did.
No,
Following
Councillor Edwards, excellent.
items 1, 2 and 3.
Okay, you happy with that,
We won't need the
Councillor Edwards?
Following
Ellie,
1, 2, 3, authorise.
after, in point 4.
12-month period based on.
Before authorise.
You need to say 12-month period for a 12-month trial. Number 4. Or are you saying the same thing there, or?
Yeah, you're right, 12-month
Yeah.
trial period.
After 3 and before authorise. Must be something wrong with the screen.
Right, are you happy with that?
No, the 12-month period.
Trial period.
Incorporated for a 12-month period based on a 12-month trial, is it? Are you saying the same thing again, or?
So you could just say for a 12-month
For a
trial
12-month
period.
trial period.
Yeah.
You could wrap it all up in one.
Yeah, just being repetitive.
But sorry, Kel, yeah, incorporated for a 12-month trial period.
Yeah.
Councillor, this is just not with that, it's just a trial term.
Term, yeah, that'll do. Yeah. That's easier.
12 months term.
Get rid of the word period. Yeah.
Righto,
You take period
Yeah.
Out.
Or you could just say for 12 months.
Is there any other analogies?
Councillor Edwards, are you happy with that?
I am.
Right, okay, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I think we've spent enough time on this one. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. L8, LGAQ Bush Compact. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move, whilst it's a bit unorthodox because it's on the council agenda report template, but I'll explain why. I'll move that council advocate for the renaming of the compact from Bush to Rural and Regional Compact.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition to this motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Councillor Hancock and I had intended of including this into a much more larger report off the back of the LGAQ annual conference, and that is still being drafted. We've been waiting on some proceedings to include in it, which will be tabled at our next ordinary meeting. But we needed to bring this to the attention of council. If you're not aware of it already, it has come out in correspondence from LGAQ. The long and the short of it is the Bush Compact has been developed over a number of years as a tool to illustrate a partnership between the councils that reside in the more regional areas of the state with the state government, highlighting the needs that we require to deliver the services and run the communities that we do. That some of our more heavily populated areas and southeast Queensland cousins may not have the same challenges. This was discussed at the LJQ conference. There is universal support for the actual compact itself, and you'll see that in the attachment. What did raise a few eyebrows was the fact that if you look on page 26, there's 45 bush councils, and when you run your eye through some of those, you'd really have to squint to think that they were deemed a bush council. And so, as you'll see in the details of the agenda report, part of what's in front of you, there is a strong support, growing strong support, if not universal, to change the name from Bush Compact to simply Rural and Regional, which captures, for us both, we're rural and regional, but there are some coastal councils that you wouldn't deem rural, but you would deem regional. And so the feedback is due before the next ordinary meeting of council, and that's why it's before us today to provide that feedback to LGAQ.
Councillor O'Neill, do you have any support for putting in the motion too that it should be actual rural communities with a population of a certain amount in the motion as well? Because there's been a lot of feedback about how people are not happy with this because it's got such large population councils involved as well.
Well, that, Mayor, that's not what I picked up on at the but if you're opening up for a conversation, Councillor Hancock could add some flavour to this as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, what they're actually asking of us is the Bush Council Compact has already been voted on, and it stands as it is, and there's no change in who's in and who's out. What they were asking about was actually the naming of it to actually simply make it so that it sounds like more people, more inclusive. It's because people were getting hung up on the bush part of it rather than the whole intent of rural and regional. So what they're actually asking from council is simply what do we think it should be called, not who should be in it. It was discussed, it was brought up, and there's no room for debate on that.
And in fact, if I can add, this has already gone to the state government, the old state government and the new state government. And when the Premier opened the annual conference, she actually made reference to this document and the support that she will bring from her government in relation to the compact.
Okay, well, I'll speak against the motion then. Yeah.
I just want a bit of clarity. So the short of it is it's not going to be the Bush councils.
It's just about the name.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They're just hung up on
Instead of Bush councils
compact.
Rural and
regional compact.
Where's the regional compact come from?
Beg your pardon?
Where does LGA Bush Council's compact come from?
The term, well, it originated from the previous policy executive as a concept was developed, and then it went out to consultation. Okay. And at the conference, it was made very clear that there's support for the actual concept of the compact, but the name is not encapsulating
Okay, so
the real geography that it's trying to cover.
at the conference, it was voted and approved to call it LGAQ Bush Councils Compact.
No, what was actually voted on at the conference, because there was some debate over the naming, not who's included.
No, but I
just
mean,
naming. So
I've never heard of this before, LGAQ Bush Councils Compact. That's what I'm
So
getting at.
what the motion was, is that, is to go back out to councils and ask them what they think the compact should be named. So that's why it was sent. It has previously been sent to councils, but this time they decided to go back out to councils just to ask
I
them
think
what
it
they
may
would
be
named.
the word compact that's causing the
That's the
confusion.
way
You probably
always
know it
been
as just
known as
Bush
Bush
councils.
Councils.
That's
Sorry, there's you know how we had the convention?
That was the Bush Councils Convention.
Yep.
right.
So the compact is a term used to bring a suite of policies together that we want the rural regional councils need the government to address. That's why it's called a compact.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost like a subset of issues that are just related to that particular group.
Based on a geography.
Yeah, so instead of bush councils, it's rural and regional.
Correct.
Okay, I'll speak against the motion. I think there's a lot of goodwill for the bush councils, but the size of this and changing the name doesn't, I just think it's too big, and it should be down to the councils with small populations that are struggling, and I believe they need the most help. And so I certainly don't support changing the name to bush and rural when you've got large councils that I don't believe have the same challenges. I'm sure that...
Sorry, it's rural.
We're not changing it to bush and rural.
It's changing from bush to rural and regional compact.
Righto, okay, sorry. To rural and regional compact, I believe the focus should be on the bush councils and the smaller councils with many challenges with population deficits. Okay, would anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Hancock.
I do. Mr Mayor, I just don't want councillors to be confused about what we're being asked of here. Changing the name will not, if we leave it as Bush Council Compact, it will still be the same councils involved in that. So changing the name does not change who is already in this document, because that has already been voted on. This is just changing the name so that it can, so people can identify with it a little bit more. So whether we change the name or not will not change who's in and who's out. So I just want to make sure councillors are very, very clear with what they're voting on today.
Okay, would anyone else wish to speak for or against? Okay, does the mover wish to sum up?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Hancock's just articulated, this is about ensuring that it's an appropriate name for the geography in which of the councils that it's looking to address. We need the support from the state government. We are, from our perspective in this room, representing what is a rural and regional council, and I think this will encapsulise our particular geography and the people that we represent. But we can only speak for the people of the Maranoa, what the other councils choose to do, whether they wanted to stay the same or advocate for a change to rural regional. It's up to them. But I just think this will hone in more specifically on exactly who and what we are.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1, 7-1 if I can call for a division.
I just have a question, Mr Mayor, because it's been a council's report, do we, Madam C, through you, Mr Mayor and Madam CEO, how do we respond to them? How do we respond?
It'll be correspondence.
Okay, so that's all good?
Myself or the director.
Yeah.
I guess
A director.
through you, Mr Mayor, the question is, you're asking, it's got to be done fairly quickly.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah, I think it's by,
time limit is what.
very soon, end of November, maybe.
No, it might be the 6th of December.
Oh, okay.
And
before the next.
just before the next one, or it could be the 3rd of December,
We'll
but
find a date for you.
plenty of time, you reckon, Rob?
Where are we now? That one.
Could we be on the pink now?
Yeah.
Are we?
Done? Any of them yet?
C1, well, C1's out, C2.
Okay, we can do that. Can we do that first, Kel? Lay confidential?
Which one's that, sorry?
Could we just adjourn for a minute or two so you can have a look at the schedule, because we need to resolve it before we can go, please.
Have a look at this.
Oh, okay.
Mr Mayor, do you mind if we just adjourn for a minute?
Yeah, that's fine. We can adjourn for a minute.
So, Mr Chair, I'm going to declare a prescribed conflict of interest on LC4. I, Councillor Cameron O'Neill, inform the meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in agenda item LC4, Country University Centre Maranoa, as a result of my role as Chair and Non-Executive Director of CUC Maranoa. As a result of my conflict of interest, I will leave the meeting room while the matter is considered and voted upon.
Not the only one for you, Councillor O'Neill. Next, Councillor, no?
I'm good, thanks. Really? I know.
What are we open or?
Yes, open.
Just, we are in open, we're just declaring any conflicts.
Do you have any?
You go first.
Councillor Taylor?
Oh, no, you're right.
I'm selling the oranges this week.
Have you got any?
I have, but you can have it.
Can I go
Councillor?
while he gets himself?
Yeah,
ready?
Councillor Taylor.
Okay. I, Councillor Wendy Taylor, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in the matter as defined by Section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest has arisen because the person who is mentioned in the report is a related party of mine. The name of the related party is Jodie Noon. The nature of the relationship with this related person is that I have a close personal relationship with Jodie. The nature of the related party's interest in the matter is that she is mentioned in the report. As a result of my conflict, I will leave the room while the matter is considered and voted upon.
What item was that?
C8, C8. And then I have another one on LC2, which is the Injune Caravan Park. I, Councillor Wendy Taylor, inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined by in Section 150E of the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I am the treasurer of the Roma Clay Target Club, which is also a caravan park. So I will, as a result of my conflict, I will leave the room while the matter is considered and voted upon. Is that all I need on that one?
Okay, Councillor Taylor, did you have your green button switched on?
Yeah.
That's good. No, look,
Mine switched on.
thank you. Anyone else got a conflict of interest? Councillor Edwards?
Work this one out. I, Councillor Mark Edwards, inform this meeting I have a declarable conflict of interest in this, in item, what is it? LC5, as defined in Section 150E under the Local Government Act 2009. This declarable conflict of interest arises because the person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. Particulars are name of the related party is we have to mention the name of the party, don't we? Is that correct?
Yeah.
The name, yeah. Robin Atwood. Number 2, nature of relationship with this related party is he is my client. Nature of the related party's interest in this matter is that as per LC 5. I can read that out, can't I?
Yeah.
Heading. Rates increase regarding change of rating category to extractive. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Any more conflicts of interest? Okay, then I'll move we go into closed.
Oh, you got
You have to say something more
Oh, sorry.
these days.
What have we got to read this out, have we?
Up the top.
Okay, in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the council resolves to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its council is considered is necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed, and overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed.
Can we just scroll through it on the screen
Okay.
just to make sure that councillors are comfortable with what's there? Oh, sorry, councillors, you'll note that there was an error in item C3. It should be round 3, not round 2 that it was in the agenda.
Okay.
Happy with that?
Mm-hmm. Everyone happy?
Yep. Extremely.
Okay.
only 19, so that's good.
Never happy.
Need a seconder?
Councillor O'Neill, the second the motion to go into closed. Any opposition? All those in favour? It's 7-0.
Actually, first I'd like to have something added to the agenda tonight. I'd like
Order
to.
for the pizzas, was it?
Beg pardon?
Is that to order pizzas?
Might have to come. So I'd like to add to the agenda an item titled Completion of Consultation with Staff on Organisational Structure and Decision. So as far as I understand, through the standing orders, I can, business which the Mayor wishes to have considered at the meeting without notice. So does that need a title or a number? And does that have to be voted on, as in to put it on the agenda, or could just be on the agenda? CEO?
Sorry, your story, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, but you are the CEO. Well, anyway, I'm happy to put that on the agenda. I don't think it says it does need to. So we got a number for that, Kel? LC 10?
Have you got a report that you'll be giving us to
Mr
consider?
Mayor,
No, I'll just
we're in open, are we?
open, yeah.
I think I just see a name on here. I don't know whether I might have, I don't know if I've already declared on this.
You did last time.
Eh?
You did
I think I
last
did last time, didn't I?
On LC 9.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah, well, I'm just dealing with LC 10. I've just put that onto the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear that? I'll say it again. The title will be Completion of Consultation with Staff on Organisational Structure and Decision. So I'm just moving that onto the agenda.
And sorry, my question, have you got a report that you're presenting to us to consider?
No, I will just be wanting to move a motion. But I think it's very self-explanatory. Okay, so question for the CEO, do I have to get that voted on, CEO, when this is the wording of the 4.1?
Is it LC2, so does that mean that it's in like closed? Is it going to be a closed report or is it going to be an open report?
Oh, you've got that.
Yeah, I've got it here.
Sorry? Yeah, that's my question is.
So when it says business which the mayor wishes to have considered, do we need to vote on it? Or is it just?
I know what you want to declare.
That's when
Because
when the
you haven't
agenda
declared it on this matter.
No, I
You
just
declared
worked that
it
out.
on
That's why I just got the
It's
sheet
not
out.
that, it's not on the agenda.
You want to stay in the
So
room?
you need a
Yeah,
resolution.
Just a,
Okay, we just
they got
lost.
declared it way back in the old
agenda is
system.
long gone.
No, but I mean,
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
no, I don't think I don't
doesn't
think
have
it's the
to
first
have
time
it,
he's
does
come to.
Does anyone else want to have a break for a second? Because we just lost 3 councillors.
Yeah, let's have a. No, I was just going to.
But my question still is this a LC, is it, are you adding it to a closed or is it an open? Because we have to have a reason for it to be a closed,
No, I think in open unless someone requests
so
for
therefore
that.
it'll be a different number.
Yeah, but he's got to add this. He's got to add it.
Open number, late open. Okay, thank you. So we'll wait for the other 3 councillors. So move that, that
Sorry,
we,
sorry, Mr Mayor, do you mind if I just, councillors, it's 4.2, business not on the agenda, not fairly arising from the agenda, will not be considered, unless permission for that purpose is given by the local government at the meeting. So that's the advice that I've given the mayor.
thank you, CEO.
We
Okay,
didn't
so
hear-
I'm going,
So you need to hear that again.
Essentially, the mayor will seek a resolution to.
Yep.
What, to add it to the
agenda.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to move that, like to add this to the agenda with the title of Completion of Consultation with Staff on Organisational Structure and Decision. So I move that. Do we have a seconder?
Can you give us more information of what it is before we determine whether it should be on the agenda or not?
It'll be deciding the timeframe of the consultation and decision on the org structure, consultation and decision. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards?
Is it consistent with the advice that I've given you, Mr Mayor? Or is it
No,
different to that?
it'll be different to that. And we have a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Does anyone wish to speak against it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay, councillors, on LC9 I'd like to declare and I've declared before, a conflict of interest. Do I need to declare it again, CEO? Have we done it since the 12th? I'm not sure.
We have not.
This is a
No,
different,
this wouldn't
We
have
have
been.
not.
this is a
haven't.
different matter, Mr.
This
Mayor.
is different.
Okay, so do we have any paperwork there?
It's read there.
Has anyone got the sheet?
Yeah. Oh,
Thank you. Small block.
Coach, good. Thank you. How much?
Um,
Do you want me to hold the torch there before you let me go over?
This is a very easy sheet to read, this one.
I offered him my glasses to do whatever.
Well, I'd like to declare to council that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to flood mitigation, as my mother was involved with a flood mitigation matter to do with the levy and compensation, which happened, I think, back 2 terms ago, and the last term was concluded. And because of this declarable conflict of interest, I will be dealing with this by leaving the room and having no further part in the decision of the matter. Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, could you take over?
Okay, I've got to declare one, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, right, okay.
I, Councillor Jeff McMullen, would like to declare that although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias because
You need to declare what it is, though, councillor.
The top bit first, you
You're
have to
missing the-
read, yeah, the top bit first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I, Councillor Jeff McMullen, inform the meeting that I have, that's prescribed.
Yeah, but
A declarable
Side.
I have a declarable conflict of interest as a result of LC 9. I don't have a value date, no. Although I have a it must be when I come in there now.
Due to. That's not value, but it's still something.
Where does it say that? As a result of?
What is a conflict?
Oh, yeah, we share the, my solicitors mentioned in the report. And then as a result of although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias because I LC. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, Councillor McMullen, was that in relation to legal? Or something to do with that?
Yes.
Common something.
Yeah, well, we should,
Yeah, righto.
same as I declared on another issue, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
righto, gotcha. Please go ahead, Councillor Guthrie.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that it's in the public interest that Councillor McMullen participates and votes in agenda item LC9 because a reasonable person would trust that the final decision was made in the public interest.
We have a seconder. Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Deputy Mayor, if you can take over.
Yeah.
Are we in close now?
Not yet.
So to speed things up, Deputy Mayor, I'll move, is it the whole thing again?
This top thing, yeah.
Just the top bit?
I'll move in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Resolution that council close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councillors consider is necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed, an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed.
Yeah, and this particular
And this-
subsection is the E, which is legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government.
Do you want me to read that, or is it as per the table?
It's in the table that was referred to
Earlier.
a couple of motions.
Yep.
Yeah.
So moved.
Okay, we need a second of that. I have a second, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition to the motion?
We did include the complete table before, didn't we? Could you just probably say the overview, Councillor O'Neill, sorry.
The overview, the report provides information for council's consideration about a property matter, and this is relating to LC9 flood mitigation matter.
Yeah, thank you.
So Councillor Hancock seconded it. Any opposition? Anyone wish to speak to it? I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? 8-0. Subject heading, flood mitigation, LC9. Councillor O'Neill's
I'll
going to
move
move.
that council, 1, note the contents of the report, and 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to provide acceptance in relation to this matter and confirmation in writing.
Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition to the motion? Anyone want to speak? I'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. So that's the finish of that. We can get the mayor back. Yes, please.
We'll be back to C1, are we?
C1.
We've got to go. C2.
C2.
C1's out, isn't it?
Yeah.
53.
Oh, here they are.
You're right.
That's because we haven't got enough space to spread out.
I said, how could you lose it in that little...
Oh, look, it's like
Julie's got hers all
See
over
that?
the
Hey.
thing.
I'm quite organised. Aren't you impressed?
Can't see it.
C2, registered trademark renewal. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council renewed trademark registration number 871154, being the Big Rig Australia's Living History of Oil and Gas Exploration with logo for a 10-year period.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 60. C3, delegation of authority to CEO to sign collaborative area management contracts, QFPI round 2.
Round 3.
Round 3, Mr Mayor, so Mayor.
Have we changed it, have we?
No, it was just a mistake.
Mistake.
It's a mistake, round 3. Okay, please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council delegate the authority to the Chief Executive Officer to execute 1, the collaborative area management contracts for the 3 successful applicants in the first tranche of applications for funding received under the Maranoa Collaborative Area Management Project Stage 3, being A, Basalt Creek Cluster Group, B, Peroni Cluster Group, C, Kimberley Baringa Cluster Group. 2, any other documentation necessary for the administration of these contracts, including deeds of assignment.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, page 67. C4, unallocated state land, lot 24 on J4614. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that council advise the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy that it offers no objection to the purchase of unallocated state land described as lot 24 on J4614 on the condition that all development and usage of the premises comply with the Maranoa Regional Council's local laws and Maranoa Planning Scheme 2017.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 72, C5, grazing land. I would like to move that council consider at a future ordinary meeting a report detailing the cost of undertaking improvements to the identified parcels to make land suitable for grazing horses. Lot 2 on RP 101099, 6 New Bond Street, Roma, fenced into smaller paddocks with water provided to each paddock. Options for water provided to each paddock or not. Lot 2, SP 212826, Bassett Lane, Roma. Lot 5 on RP 172985, 8 McPhee Street, Roma. Lot 8 on R8697 McPhee Street, Roma. Fencing to protect the flood levee bank and ensure the paddocks are stock-proof. Lot 127 on SP 203199 Sayards Road, Mitchell. Fenced into smaller paddocks with water provided to each paddock or not, and ensure the paddock is stock-proof.
So Cal, can we, just for consistency, the first in the, with fenced into smaller paddocks with water provided to each paddock or not?
Yep, correct, or not. So we get costings for both.
What would you prefer?
I think the recommendation was to have water. I think the mayor's suggesting that you'd like to see come back with a cost, with what it costs to have no water as well.
Yeah, just so we know, because it could stop budget.
With options for water provided to, just options.
Because what it would be, I'd say this much for fencing, this much for water. You look at it and say, well, okay, well, we're just going to go
provided to each paddock or not.
If you want to report, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, no, that's it.
So these are prices, you'd say, yep, I want that, and I want that.
And then water provided to each paddock or not is at the end, and then we don't need the bank because the levy is the bank. Yep.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C6, rates, capping and concession. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 reimburse 50% of the increase in general rates due to the capping not being applicable in these particular circumstances for the 2020-21 financial year. 2, review the rating methodology for the rating category rural 80 hectares as part of 2021-22 budget deliberations.
And that's actually greater than or equal to 80.
Greater than equal, sorry, greater than equal or equal to 80 hectares as part of 2021-22 budget deliberations.
We have a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 90. C7, minor amendment to organisational structure and current vacancies. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council endorse the proposed amendments to the organisational structure as follows. Change Visit Information Centre Officer, casual, 0999, FTE from 0.40 to 0.21, create a new position, i.e. Visitor Information Centre Officer, Casual FTE, full-time equivalent I guess, 0.21, change position title Procurement Officer, Contract Management Office - System Administrator, Contract Register 0384 to Procurement and Contracts Officer - System Administrator. Change position title Communications Officer, Development, Facilities and Environmental Services 0612 to Marketing and Communications Officer. Create a new position, i.e. Trainee Horticulture. Create a new position, i.e. Trainee Waste Management. Create a new position, i.e. Trainee Business Administration. Create a new position, i.e. Training Automotive Servicing.
We have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C8. COVID-19 leased cafes, caravan parks, car hire companies and Hibernian Hall users, and Councillor Taylor's left the room. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move, there's no change, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'll read it. I'll move the council in reference to the National Cabinet Mandatory Code of Conduct for the SME commercial leasing principles during COVID-19. 1. Provide A&G Spinks, trading as Cafe 54, a 40% waiver of lease payments payable under the lease for the Seance Cafe backdated to the 22nd of September 2020 for a period of 5 months. 2. Provide A&G Spinks, trading as Cafe 54, a 40% waiver of lease payments payable under the lease for the Airport Cafe backdated to the 22nd of September 2020 for a period of 5 months. 3. Provide John Day Holdings Proprietary Limited trading as Thrifty Car Rentals, Stromben Proprietary Limited trading as Avis Toowoomba, and MH5 Proprietary Limited, a 40% waiver of lease payments payable under the agreements for car park licences at the Roma Airport backdated to the 22nd of September 2020 for a period of 5 months, and provide Cashwell West Proprietary Limited a 17% waiver of lease payments payable under the lease for the Major Mitchell Caravan Park backdated to the 22nd of September 2020 for a period of 5 months.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards.
There
Any?
isn't a 5, is there?
There is.
Yep.
Oh, there's more, is there?
The gift that keeps gifting.
5, review the fee waivers again in 4 months' time.
Okay, Councillor Edwards, you're happy to second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Councillor Guthrie, you're in favour?
Oh, sorry.
Yep, yeah, no, just double checking. Okay, thank you. Okay, C9, offer to purchase land and building at 29 Bowen Street and 45 to 47 Hawthorn Street, Roma. I'd like to move that council decline the offer to receive to purchase 29 Bowen Street and 45 to 47 Hawthorn Street, Roma. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C10, review of council decision capital upgrade request 262 Curry Street, Roma. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council, 1, approve a single application of a dust suppression agent in front of the residents at 262 Curry Street with the view of providing some short-term relief with funds to be sourced from council's general urban road maintenance budget allocation. 2, document the performance of the dust suppression agent by way of a trial to assess its suitability for future use around the region.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, moving on to late closed. LC1 council-owned private label meatworks. I'd like to move I'd like to move that council seek feedback from the community as to whether they would like a council-owned private label meatworks in the Maranoa. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on to LC2, page 13, In June Caravan Park. Do we have a mover? Oh, Councillor Taylor's left the room. Councillor Hancock.
I move that Council 1 invite tenderers to operate the Indian Caravan Park under a management agreement. 2, include as part of the tender process a requirement that tenderers submit a detailed business plan outlining how they plan to grow the business with a focus on tourism and linkages to the local and regional community. 3, after close of tenders, invite all tenderers to present their vision for the park at a council meeting.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. LC3, Amby Town Flood Storm Water Review. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
I move that council write to the Department of Transport and Main Roads highlighting the concerns raised with the current culverts under the Warrego Highway and the upgrade, with the view of investigating options to reduce the impact of stormwater backing up into the town area, including options to clean out the Amby Creek under the Warrego Highway Bridge. 2, write to Queensland Rail highlighting the concerns raised with the lack of culvert structures under the Western Rail system to the west of Amby, with the view of seeking an investigation into options to reduce the amount of stormwater that is directed to the town area. 3, be presented with the cost estimate for the construction of option 3 as outlined in the report for consideration at a future budget deliberations. 4, be presented with a subsequent report. No, did we decide on? We presented with the subsequent report regarding what investigations have been completed by council to date on the levy system on the northern side of town.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I just think, on behalf of the Amby community, I think it's a step forward to amend a few problems in that town with floodwater.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC4, Country University Senate, Maranoa, and Councillor O'Neill has left the room. Okay, do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that the matter lay on the table until the next ordinary meeting.
Okay, all those in favour? All those against? So that is 7-1, if I can call for division. Okay.
LC5, yeah. Identity crisis.
L5, rate increase regarding change of rating category. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I move that council note the information.
Do we have?
That council note the information in the report.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. We can get Councillor Edwards back, please. LC6, minor amendments to the organisational structure and current... Beg your pardon?
Sorry, just making sure that.
Okay, LC6, minor amendments to the organisational structure and current vacancies. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council endorse the proposed amendments to the organisational structure as follows. Position 0600 amend position status from temporary fixed term to permanent full-time position. Position 0406 change position title from mechanic to operations manager, workshops. Change reporting line to manager procurement and plant 0740. Position 0119 change position title to operation manager fleet. Position 0404, 0405, 0407 and 1025 change reporting line to operations manager workshops 0406. Position 0722 change reporting line to operations manager fleet 0406. Discussion to occur with the team leaders about the reason for the change.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC8, environmental monitoring.
Page 53.
Right, sorry. LC7, access road to Lot 2 on SP 2044. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, better read off of it. I'll move that Council 1 note the advice from the Minister for Environment and the Great Barrier Reef, whereby the option to use a portion of Lot 389 FTY 1024 Gubramunda State Forest to establish a vehicle access road to private property Lot 2 on SP 200044 was not supported. To enter into negotiation with the owner of Lot 2 on SP 20044 for the establishment of access easement or property boundary alignment for the purpose of providing heavy vehicle access to Lot 2 on SP 200044 along the northern boundary of Lot 1 on SP 200044 Roma Quarry.
Okay, well, Councillor Ladbroke was first, so he's seconding that motion. Is there any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC8, environmental monitoring proposal.
Council, just note that the heading was "and other options," so we updated that in the document that went out to everyone.
What was that, sorry?
That's just the heading.
Oh, okay.
And other options.
Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move.
You're starting from scratch, Councillor.
No one else put their hand up.
Interesting what you had to say, Councillor McMullen.
Just put that cancel.
Wait till I go back to the quick.
Oh, yes, actually, have a look on the next report, LC8 might help you, the next page. And there was options that were put forward.
There was an option to encourage them to...
On the...
Page
I'd like to put in the report, but it probably wouldn't go down too well.
Page 3.
Page 3.
And I think we were thinking about number 3.
out, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, well, Deputy Mayor, I was suggesting that we look at options of inviting the landowners with concerns to look at getting technical advice. I'm not sure whether you're looking at that or not, but if you've got something there.
Yeah, well, three, something to get them to. Independent.
So you, so Councillor McMullen, if, to help, that council invite the concerned the council invite the landowners to put forward the engagement of an independent assessor for council to consider. That's what you want, isn't it?
An independent assessor to monitor air emissions? Or no, because it's noise as well. So.
Yeah. Noise. Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Neill, yeah.
Second thing was about the budget for next year to consider.
Invite the landowners to put forward their own suggestions of an independent assessor for council to consider.
Well, Councillor McMullen, I was just wondering whether we as a new council should meet with the landowners just to explain this, because we're at a loss, and maybe that might have more value, you know, for us to explain this message. But we could, it's up to the mover, of course.
And then just take it at the end of the first line, Cal, there's a,
So, Deputy Mayor, did you have any view if the new council could meet and explain this to the
new councillors?
Councillors, yeah.
And the older ones do.
Yeah, well, could we?
You want to lay it on the table?
No. I'm just going to try and. How would we?
And two, invite the landowners to meet with council next. Is it Wednesday?
Next Wednesday.
Yeah, something that they feel like they're in control of it.
An extended invitation to the landowners to meet with councillors at a briefing session on Wednesday, the 2nd of December.
Okay, that'll do.
If they wish.
Well.
Yeah, well, that's extending the invitation, yeah.
So just, Cal, changing that word on the second point from invite to extend an invitation, so we're not having, on the second point, extend an invitation to the landowners.
And it's up to them whether they want it on site or not. We'll leave it up to them.
To the landowners, Cal, on the second point.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
and then we wondered whether it should be independent monitor.
Oh, yeah, monitor.
Yeah.
If you say what it's for, if like landowner put forward their own suggestions of independent monitor to undertake
environmental
Assessment.
environmental assessment for council to consider.
I'm happy to second that if you want to second it.
No, it's yours.
What about the noise issues to get the advice? I suppose that's going back to the ombudsman.
That'll all come under the.
Yeah. Right, we've got a seconder there, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. So LC 9 was done?
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, we've got that other matter that's, what was the number for that?
Have we got anything else on the original agenda? Are we all done?
I think they're all done.
Yeah, that's right, I'm just unsure. That was quick.
Okay, L9, completion of consultation with staff on organisational structure and decision. I'd like to move that council set the final date for completion of consultation with the staff, i.e. the EBA agreement condition, then that's what I'm referring to, and set the date for a special meeting for decision on the organisational structure change on the 16th of December at 10 a.m. 2020. Request the CEO to use all available resources and support to carry out the motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke.
I don't understand what that means. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I'll read it again. I'll move that council set a final date for completion of the consultation. Completion of the consultation of the organisational structure, put that in there, with staff, i.e. the EBA. It's a condition that we consult before we make a decision, and set the date for a special meeting for decision on the organisational structure change. That means whether to do it or not to do it, on the 16th of December, 10 a.m. 2020, and request the CEO use all available resources and support to carry out the motion, rather than just asking the CEO to, put under a lot of pressure. Yeah, where are we up to? Resources and support to carry out the motion.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, because we decided that we were finishing on the 9th, I planned something for the next week.
I understand that, but I think this is a very important issue of council, and you can dial in if you're away, Councillor Taylor.
It's too important to dial in, that's my point. And the other thing is, when you say decision on the organisational change, does that mean there'll be an outcome completed?
Yeah, either not to do it or to do it.
But what about the recommendations? Are we going to go through all the recommendations of the staff?
Oh, definitely. That means that we've got a busy couple of weeks to get this done. That's what I'm suggesting. We are councillors all the time. It is.
The other point is it's my birthday.
You want a birthday cake? Yeah?
No, I don't want a birthday cake. I don't want to be here.
Oh, sorry about that. But CEO?
I probably need to get a couple of clarifications, Mr Mayor.
Sure.
Because this is the first time I'm hearing this, so.
Sure.
Okay, so we've got, and I've consulted broadly and brief council on the status all the way through that the strong suggestion was, or recommendation was, and I thought that council was happy with that, that there would be 2 stages to the consultation. There would be the preliminary stage, so that council could get the feedback, listen to that feedback. We would bring all of that through to the consultative committee, so we have a meeting on the 3rd of December for that, and then we were going to bring the results of that to council, and that was to set that big picture framework. And then the very clear message that we got, and rightfully so, from the employees is then we would go into the second stage, which would be actually to map all of the individuals to where they would go in the new structure. So that there was going to be stage 1, which was the preliminary big picture, because we didn't want to do a lot of work if there were things that came out of that consultation that influenced councillors thinking about anything. And then once we had where council sat with that, we were going to go to the detail. So just so I'm clear, what you're saying is somewhere between the 3rd of December and the 16th of December, we have to have all of that detailed consultation, the work done and the consultation and the feedback back to you, bearing in mind the last council meeting was what day? 9th?
9th.
So we're talking about 7 calendar days to map the employees and to consult with them and to give you feedback. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, and that's why the last part of the motion is all available resources and support to carry that out. I realise that is a tight time schedule, but
Probably is an understatement.
and you know, I'm certainly happy if we have a special meeting if you need other resources, but I believe, yeah, but anyway, won't get into the debate. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Is any opposition to the motion? Okay, and I'll speak to the motion. This is a critical time for the organisation, and I believe that one way or the other we need to make a decision before Christmas, and that means that one way or the other next year we can move on, and that's why I'm moving this motion now because of the urgency. Okay, would someone like to speak against the motion? Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I think this is such an important decision that I feel that you're rushing it through before Christmas. I actually think it's an unreasonable expectation on our staff, given that we sitting around this table know the workload that is already on our staff, legislative workload that's on our staff that they have to get out. The timeframes are just unreasonable, and I feel it'll be rushed and it will be missed, and I don't believe that's a true and open consultation. You said yourself at the staff feedback meetings, Mr Mayor, you said to them that they would have the opportunity to get that. We'd take the feedback and then we'd put back out to them where they all sat and what it meant for them, and they'd have time to consider that. But now you're rushing it through. I don't believe that you're giving the staff the time to actually consider this. I don't see why it has to happen before December. Why can't we consider this in January? And not to mention that we did set that our last ordinary meeting was on the 9th of December, and as one councillor shared, she can't be available for such an important decision. I think it's an unreasonable expectation, and I don't understand what's behind it, the motive behind it. I don't understand that because, quite simply, I don't think it's doable.
Yeah, so just to update council at 7:16 tonight, one of the representatives wrote, what's the time now? So this is only an hour ago. I'm sure we'd all like an update and enough time set aside for discussion to discuss the proposed restructure and feedback from the presentations, well, to staff. So that's for the 3rd, but they're certainly not going to be expecting that everything will be wrapped up by the 16th.
Okay, so does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, I understand that you're very passionate about seeing a universal change happen to the organisation. I get that. But we've got to do this in a measured, methodical, inclusive way. And I think the staff are going to feel incredibly railroaded with the time frame, not to mention the staff that are in this room that, as Councillor Hancock has already articulated, there is an immense workload right now on our staff, and this is going to add to it. I don't see that there would be any loss to put this on the table for the first meeting in January, to allow proper due diligence to occur over a number of weeks. I mean, I can recall a couple of staff, and there were probably more, and Councillor Guthrie, you've rewatched the proceedings, which I haven't yet, so you may have a better understanding of this than what I do. But there were questions, particularly in the second session, around the implementation of this. And there was some talk of between 6 and 9 months. So I accept we need to make a decision at some point, right? That will trigger a much more greater workload, or not, from the staff. But I urge you to reconsider what you've put forward, because not only is this going to surprise some of the staff, it has surprised your council that this has been thrown on the table today at the very last item at 8:15 at night that we're now considering. And I mean, I'm trying to get my head around what the implications are in terms of, you know, seeing this rolled out in such a tight time frame. I just implore you to reconsider what you've put forward and to push it out just to January, an extra 6 weeks. And then the appropriate level of due diligence, the respect, is given to what could be the single biggest change that the Maranoa has faced as a council, as an entity since 2008. And I think rushing it by putting forward the resolution that you have today and springing it on council is not the right process. And if you're not willing to reconsider it and look to a later date in January, then I strongly urge fellow councillors to show the respect to the staff and to vote this down and put up a resolution immediately after for the first meeting in January.
Does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Please go ahead,
I'd
Councillor
like to
Taylor.
speak. If it is the 16th of December, there's no way I would miss it. But as Councillor O'Neill said, it's not just the staff that feels railroaded. I feel railroaded, as you said. We got 5 minutes notice on something that, you know, like, it's just too important to just throw it out there and hope it comes up the way you want it. That's just not fair. It's not fair to any of us because we don't know. We don't know anything. As the staff reminded us, it's, you know, this is our job, that's their job. And we need to hear from them to, like, you're going to ask them to go away and do all these things, but, you know, we all need to know what they are and how they're going to affect something else or something else. It's just not fair. I don't think it's fair for the ones sitting at this table and in this room that we get 5 minutes notice for something that's so important. I just don't think it's fair.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Yep.
Can I suggest an amendment?
Yep, please go ahead.
I suggest the amendment the date be changed to the, I had a date. Either a special meeting on the 26th of January or the ordinary meeting of the 27th, January the 27th.
Which is what Councillor O'Neill said.
Yeah, and Councillor McMullen, I would support that. The reason, if Council will allow me to give you a little bit of context. So we started the council meeting at 9 this morning, 3, okay. Looking at the time that we are literally in these chambers, council meetings and the number of special meetings, etc., that we've had over recent months, there's very little time outside to work through very big issues. And councillors, you've spoken about the need for change management and all of that sort of thing, and that can't happen when things are, I'm head of staff, for want of a better term, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. So I can imagine how the staff will feel, that they've gone to the effort of coming and presenting, and something is going to get rushed through. And we thought we were working on as I said, the preliminary and then the detail. The time that we have for quality, thinking time and preparation and planning is really when the council meeting cycle stops. So between that December period and that early January, whilst councillors will be off on leave and having a lovely rest and refresh, for us, that's when the work starts, because we'll all have a bit of a break, but it'll be short because we know the amount of work that needs to be done. So while you are resting and refreshing, we will be planning We'll be looking at what has happened over the year that's been. We'll be looking at what needs to happen while we've got some quiet thinking time, and we will be working hard to prepare for 2021. The proposal that I put to the Mayor, and I hope that he shared that with you, was that we would have an understanding of where Council sat after listening to the feedback prior to that break. That would allow us to go do some homework and come back to you with a very clear plan for whatever that looks like in January. But what this will do is actually take away all of that preparation time, and I think it'll be an opportunity lost. So I would put my support behind what Councillor McMullen has just offered, to put that preliminary feedback to the last meeting of the year. That's what we were looking to do. Understand what Council's position was, and then go away and do some homework.
Could I just, my amendment, I'll just change a little bit. I will suggest the 26th, because if we do it on the a special meeting on the 26th, if we poke it into, because 27th might be a busy schedule, so
it does need to be
special meeting on the 26th and leave the 27th for, because we'll probably have a...
That's Australia Day. That's Australia Day.
It'll have to be the 27th, Councillor.
Unless it's a 25th.
It's Australia.
Oh, well, can we make it, I'm just looking at, I wasn't thinking, looking at interfering with the ordinary meeting.
Or we can do the 28th.
Yeah.
It should be part of a meeting.
I know, but we're gonna, I'm assuming this will take a while, and I'm assuming we'll have a big agenda for the first one of the year, that's all. I mean, I'm quite happy to do it on the 27th, but we might need pizzas a bit.
Yeah, well, that is what it is.
Oh, that's fine, if the...
I think generally the last meeting, as you know, councillors, it's really, really busy. I think that first meeting in January is not too bad because we've had staff away and not many things. It's not as big, it's probably...
December is really bad.
The 20th of, we've got that's a council briefing on the 20th, or that just hasn't been taken out?
If required.
If required, okay.
That was, just through you, Mr Mayor, on the screen, that's just the number of reports that went to the January meeting.
Already?
No, last year.
Last year.
Oh, last year.
Yeah, so it's a relatively small agenda compared to...
Yeah.
So can we just go back to the motion, please, Kel?
Well, Councillor McMullen has moved something. I won't accept that as the motion, but we'll test the amendment and see whether that becomes the motion.
We need a seconder for the amendment.
Yeah. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? I'll speak in opposition.
So,
Well, it's an amendment. I don't think we can.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a 27th you put forward, isn't it?
Are you, sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm happy with 27th, yeah.
It's the
okay.
ordinary meeting.
26th, I wasn't thinking about Australia Day.
Or do you want to say a special meeting on or around the 27th of January? Because then a day either side.
Well,
Minus
What day is the
Australia Day,
ordinary
of course.
meeting?
Wednesday, the 27th.
27th.
Or on or around the 28th, so that it
27th or the 28th. No. Does that sound all right? 27th or the 28th of January.
Well, I guess my question is, are we planning on just having that information and bringing it to a meeting and then just, or are we going to actually have a briefing?
Well, that's what the
and
20th is.
discussion and...
Yeah,
I suppose, yeah.
So what I had proposed to the Mayor is that we have a preliminary discussion next week to start to digest what the feedback so far has been. And then on the Thursday next week, we've got the Employee Consultative Committee. So that will be the next gathering of feedback, and that enable us to process that and then bring that to the meeting, the last meeting of the year, which was the 9th. I keep forgetting that date.
In terms of the feedback, how will we respond? What's council's thoughts on that? Because it's a question we could ask quite frequently last week. So, like last time, the questions were written down and council had a look at it and gave the answers. And I think it came out of the room over there the other day was, there's
So what I have proposed to the Mayor is that that we can do a similar process to what we did with the first structure, is actually identify the questions and then workshop, for want of a better term, together next week what we've got so far, because all of the boxes will be cleared, so we'll have what those are. We'll get a head start, so that's on like the Wednesday, then the Thursday to the consultative committee, work out what else has come in through that process, and then be ready to talk to you about at the last meeting, which is the 9th.
Okay, so we have the amendment. We have a seconder. I don't think we normally talk to amendments, do we? Oh, do we? Okay, Councillor McMullen, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Righto, does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? All those against? Carried 5-4, if I can call for a division.
Was it carried or lost?
Carried.
Oh,
Carried.
sorry. I wasn't looking there. Who were the...
We've got a division, so it should be coming up on the screen, but it was Councillor Ladbrook, Guthrie, Edwards and myself. Okay, well, there's no further business. We'll close the meeting at 8:25 p.m. and thank you for your attendance.
Or just, no.
Hang on.
An amendment has been moved.
We still need to.
Oh, that's
You need to vote on the substantive resolution.
Righto. So that is now the motion.
And in theory, councillors, it's not just an EBA condition, but we'll leave that slide. It's more than that.
Well, yeah, I was saying it is a condition in the EBA, I think. Okay, so do we need a mover and seconder, or that's it?
Already got it.
Yep.
Which is you. And
No, oh.
well, the substantive resolution had a mover and a seconder. It's been amended, so you're still whoever the mover and the seconder were.
No, I don't think it was me the first time.
No, it was Councillor Ladbrook was the seconder.
Okay, so we will we'll go for those. We'll do this then. So that is the motion up there. Does the mover wish to speak to the? Well, that's myself.
It's weird, but that's how it works.
Yeah, I moved an amendment, but it goes back to the original.
And that becomes the resolution,
Yeah,
and then you vote on the
The
resolution.
original mover and seconder.
So we're voting on the same thing?
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
what I amended it to.
yeah.
Okay, so well, I'll speak well against the motion, or for, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't support this motion. I believe that that this the suggestion that I put up was actually more than 3 months consultation, and I believe that the organisation needs this. I believe that it's damaging if this motion gets up, because we need to make a decision, and actually if council does decide to do it, implementing this takes many months as well. And I see the need in the Maranoa for a change in the org structure. So I certainly won't be supporting this motion, which is delaying I would imagine it will be over 4 months then. Okay, does someone wish to speak? Well, anyone wish to speak? Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I will be supporting this motion because I believe this is a more realistic time frame to do true consultation with the staff, and to also give the staff enough time to actually process what is required as part of our regulations to be able to do an organisational structure. I believe that this is such a big decision of council that that one more month to make sure we do it right will not be detrimental to the staff. It'll actually be in their favour.
Does someone else wish to speak? Councillor O'Neill?
No, I just,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, well, on that note, well, I'll sum up that I believe that I certainly will not support this motion for the reasons that I've said. I believe that the consultation period of 3 months is enough, or more than 3 months, so I certainly won't be supporting this motion and would be disappointed with the extra time needed when there's so much need in our Maranoa area. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Carried 5-4 if I can call for a division. Okay, if there's any further business, councillors. Well, I'll close the meeting at 8:29 p.m. and thank you for your attendance.